Jiamin stood before the heavy wooden door of room 808, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird as she prepared for the audition that could change her life. Her manager, Wu Mengling, had handed her a glass of water with a look of feigned encouragement, telling her that this was her moment to secure a major role. With a final, shaky breath, she swiped the key card and pushed into the room, unaware that she was walking straight into a den of wolves. Instead of a professional panel of judges, a grotesque man stood there clad only in a towel, his lecherous eyes crawling over her with a hunger that made her skin prickle with disgust. This was the big investor, Mr. Lin, and he made his wretch clear. The role was hers if she was willing to play along with his perversions. Panic flared in Jiamin's chest as a strange, unnatural heat began to consume her senses, realizing too late that the water she'd been given was laced with a potent drug. Desperate to escape the suffocating pressure of his presence, she shoved the man away and fled into the hallway, her vision swimming as she frantically hammered at the elevator buttons. Just as the monster's hands clawed at her shoulders again, the elevator dings, and she collapses toward the towering figure of a man who looks more like a god than a human. Lu Yinran, the legendary god from her school days, stood there with a cold, statuesque indifference that seemed to freeze the very air in the corridor. Clinging to his suit with trembling fingers, she begged him to save her, her voice a fragile whisper against the lecherous investor's claims that she was merely a runaway girlfriend. Lu Yinhan's gaze was a murderous aura, his eyes cutting through the investor's lies with a single, icy look of contempt. As the drug took a tighter hold on her consciousness, Jiamin buried her face in Lu Yinhan's chest, her body betraying her as she sought the cooling touch of his skin. Lu Yinhan signaled his assistant to handle the wretched man, leaving the investor to face a brutal knuckle sandwich while he carried the delirious girl away. The assistant's smile was sharp and dangerous as he loomed over the pathetic CEO, promising a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Inside the quiet of the hotel room, Jiamin's restraint finally snapped, and she shamelessly licked the column of Lu Yinran's neck, her senses completely clouded by the fire in her blood. He pinned her against the bed, his expression a mask of dark intensity as he whispered that she had brought this fate upon herself. In the dim light, the world narrowed down to the heat of their bodies and the suffocating tension of a night that would change everything. His movements were calculated and dominant, his shadow looming over her as the last of her resistance melted away. He leaned down, his breath hot against her ear, telling her that she had truly asked for this. Their hands intertwined as the night dissolved into a blur of passion and flowers, a secret pact written in the shadows of the hotel room. When the morning sun finally spilled across the luxurious suite, Jiamin awoke to the crushing weight of reality and a pounding headache. Lu Yinhan stood by the bed, his shirt unbuttoned to reveal a chest that looked carved from marble, his presence as intimidating as a tyrant's. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Meeting the most popular guy from her past in such a humiliating situation was more than her pride could bear. She tried to maintain a shred of dignity, offering a bright smile and thanking him for the help as if it were a casual encounter. But the temperature in the room plummeted as Lu Yinran's face turned gloomy, his eyes flashing with a dangerous spark. When she flippantly suggested it was just a normal one-night stand, he pulled back the covers to reveal the crimson proof of her innocence, his voice dripping with a cold, mocking edge. Mortified beyond words, she dove back under the sheets, wishing the floor would swallow her whole. The moment was interrupted by a knock at the door as his assistant arrived with a document that felt like a death warrant. Lu Yinhan commanded her to sign, his voice brook no argument as he presented her with a prenuptial agreement. Jiamin stared at the paper in disbelief, wondering if she had somehow stumbled into a Mary Sue novel, where the CEO falls for the commoner overnight. She tried to laugh it off, calling him too handsome and wealthy to waste his time on a measly woman like her. But as she tried to storm out in nothing but a bathrobe, he reminded her with chilling logic that a scandal like this would end her career before it even started. Trapped by his cold calculations and her own desperation, she finally put pen to paper, her hand shaking as she signed away her freedom to the man who now owned her. He watched her with a triumphant, godlike smirk, knowing he had successfully cornered his prey. Days later, the fire of revenge burned in Jiamin's eyes as she returned to her apartment and delivered a resounding slap to her manager's face. She accused Wu Mengling of the ultimate betrayal, her voice trembling with the rage of a woman who had nearly been destroyed. The manager's response was a wretched sneer, claiming that without a background, Jiamin was nothing in this industry. Jiamin didn't hesitate to fire the traitor, vowing that she would never let anyone step on her again. Alone on her couch, she reached out to her only friend, an online contact named Mr. Blank, pouring out her heart about the dreamlike and terrifying turn life had taken. She admitted that Lu Yinran felt like a god from a distant realm, while she was just a girl helping a granny deliver soup. On the other side of the screen, a familiar, handsome face curved into a secret smile as he asked what she would do if that god had actually fallen for her. Before she could process the absurdity of the thought, a call from director gattered her solitude with unbelievable news. The lecherous investor had been replaced by the Lu group, and the role she had nearly died for was finally hers. She jumped for joy, thanking her Lu god for what she believed was a miracle of fate. Clutching his business card, she felt a flicker of hope that perhaps her luck was finally turning. A week later, she stepped onto the filming set with a cute, determined expression, her suitcase in tow and her heart full of ambition. But the piece was short-lived as she spotted her former manager doting on a rival actress, their eyes meeting in a clash of pure malice. Weaponizing wasted no time in venomously accusing Jianmin of being a talentless intruder who had come to beg for crumbs. The crew began to surround her, pressure mounting as they prepared to cast her out like a common troublemaker. Jianmin's eyes flashed with a new, dangerous light as she realized that sisterhood meant nothing in this cutthroat world. Just as the chaos reached a boiling point, Director Gao stepped forward, his expression stern as he demanded to know why his new lead was being harassed. The manager's face paled as her lies began to crumble under the weight of the truth. Jianmin stood tall in her adorable pink dress, the silent backing of a tyrant giving her the strength to finally claim her place in the spotlight. As the cameras prepared to roll, the world was about to learn that this little actress was no longer someone to be trifled with. The air at the studio was thick with hostility as a lowly assistant barters to chase away the girl who had supposedly failed her audition. Jianmin stood her ground, her presence a stark contrast to the chaotic surroundings as she gripped her suitcase and waited for the storm to pass. Director Gao's eyes widened in recognition, confirming that this was indeed the girl he was looking for. When a spiteful woman tried to intervene, claiming Jianmin was blacklisted by the powerful CEO Lin, the director simply scoffed, hitting the meddling man next to him with his script to silence the nonsense. The woman's eyes burned with a murderous aura as she tried to use the investor's name as a weapon. But the director delivered a crushing blow. The investor for this drama had changed, and her petty threats were now utterly meaningless. Jianmin watched with a sharp, calculating gaze, noting the assistant's ignorance of the crew's new situation. The director had seen enough, and the assistant was unceremoniously dragged away for interfering with production, while she pathetically begged for a chance to explain. With the trash cleared out, the director's expression softened as he apologized for the lack of professionalism. He assigned a young staff member to handle her lodging as atonement for the earlier mess. Jianmin offered a sweet, forgiving smile that made the boy's heart skip a beat as she promised to be in his care. However, the sweetness turned to pure shock when she stepped into her assigned quarters. This wasn't a room for a minor character. It was a high-end apartment dripping with luxury. She paced the sparkling floors, wondering if there had been some grand mistake, but the voice on the other end of the line assured her that this palace was to enjoy. Even a minor role in such a massive production came with perks that felt like a beautiful dream as she unpacked her things. Tossing her keys with a playful twirl, she decided to explore the area and find a bite to eat. As she walked down the silent, polished hallway, a fluffy, majestic creature crossed her path. Her heart practically melted at the sight of the ragdoll cat, its blue eyes sparkling like rare gems. She was completely smitten, her eyes turning into hearts as she marveled at the walking money bag. She was obsessed with the idea that her dream of owning a kitty was finally coming true. It clearly had a wealthy owner, but she couldn't bear to leave such a precious thing alone in the corridor, so she invited the little angel to come with her. She took the kitty to a nearby bench, sharing a quiet meal under the soft sunlight while the cat purred contentedly. A sudden phone call broke the peaceful atmosphere, a deep voice inquiring about the lost pet. She promised to return the creature to room 808, though she felt a pang of sadness at the thought of letting the little one go. The cat seemed eager to return, scratching at the door with impatient paws as she arrived. But when the door finally creaked open, Jianmin's breath hitched in her throat. Standing there in casual clothes was none other than Lu Yanran, the man whose very name carried a suffocating pressure. She tried to maintain her composure, offering the cat back and attempting to make a quick escape before his intimidating aura could swallow her whole. The handsome tyrant wasn't about to let her go so easily, his voice low and smooth as he asked if she was scared of him while inviting her to dinner. She desperately tried to decline, claiming she would get fat if she ate too much, but he countered with a chilling reminder that he could easily cut her from the show. Terrified of losing her chance, she followed him to a restaurant that looked more like a royal temple than an eatery. She wondered if the meal was truly just a reward for finding his cat. Her eyes nearly popped out her head when she saw the menu. How could simple fried vegetables cost a small fortune? Sensing her distress, the CEO leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear as he whispered that he would handle the bill. In a moment of pure, accidental chaos, their faces were so close it felt this was inevitable as she turned her head. He teased her mercilessly, asking why she was so shy when they had already shared far more intimate moments in the past. The tension was broken only by the arrival of their food, leaving Jianmin blushing and breathless as the staff interrupted their private world. Later, as they sped through the night in his sleek car, he made sure she would never have to worry about a bill again, placing the entire restaurant's services under her name. Before the night ended, he stole a deep, passionate kiss in the car that left her dizzy with emotion. Even the cat looked on in confusion, wondering what its owner was doing. The next day on set, the atmosphere was far from romantic as a rival actress named Shan Shan was basking in the director's praise. Shan Shan put on a facade of kindness, claiming she had reprimanded her assistant for the previous day's trouble. The assistant was forced to bow and apologize, though her eyes remained hidden. Behind closed doors, the assistant's bitterness boiled over as she complained about the humiliation of working alongside someone like Jianmin. Shan Shan listened with a wicked smile, her eyes glinting with malice as she decided it was time to teach the newcomer a lesson. During their scene together, Jianmin was required to kneel in a display of respect as a lowly servant. Shan Shan took malicious delight in the power dynamic, intentionally flubbing her lines to force Jianmin to stay on the hard ground. She pretended to sneeze and forget her dialogue, dragging the scene out for the 25th time. Jianmin's legs were trembling with exhaustion, her body reaching its limit as she realized this was a deliberate attack. Finally, with a cruel smirk, Shan Shan reached out to help her up but delivered a sharp, purposeful shove instead. Jianmin tumbled backward, her eyes widening in shock as she lost her balance. She crashed onto the stone floor, her elaborate hairpiece shattering as she lay there in pain, realizing that the battle for survival in this industry was going to be a brutal one. Despite the fall, she remained a picture of grace, even in her chibi form as she prepared for the next challenge. Lu Yinhan's voice on the phone was a velvet trap, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint as he asked if his little actress needed his intervention. Jianmin's heart skipped a beat. She could feel his suffocating presence even through the line, her eyes widening in a mixture of shock and desperation as she realized he knew about the bullying on set. He offered to take revenge on her behalf, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in her way, but she wasn't about to become a mere puppet to the tyrant's whims. With a determined set to her jaw, she politely declined his murderous brand of help, insisting on handling the vipers on set with her own professional grace. Her rejection only fueled his amusement, his lips curling into a statuesque smirk as his assistant mocked his surprisingly childish way of showing he cared. On the filming set, the air was thick with a murderous aura as the wretch Shan Shan prepared to humiliate our protagonist during their scene. The villainess tried to trip Jianmin with a cruel smile, but the girl was 10 steps ahead, shamelessly weaponizing her own fall. She collapsed to the ground with a dramatic thud that echoed through the silent studio. The director didn't call cut, mesmerized as Jianmin improvised a heartbreaking plea for mercy, her eyes sparkling with faux tears that would melt the coldest heart. She spun a tale of her tragic past and her struggle to survive, her voice trembling with a desperation that left Shan Shan frozen in sheer confusion. Forced into a corner, the tyrant in training had to play the part of a kind benefactor to save her own reputation, her face twitching in a mask of forced benevolence. Jianmin's internal monologue screamed in triumph as she watched her rivals struggle to maintain the facade, the camera capturing every second of her brilliant performance. Once the cameras stopped rolling, the praise for Jianmin was deafening, leaving Shan Shan in the dust. Jianmin didn't let the moment slide, approaching her rival with a gaze colder than winter snow and warning her to focus on her acting rather than these pathetic petty tricks. The insult stung like a whip, leaving Shan Shan fuming as she watched the protagonist walk away with effortless poise. Desperate for revenge, the villainess plotted with her assistant to win over director Gao with a lavish birthday banquet. She shamelessly spread rumors of her high status and exclusive connections, mocking Jianmin for only being able to offer a simple birthday song as a gift. Shan Shan laughed at the absurdity of it, convinced that singing such a stupid tune in a high-end restaurant would only lead to professional suicide. Little did she know, the godlike Lu Yinran had been watching from the shadows, his eyes glinting with a protective fire. With a simple command, he exerted his overwhelming influence to secretly change the banquet's reservation into Jianmin's name, ensuring his favorite actress would be the one to shine. He looked on with a devious, doting smile, ready to see the look on their faces when his plan came to fruition. The day of the banquet arrived, and Lu Yinran practically broke down Jianmin's door, demanding she prepare herself for the evening's festivities. Despite her exhaustion and the dark circles under her eyes, he dragged her out, his presence both intimidating and strangely comforting. At the venue, Shan Shan was basking in the flashbulbs of the reporters, acting as if she were the queen of the industry. She pointlessly boasted about her connection to the restaurant's owner, a lie that was about to crumble before her very eyes. Suddenly, a sleek, black car pulled up, surrounded by a phalanx of bowing servants in a display of incredible pomp. The crowd gasped in awe, wondering what VVIP had arrived to grace the event. Shan Shan's ego swelled to the breaking point, convinced it was a passionate fan here to worship her. But the door opened to reveal Jianmin, looking like a goddess in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her ethereal beauty. The reporters' cameras went wild, ignoring the fuming Shan Shan as they realized this stunning woman was actually just a supporting actress. Jianmin felt a wave of suffocating pressure, her heart pounding as she realized how much attention she was drawing. The reporters swarmed her, desperate to know her relationship with the mysterious man in the car. Shan tried to regain control by dragging Jiamin inside, but the restaurant manager stepped forward to stop the farce. With a polite bow, he addressed Jiamin as the true hostess of the evening, revealing that the reservation was never for the wretch Shan in the first place. The humiliation was absolute. Shan's face pales as the truth pierced through her like a blade while the crowd whispered in shock. The banquet proceeded with Jiamin at the center, and while her rival seethed in the shadows, Jiamin presented her gift to director Gao. It was a simple luck charm from a temple, a thoughtful gesture for his ailing wife that moved the veteran director to tears. It was a brilliant move she had learned from the tyrant himself. Lu Yinran had taught her that talent is just a tool, but earning a person's bias is the true path to power. As the night ended, Jiamin found herself waiting alone under the moonlight, reflecting on her victory. A familiar car honks, and there he is, the man who moved mountains for her, offering to be her humble driver for the night. Her heart fluttered as she climbed in, the proximity of his handsome face sending a jolt through her soul. Back at the restaurant, director Gao held the charm tightly, his mind finally made up. Jiamin wasn't just a supporting actress anymore. She had the spark of a true lead, and he was ready to give her the world. The air in the dressing room was thick with the suffocating pressure of jealousy as the actresses whispered behind their fans about Mani's supposed status. They sneered at the idea of her being a true VVVIP, dismissively labeling her as nothing more than a lucky girl who had happened to help a restaurant owner in a moment of crisis. While Shan wore a mask of saintly kindness, her eyes remained cold, silently encouraging her lackeys to sharpen their claws for a dramatic takedown of the rising star. A sudden crisis struck the set when the prop-steamed bread for Mani's next scene vanished into thin air, leaving the crew in a frantic panic. Desperate to keep the schedule, the staff pleaded with the other actresses to borrow their snacks, and with a deceptively sweet smile, they offered her own stuffed buns, hiding the venom they had prepared for her. Mani, unaware of the serpent's trap, ate the bun with professional grace as the cameras rolled, finishing the scene with such perfection that the director was absolutely delighted. As the crew erupted in praise, Mani felt a fleeting sense of warmth, naively believing that Shan was finally acting as a supportive sister in this cutthroat industry. She recalled Yinran's protective warning about keeping their connection a secret to shield her from the vultures, but even the shadow of a godlike CEO couldn't protect her from the poison already working inside her. The pride in her heart was quickly replaced by a cold, prickling sweat as her stomach began to churn with a murderous intensity. She barely managed to maintain her composure before bolting toward the sanctuary of the restrooms, her dignity hanging by a single, fragile thread as her body betrayed her. Outside, the vultures had already gathered in the form of reporters, and Shan was more than happy to feed them a narrative that would set the stage for Mani's ultimate public humiliation. The reporters clamored for the show's breakout star, just as the sound of a flushing toilet echoed like a death knell for Mani's reputation. Emerging from the stall pale and trembling, Mani clutched her stomach, praying for a moment of peace that she knew would never come. Her rivals descended upon her like harpies, dragging her toward the cameras under the guise of being helpful colleagues, while secretly relishing her agony. The pressure in her gut was suffocating, a silent rumble that threatened to shatter her carefully crafted image in front of the entire world. The mean girls smirked, their eyes dancing with the cruel anticipation of seeing Mani lose control of herself on live television. Mani realized the depth of their depravity in an instant. They had laced the buns with laxatives, turning her own body into a weapon of mockery. Surrounded by flashing lights and hungry journalists, she felt like a cornered animal being toyed with before the final kill. They mocked her, whispering that she should seize this opportunity to show off her acting, knowing she was one moment away from a total disaster. But Mani was no ordinary prey. She took the agonizing cramps and the sweat pouring down her face and channeled them into a performance that left everyone breathless. With a gaze that could freeze fire, she snarled for them to get out of her way, her voice dripping with the regal disdain of a concubine who had been pushed too far. The reporters gasped, mesmerized by the raw, visceral pain in her expression, entirely unaware that her tears were born from a very literal internal battle. She delivered her lines with a heartbreaking intensity, portraying a woman who no longer cared for the vast palace because only one man truly saw her, before shoving past Shan in a desperate bid for freedom. The moment the scene ended, she sprinted back to the restrooms, leaving the crowd in awe of her supposed dedication to the craft. When she finally emerged drained and hollow, the harpies were still waiting to peck at her remains, mocking her acting and calling her a low-class wench. Mani finally snapped her voice like a whip as she called them out for the wretched morons they were, refusing to be their doormat for another second. The confrontation turned violent when Shan, under the pretense of stopping the fight, landed a stinging slap across Mani's face that echoed through the hall. The impact left a burning mark on her cold, hard resolve in her soul as she looked at the woman she once thought was her friend. She vowed then and there that she would have her revenge, and it would be a dish served with lethal precision. Back in the dressing room, she stared at the swelling bruise in the mirror, wondering how she could possibly face the world when a sudden commotion broke out. The air in the building shifted, a heavy, commanding aura making the other girls squeal in girlish delight as they realized who had just arrived. The tyrant of the business world, the statuesque and intimidating CEO Yinran, had appeared on set, and his piercing, godlike gaze was searching for only one person in the room. Footsteps echoed on the pavement as the assistant arrived, bearing a box of props and an air of professional duty. He explained that the powerful Mr. Liu was far too busy to attend, sending him as a proxy to oversee the day's filming. On the set of the grand historical drama The King Harem, the tension was already thick enough to cut with a blade. Shanshan, playing a virtuous maiden, wept about her pure love for the emperor, but the script called for a harsh dose of reality. Miped in the elegant silks of a high-ranking consort, delivered a sharp slap that sent her rival's head spinning. But the director's voice boomed through the air, halting the scene in dissatisfaction. The slap was too staged, too hollow. The investor's representative adjusted his glasses, his cold gaze scanning the set as he critiqued the lack of professionalism. If they wanted a masterpiece, they needed authenticity. The order was given. The next take would feature a real slap. Shanshan's heart nearly stopped as she processed the director's demand, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and indignation. Behind her mask of shock, Shanshan's mind raced with venomous thoughts, promising to make Mani's living hell if she dared to use this as an excuse for revenge. The clapperboard snapped, and the air grew still as Mani prepared to strike. Her first attempt was a mere graze, a soft touch that wouldn't even startle a kitten, and the director exploded in fury. He demanded she strike with conviction, not just fan her opponent's face. The investor stood by, his presence like a suffocating pressure that forced the director to be even more ruthless. Manny took a deep breath, her sparkling eyes narrowing as she realized that the high standards being demanded were actually an opportunity in disguise. If it was a job she had to do, she would do it with terrifying perfection. With a sudden burst of energy, she leaned in, her voice dripping with the calculated coldness of a scorned woman as she lectured the girl on the fleeting nature of imperial favor. Then the strike landed. One after another, the slaps rang out across the courtyard, each one a stinging reminder of Mani's hidden strength. Shanshan to the floor, her face burning and her pride shattered as the director finally called it a perfect take. As the crew rushed to help the fallen star, Mani stood tall, her own throbbing with a dull ache. Yet, as she looked down at her reddened palm, a small, triumphant smile played on her lips. Retribution felt absolutely wonderful. But the victory was short-lived. In the privacy of her dressing room, Shanshan clutched a bag of ice to her swollen cheek, her eyes burning with a murderous aura as she swore to destroy Mani. Meanwhile, Mani's talent had caught the eye of a new director, who approached her with a script for a leading lady role, praising her untapped potential. She could hardly believe it. Was her dream, being a star, finally within reach? Her joy was shattered by a frantic phone call from her agent. A maliciously edited video of the slapping incident had gone viral, painting Mani as a violent bully. The internet was a digital lynch mob, with strangers calling her a lunatic and demanding she be exiled from the industry. Shanshan had played her part perfectly, posting a tearful photo with a cat to weaponize the public's sympathy and frame herself as the innocent victim. Mani's heart sank as her agent pressured her to apologize for a crime she didn't commit, threatening her very career if she didn't bow down. Outside the studio, the situation turned from digital hate to physical danger as a mob of angry fans gathered, brandishing signs that labeled her a talentless coward. They screamed for her head, their voices a cacophony of misplaced justice that echoed through the halls. Suddenly, the crowd parted as a statuesque figure approached. The handsome and intimidating Mr. Liu had arrived to take charge. He ignored the protesters, his gaze fixed solely on Mani as he stepped into the lounge to find her. Seeing her distress, his expression softened ever so slightly, and he told her not to be afraid of the vultures outside because he was there. Mani looked up at him, her eyes shimmering like gems with a mixture of relief and lingering fear. As they attempted to leave, the mob's fury reached a breaking point, and they began hurling insults and projectiles. An egg streaked through the air, destined for Mani, but Mr. Liu moved with godlike grace, shielding her with his own body as the shell shattered against his back. Mani's fear instantly transformed into a protective rage. She couldn't stand by while someone she cared for was hurt because of her. She confronted the crowd, her voice ringing with authority as she told them they had gone far too much. When they mocked her acting, Mani felt a cold fire ignite in her soul. She would prove them wrong right here, right now. She challenged them to watch and record, promising to show them the true depth of her craft through a live performance. The onlookers raised their phones, skeptical but curious as Mani prepared to transform her identity. The director called for action, and in a heartbeat, the modern girl vanished. In her place stood a tragic consort, her eyes overflowing with a love so desperate it was suffocating. She spoke of a plan to flee the city, her voice trembling with the weight of a forbidden romance. When the actor playing her lover knelt before her, begging her to return to the Emperor's side for her own safety, Mani's performance reached a heartbreaking crescendo. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she pleaded with him, her fingers clutching her robes in a show of raw vulnerability. In a final, daring move to prove the intensity of her character's devotion, she let her silk sleeve slide down her shoulder, her gaze fixed on him with a look that asked if he truly didn't want her. The silence that followed was deafening, the mob completely captivated by the raw, emotional power of a woman they had just been ready to tear apart. The air was thick with the suffocating pressure of 1,000 judging eyes, a buzzing swarm of whispers that threatened to drown out the very world. Amidst the chaos, the director watched with a calculating gaze, noting how the Emperor's supposed generosity felt more like a death sentence in this pit of vipers. On screen, Mani poured her soul into the role, her eyes welling with crystalline tears as she clutched the fabric of her lover's robe. She begged him to stay, her voice trembling with the desperation of a woman losing her entire world of a general. She promised to wait for him in another life, a devoted wife even if she could not be one in this one. As he knelt before her, the tragedy of their separation felt almost too real to bear. But the moment the director called for a cut, the spell was shattered by the venomous jeers of her peers. They labeled her a talentless hack, a mere supporting actress who didn't deserve to breathe the same air as the lead. Their mockery was a sharp blade, cutting through her fragile confidence. Even as the crowd's demands for an apology reached a fever pitch, Mani stood frozen, the weight of their hatred pressing down on her like a physical blow. Was she really so pathetic, a lousy actress destined to be discarded by the industry she loved? She felt like a loser, a shadow of the person she wanted to be, as the word apologize echoed in her mind like a curse. The shadows of the studio felt like a cold palace, isolating her from the world as she retreated backstage to hide her shame, her heart heavy with the sting of 1,000 negative comments. She looked like a broken doll in the corner of the room. Her phone rang with the force of a summons to execution, and she knew she had to face the music at the company headquarters. The building loomed over her, a glass and steel fortress where her dreams had gone to die. Inside, the pool of tranquility was a stark contrast to the storm brewing in the CEO's office. A hand slammed onto the desk with a violence that made her heart skip a beat, the sound echoing in the tense silence. The manager's face was a mask of fury as she demanded to know how Mani could be so reckless. A tablet was thrust toward her, revealing a grainy, scandalous photo that painted her as a wretched woman who sold her soul for a role. The accusations of sexual favors were a lie, a fabricated nightmare designed to ruin her career before it truly began. Mani tested her innocence, her voice cracking as she realized the company was already preparing to bury her. They didn't care about the truth or the fact that Shanshan had incited the fans. They only cared about their bottom line. The manager's finger pointed at Happen, reminding her that she wasn't the only one under pressure in this cutthroat business. Wandering through the desolate alleys of the city, Mani felt utterly alone, a fallen star with nowhere to turn. She wondered who could possibly help her when even the company had turned its back on her. She checked her phone one last time, a glimmer of a plan forming in her tear-filled eyes. She found herself standing in a place of luxury, a world away from the dirt of the streets. There was only one person left, a man whose heart was forged from ice and ambition, her fiancé, Ruinran. She poured out her heart, explaining the injustice she had suffered, hoping for a spark of warmth in his cold gaze. She proposed a deal, suggesting that he invest in her career to get a foothold in the entertainment world. After all, they were engaged, a bond that should have meant something more than just business. But Lu Yanan's smirk was void of any affection, his handsome face like a statue of a cruel god. His refusal was as sharp and cold as a guillotine's blade, cutting through her last shred of hope. To him, she was a commodity with no commercial value, a broken toy not worth the name of the Lu Group. He stood by the window, his back to her as he dismissed her years of hard work as a failure. Fury erupted in Mani's chest, a burning fire that finally scorched away her desperation as she stood her ground. She called out his name, her voice ringing with a strength she didn't know she possessed. Lu Yinran turned slightly, his gaze piercing as he told her she needed to prove her value if she wanted his help. As he walked away, his expression remained unreadable, his heart a fortress she couldn't yet breach. He knew she was naive and vulnerable, but he also knew that to survive this colosseum she had to grow her own fangs. The showbiz world was a place of ferocious beasts, and he wouldn't help her if she couldn't fight her own battles. Mani felt the metaphorical chains of her enemies tightening, a monstrous pressure ready to devour her whole. The path ahead was paved with thorns, and she was surrounded by those who wanted to see her crushed. Standing alone in the courtyard, she asked the empty air for a sign for anyone who would stand by her. She remembered the sneers and the cold words of her fiancé, realizing that she was truly on her own. But she refused to give up, her eyes flashing with a new, dangerous resolve. She collapsed for a moment, the weight of it all momentarily too much to bear as the rain began to fall. In the silence of her despair, realization dawned. She didn't need a savior because she had herself. She didn't just walk back into his office, she stormed in like a queen reclaiming her throne. She burst through the doors, her presence so commanding that even the assistant gasped in surprise. She marched across the room, her footsteps echoing with the sound of a woman who had found her purpose. With a sharp smack, she threw a leather-bound script onto the desk, challenging the man who had doubted her. It was a new project by the legendary Mr. Gao, a masterpiece that could change everything. She declared her intention to be the lead, her eyes burning with an unshakable confidence. Even the assistant had to admit the script was flawless, a guaranteed ticket to the top. Manny leaned over the desk, her gaze locked onto Liu Yanran's as she promised to win the Orchid Award. He looked at her with a new sense of curiosity, noting that this wasn't enough to sway him yet. A dangerous smirk played on his lips as he demanded a nomination as a guarantee, or she would pay dearly for her audacity. She agreed with second thought, her chibi-like determination making her look both adorable and formidable. He reminded her that she was still bound to Star Media, wondering how she would handle the vultures waiting for her there. He watched her leave, his hands clasped, a faint smile touching his lips as he realized he had been right about her. Manin knew the consequence could be dire, but she was willing to risk everything to escape her desperate situation. She wasn't scared of the fall, only of never getting back up. Liu Yanran watched her go, thinking to himself that his little fiancé was finally growing the fangs she needed. The internet was already a cesspool of malice, with headlines screaming of her supposed betrayal and sexual favors. Malicious comments flooded the screen, calling her a talentless woman who used her body to get ahead. Star Media officially threw her to the vultures, issuing a statement that condemned her very existence. Shanshan laughed as she watched Mani's world crumble, convinced that her rival's career was over. She even called to mock her, telling Manny she had overestimated herself in this cruel game. When the company demanded she sign a disclaimer to take all the blame, they expected a fight. Manny sat across from her manager, the document between them like a death warrant. But she didn't cry. Instead, she mocked company's leniency with a cold, piercing gaze. Without a moment of hesitation, she signed her name, cutting the ties that had bound her to that wretched place. Her manager, Mei, was stunned by her lack of resistance, unable to see the trap Manny was setting. Manny put on a fake, tearful act, thanking Mei for her kindness while secretly planning her revenge. She looked like a fragile flower, but inside she was a storm ready to break. Mei was easily fooled, her own arrogance blinding her to the change in Mani's eyes. With one final tap on her phone, Manny sent her message to the world. She was moving on to a new beginning. Standing under the vast open sky, she threw her arms wide and cheered. The sun warmed her skin as she finally breathed the sweet, intoxicating air of freedom. The digital world erupted as a formal statement flickered across screens, with Lin Weide trying to wash his hands of scandal by claiming his innocence regarding Jian Manny. Yet the court of public opinion was far from satisfied, their suspicious gazes shifting toward the rising star Shen Shanshan, whose name was now being dragged into the murky depths of the controversy. Shanshan, however, remained draped in a cloak of arrogance, convinced that her legion of devoted fans would act as her shield against any storm. But her confidence shattered like glass when a mysterious account titled "Sue Me If I Lie" released a damning video from her past, showing the supposed sweetheart ruthlessly bullying a classmate in high school. The internet was a battlefield of vitriol and defense as more secrets emerged, from her hidden smoking habits to her rebellious, unpolished days before she donned the mask of an idol. Backstage, the atmosphere was suffocating as Shanshan's fury reached a boiling point, her face contorting in a mask of rage while she demanded the immediate silencing of her accuser. Her manager tried to inject a sliver of logic into the chaos, warning that banning the account would only scream of their guilt to the world. Despite the warning, the account was wiped from existence, yet the damage was already spiraling out of control as another trending topic surfaced, footage from the set of the King Harem showing Shanshan delivering a brutal, unscripted slap to Manny. Manny watched the screen with a bittersweet age, the evidence of her suffering finally coming to light. Across from her sat the statuesque and intimidating Mr. Liu, who revealed that a former hater had been so moved by Manny's raw acting talent that she had switched sides, becoming Manny's very first true fan. A wave of pure, sparkling joy washed over Manny as she realized her years of silent struggle were finally being recognized, her eyes shining with a light that even the most expensive gems couldn't mimic. As her phone buzzed with a desperate call from her former tormentors, Yinran watched her with a doting, almost predatory possessiveness, advising her that such wretched people were far below her station. Manny smirked, explaining how she had used the very schemes she learned in palace dramas to corner her old agency and secure her future with the Liu Group. Yinran's lips curled into a rare, handsome smile, impressed by her sharp wit and hidden claws. The air between them grew thick with a sudden, heart-pounding tension when he insisted she drop the formalities and call him by his name, a reminder of the engagement that bound them together. Manny's heart did a frantic dance in her chest as she struggled to voice his name, her face turning a delicious shade of crimson as she realized just how much power this man held over her senses. When she finally whispered his name, the satisfaction in his gaze was enough to make her want to melt into the floor from sheer embarrassment. To him, she was an intoxicating mix of cleverness and innocence, a treasure he was beginning to enjoy far too much. But duty called, and Manny steeled herself to answer Ms. V's call, her voice turning cold and professional as she listened to the woman's pathetic attempts to bridge the gap with a fake apology dinner. Manny saw right through the thin veil of their misunderstanding, knowing they were only crawling back because they were terrified. Shanshan and her team were huddled together, plotting their next move while pretending to be the bigger people. Unaware that Annie was no longer the pushover they once knew, Yinrun, ever the protective shadow, decided he wouldn't let her face wolves alone, preparing to accompany her in the guise of a humble assistant. Even as they discussed serious business matters, his gaze never left her, a silent promise of protection. Little did they know, a pair of prying eyes was watching them from the shadows, recording their every move. The day of the confrontation arrived at a lavish, traditional restaurant where Shanshan and her team waited with thinning patience, their arrogance still on full display despite their precarious situation. Shanshan hid behind dark glasses, her expression sour as she lamented having to wait for someone she considered trash. But the room went silent when Manny swept in, looking like a goddess of vengeance in a sleek black dress that commanded the attention of everyone present. She apologized for her tardiness with a graceful smile that didn't reach her eyes, her presence filling the room with a suffocating pressure. Beside her stood Yinrun, disguised behind glasses, yet still radiating a godlike aura that made Shanshan pause in confusion, feeling a strange sense of familiarity from the temporary assistant. The air grew cold as Mei tried to weaponize their history, painting Star Media as a savior to an ungrateful girl. Manny finally snapped, her voice like a whip as she recounted 8 years of being treated like an alien in her own company, denied training, denied a manager, and toss-eyed like garbage the moment a new star rose. She wasn't there for a sentimental reunion. She was there for blood. The tension was palpable as Manny threatened to walk out, refusing to breathe the same air as people who still tried to look down on her. Panicked, Shanshan's team tried to reel her back in, realizing that Manny held all the cards. Mei finally cut the act, desperately asking what Manny wanted to stop the devastating leaks. With a chillingly calm demeanor, Manny claimed she had no hand in the attacks. She simply didn't have many enemies because she wasn't a wretched person. Then, she laid out her demands. She wanted Shanshan's most prestigious jobs, from magazine covers to high-end brand ambassadorships. Shanshan erupted in a fit of pique, accusing Manny of theft, but the cold reality was that her reputation was on the line. Realizing the danger of more dark history being exposed, Mei was forced to swallow her pride and agree to Manny's terms. Manny rose to leave, her victory absolute, but she delivered one final crushing blow. She had recorded the entire negotiation as insurance against their future treachery. With a playful, triumphant wink, she left them stewing in their own defeat, a villainess who had finally reclaimed her throne. Yet, as Manny celebrated, Mei's eyes narrowed with a lingering malice, already plotting to use Manny's own ambition against her in a final, desperate gamble. Sabotage. The sky was clear, but the atmosphere inside the luxurious villa was anything but peaceful. Shanshan sat on the sofa, her expression clouded with resentment as she recounted the wretched conflict that had forced her into a temporary hiatus. It was all because of some unknown actress with a powerful backer who had unleashed a wave of online harassment against her. When the name Jian Manny was finally uttered, a heavy silence filled the room, leaving Shanshan's cousin frozen with a look of pure disbelief. Could it really be her? Or was it just a cruel coincidence of sharing the same name? Meanwhile, the woman in question was basking in the glow of her rising stardom, proudly displaying her very first magazine cover to her adoring colleagues. Amidst the applause, the handsome Zhang Yi appeared with a bouquet of stunning pink roses, his gaze lingering on her with unmistakable warmth. He leaned in close, his voice a seductive whisper as he invited her to join his company, yet she gently declined, her heart already set on another path. Suddenly, a stylish woman with long, flowing hair interrupted their moment, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint as she asked Manny if she remembered her. It was Shen Danking, a face from the past that Manny hadn't seen in years. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Danking pullily dragged her away to a class reunion, leaving a bewildered Zhang Yi standing there with his flowers. Manny tried to protest, shouting that she wasn't his girlfriend as she was whisked away in the night. The city lights blurred past as they arrived at the elegant venue, where the air was thick with the scent of nostalgia and expensive perfume. Danking was immediately swarmed by old friends, her popularity as radiant as ever. Manny found herself reunited with her own best friend, who clung to her with tearful joy, grateful for her presence. Looking at Danking, Manny couldn't help but feel a pang of the old insecurity that had haunted her in high school. Back then, Danking was the goddess of the campus, a straight-A student whom everyone adored, while Manny was just an ordinary girl from a mediocre background. It had always felt like they belonged to two different worlds, making their friendship feel almost surreal. But then, a shocking revelation shattered her composure apparently. The school's heartthrob, Luyanran had a secret crush on her all along. Manny's heart raced as memories of him flooded her mind, his handsome face and gentle smile haunting her thoughts. She remembered that sunny day on the school field, when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. During a competitive game, she had been a bundle of nerves until he suddenly reached out to her. With a gaze that could melt stone, he had asked her to hold his hand, sending a jolt of electricity through her entire being. He didn't wait for an answer, pulling her into the chain of students with a firm yet tender grip. In that moment, surrounded the envious glares of every girl in school, Mani felt like the luckiest person alive. She had been too embarrassed to even look at him, her face flushing a deep crimson as she cherished the warmth of his palm against hers. Back in the present, Manny was pulled from her reverie by Danking's voice as they sat in the back of a luxury car. Danking looked out at the passing city lights, her expression soft and wistful as she spoke of the pleasant memories they shared. Then, with a playful wink and a secret smile, she dropped a bombshell that felt like a dagger to Mani's heart. Luyanran, the boy Mani had secretly adored, was actually Danking's fiancé. The world seemed to go silent as the news sank in, Mani's eyes widening in silent agony. She managed to offer a polite goodbye as she stepped out of the car, her movements mechanical and her heart heavy with a suffocating pressure. Once alone, the mask finally began to crumble, her eyes reflecting the cold, lonely night. Under the spray of the shower, she let the water wash away her tears, desperately trying to convince herself that her feelings were nothing more than a fleeting dream. She stared out at the city skyline, her silhouette a portrait of quiet desperation as she resolved to bury her love for the sake of her friend. Lu Yinhan belonged to Danking now, and that was a reality she had to accept, no matter how much it hurt. By the next morning, she forced a smile back onto her face, determined to focus on her career and leave the past behind. Her hard work paid off as she finished her latest project, greeted by a sea of celebratory flowers and the cheers of her crew. Zhang Yai was there once again, his presence a constant source of support amidst the chaos of the industry. He had been working nearby and couldn't resist checking in on her, much to the delight of the gossiping staff. Manny laughed off their teasing, insisting that she and Danking were simply close friends who had enjoyed a nostalgic night out. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, his protective instincts flaring as he warned her about the dangers of the elite world. He cautioned her that men from wealthy families often viewed relationships as mere games, their hearts guarded by political and financial interests. If they claimed to be in love, it was usually just a lie to satisfy their own whims. But as Mani looked at him, her thoughts drifted back to Lu Ainaran, and she couldn't help but believe he was different. In her heart, she still saw him as a reliable man, someone who would never toy with a girl's emotions if he truly cared for her. The sunlight dappled through the trees as Manny stood with her co-star, his face flushing a deep crimson under her steady, curious gaze. With a shy smile and trembling hands, he offered her a lifeline, a role in a new drama where they could work side-side once more, heart clearly hoping for a chance to be near her again. Manny offered a polite smile, promising to check her schedule before he waved a cheerful goodbye, leaving her alone with her heavy thoughts and a bouquet of lavender blooms that seemed to mock her loneliness. But the flowers felt like a leaden weight in her arms, a silent witness to the turmoil swirling in her heart as she looked away with a melancholic sigh, her eyes reflecting a hidden pain. Seeking a different kind of clarity, she soon found herself standing before the imposing glass and steel of a corporate fortress, a place where business always came before the heart. Inside the suffocatingly professional office of Lu Yanran, the man sat like God upon his throne, barely looking up from the laptop that demanded his absolute attention. He was a statuesque figure of cold efficiency, his sharp eyes cutting through the silence as he inwardly mused with a smirk that Manny must have finally succumbed to his undeniable charm and missed him. Manny didn't come to play games. She slid a contract across the desk with a click, her voice steady as she demanded control over her own studio, and a clear separation of their finances should they ever actually wed, her gaze fixed on her own future security. Yinran leaned back, a flicker of surprise crossing his handsome features at her bold planning for a future she seemed to dread, before shifting the conversation to the cutthroat world of entertainment news. He held up his phone, showing her a face that made her breath hitch in her throat. Yinlanghua, the woman whose very name sparked a chill of recognition. Once the nation's innocent darling with a star-pinned smile, long reputation had been dragged through the mud of scandal and a failed marriage to a producer. Now, she was returning not as a girl, but as a dangerous temptress ready to reclaim her throne, dismantle anyone in her path. Yinran's fingers traced the air as he outlined the threefold threat. She was a distraction for the masses and a predator coming for Mani's precious resources. As Mani listened, her eyes wide with apprehension and a sense of impending doom, a shadow loomed over her vision. Suddenly, the cold CEO leaned forward and flicked her forehead with a playful arrogance, warning her that this woman would be her greatest rival for the Best Actress award and that she needed to try much harder to survive. The sting on her skin was nothing compared to the sudden flutter in her chest as she looked at him with sparkling, teary eyes, daring to ask if he was actually into her or if this was all just business. The silence that followed was deafening, the air thick with tension as Manny waited for a confession that never came, her heart pounding against her ribs. Instead, Yinran's gaze remained icy and detached as he reminded her that she would be his wife regardless of his feelings, a statement that felt like a cold blade to her soul. Trembling with a mixture of hurt and pride, Manny turned to leave, her voice hollow as she told him to simply send the paperwork through her assistant when it was ready. Yinran watched her retreat, his burrowing in genuine confusion at her sudden, frosty departure, unaware that his words had shattered the fragile hope she had been hiding. Walking away through the shadows of the courtyard, Manny let a single tear fall. Deciding his heart was a fortress she couldn't breach, she would eventually have to set him free from their hollow engagement. To distract herself from the Aishi, she immersed herself in a small webisode project, greeted by a director who was practically vibrating with chibi-like excitement her presence. She threw herself into the work, finding solace in the simple joy of acting while her co-star watched her with an admiration that was far less complicated than Yinran's suffocating pressure. They pored over the script together, a lighthearted tale of nonsensical humor and unrequited crushes, a world away from the cold reality of her life with a tyrant. Meanwhile, at the opulent Liu estate, a sleek black car pulled up under the blazing sun as Yinran arrived to fulfill his duties to the family patriarch. Inside, his grandfather sat with a young woman named Danking, her silver hair shimmering as she looked up with a start, the air crackling with the weight of an arranged match. The old man didn't mince words, scolding Yinran for his long absence and accusing him of forgetting his own flesh and blood. Yinran bowed his head in a show of respect, though his heart remained cold, while Danking played the part of the doting, perfect match, praising his soft heart while the grandfather pushed for a wedding date. But Yinran was a man who took what he wanted. He stood tall and declared he would find his own wife, his voice cutting through the matchmaking like a guillotine. Danking's face paled, her eyes wide with shock and humiliation at his blatant rejection in front of the family. The atmosphere turned frigid as the grandfather, sensing the defiance, abruptly decided to retreat to his room, leaving the younger generation to deal with the wreckage. Even the loyal butler worried if Yinran's sharp tongue would sever the ties between their powerful families, but the old man seemed more resigned than angry. Left alone, Danking to bridge the gap, her voice sweet as she offered to help him, claiming that their families had been joined for so long they were already one. Yinran's patience snapped as he looked at her with a murderous aura, asking if she truly believed his family was so pathetic they couldn't survive without her influence. With a final crushing blow, he suggested she set her sights on his brother instead, for he would never meddle in her life, nor would he ever be her husband. Without a second glance at the trembling, dejected girl, he turned his back on the family home, his long strides carrying him away from the suffocating expectations of his bloodline. The moon hung high over the city, casting a deceptive peace over the luxury apartment complex. Inside, Mani lay staring at the ceiling, her mind a whirlwind of business risks and the bitter news of her love interest marrying another woman. Just as she resolved to bury her heartbreak in her work, a chilling creak echoed through the silence. Her blood ran cold as she realized she wasn't alone, her heart pounding against her ribs at the thought of an intruder. Two shadows slipped into her sanctuary, their whispers dripping with malice as they hunted for her bedroom, completely unaware that she was listening. Panic surged through her veins like ice water when she realized they weren't after her jewelry, her very person. Trembling, she pressed her hand against her mouth to stifle a sob as the bedroom door swung open. The thugs stepped into the moonlight, their faces twisted with sinister intent that made her skin crawl with fear. Finding the bed empty, they didn't leave. Instead, they began to hunt her like prey, planning to corner her from both sides of the room. Tucked away in the suffocating darkness of her closet, Manny gripped her phone, her knuckles white as she wondered who could possibly help her in this moment of life or death. Outside, a sudden realization dawned on her pursuers as they felt the mattress. The bed was still warm. The sheets were tossed aside in a frenzy, exposing her hiding spot to their predatory gaze. There weren't many places left to hide in this small room, and they knew it. With a violent yank, the closet door was torn open, and a rough hand snatched her from the shadows. She screamed in terror, offering them every cent she had just to be left alone. But their goal was far more wretched than simple robbery. They weren't here for money. They had been paid well to strip her of her dignity and take the kind of photos that would ruin her reputation forever. As the lead thug loomed over her with a sickening, predatory smile, Manny felt the walls closing in, her cries for help echoing uselessly against the cold walls of her bedroom. Suddenly, a thunderous crack shattered the terror. A statuesque figure emerged from the doorway, his eyes burning with a murderous aura as he swung a heavy bat, sending the first attacker reeling in pain. It was him. He stood there like a vengeful god, his expression void of mercy as he demanded to know who had dared to send these rats into her home. Overwhelmed by cowardice and the suffocating pressure of his presence, the thug scrambled to flee. Manny collapsed, her strength failing as she clung to his arm with trembling fingers, terrified that the nightmare would return the moment he walked away. Her eyes, sparkling with unshed tears, pleaded for him not to leave her alone. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable but his actions surprisingly gentle as he sensed her deep distress. Without a word, he pulled the covers around her trembling frame, shielding her from the world as if she were a fragile treasure. He warned her that she would catch a cold if she didn't cover up, his voice a low rumble that finally began to soothe her frayed nerves. Once the authorities arrived and the immediate danger passed, his tone turned sharp and commanding. He didn't ask, he ordered her to pack her things and move into his place immediately for her own safety. When she hesitated mentioning a hotel, his jealousy flared like a hidden ember. He shoved a phone in her face, showing a photo of her on a date with another man, his voice dripping with a cold possessiveness. Manny felt herself turning into a flurried, blushing mess as she desperately explained it was only for a drama role. Despite inner turmoil, a small part of her heart fluttered when he reached out to pat her head, his touch both a comfort and a claim. Even as she packed her bags under his strict 10-minute deadline, she couldn't stop her heart from racing. She wondered why she had felt the need to explain herself to him, realizing with a start that she was falling in love even though she feared he might discard her in the end. The next day brought a new chapter under the bright sun as a camper van sped toward her future. Her new manager, Bonnie, was a vision of blonde elegance and sharp ambition, promising to make her the next queen of the industry. But even in the midst of career talk and professional advice, the drama of her personal life followed her. Bonnie was already working his magic on the film crew with snacks and charm, all while dropping a bombshell about the public shipping her with her handsome co-star. Manny could only gasp in shock as the reality of her new life set in things were becoming more of an emotional roller coaster than any script she had ever read. Under the shimmering sun by the poolside, the air was thick with the scent of ambition and cold calculations as the shipping thing was laid out on the table like a sacrificial offering. Bonnie, with his statuesque features and a gaze that saw people only as resources, didn't even blink when he suggested Manny wasn't good enough for the current plan. The project was a mere level C, a bottom-tier endeavor that lacked the sparkling allure of a blockbuster. But Bonnie was a master of the game, shamelessly promising to manipulate investors into pouring gold into the production, provided they manufactured a scandalous romance between Manny and the handsome Yi. Yi, ever the professional, accepted the terms with a chillingly calm demeanor, leaving Manny to tremble in the wake of their decisive ruthlessness. She was a mere pawn in their grand design, her heart racing as the sheer weight of their expectations threatened to crush her. Bonnie's clap echoed like a death knell, signaling the start of a grueling schedule that left the entire crew gasping for air. Nearby, the atmosphere was even more wretched, as a director's murderous aura centered on a poor idol who couldn't shed a single tear for the camera. The girl was a vision of innocence, but in this cold palace of show business, beauty without skill was a death sentence. Bonnie watched the spectacle with a pitying smirk, noting that it was a shame for such a pretty face to go to waste. With a flick of his wrist, he ordered Manny to weaponize her own talents and teach the girl how to evoke the piteous emotions the director craved. Manny felt puppet being pulled by invisible strings, forced to approach the sobbing girl who looked like a broken doll. "Help me cry," the idol pleaded, her eyes wide with a desperation that mirrored Manny's own internal struggle. Sitting on a weathered bench, Manny gently explained that true sorrow didn't always need loud wails. Sometimes a single welling tear was more suffocating than a scream. She showed her how to let the moisture gather, making her eyes sparkle like gems about to overflow. The idol watched in awe, her own breath catching at the delicate, piteous sight Manny created. But shedding tears wasn't easy when your heart felt like lead, and the girl lamented her own uselessness under the manager's harsh words. Manny's heart ached for her, remembering her own trials as she warned the girl not to rub her precious eyes. To truly cry, one had to reach into the darkest corners of their soul and pull out their most painful memories. For Manny, that shadow had a name. Yinran, her fiancé, the source of her most profound longing and despair. She told the girl to look toward the light, to find something shiny that would sting the eyes just enough to let the dam break. As the tears finally tracked down Manny's cheeks, the idol realized the sheer power of an actress's soul. But the moment of connection was severed by Bonnie's cold voice, summoning Manny back to the altar of work. She offered a final, encouraging wave, a small beacon of kindness in a world that thrived on competition. The idol's success was bittersweet. She could finally cry, but the cost was high. The management agency had upgraded the project to level A, but at the price of 40% of her scenes to give to Manny. Manny's world cold as the reality of Bonnie's doting yet destructive intervention set in. Bonnie stood tall, his expression void of warmth as he laid down the law. Manny was never to interrupt his business again. He was the top manager, a tyrant of the industry, and her opinions were merely optional in the face of his grand strategy. He demanded respect for his cold, calculated job, leaving Manny to swallow her guilt in silence. Soon, she was forced into the spotlight, sharing an affectionate, manufactured moment with Yi for the cameras. They looked into each other's eyes, a picture-perfect couple drinking from a heart-shaped straw. But inside, Manny felt like she was drowning in a lie. As the shoot wrapped, the exhaustion finally began to show in the slump of her shoulders. She confessed to Yai that this shipping felt like a wretched deception, a wound waiting to happen. If there was no love, someone would eventually be shattered. Yai's gaze softened, his voice a low hum as he admitted he simply enjoyed being near her. He was an old friend, but the way he looked at her held a dangerous spark that Manny chose to ignore as she hurried away. In the shadows of the parking garage, the silence was heavy. Yai offered her a ride, mocking her showy manager who was trapped in traffic. But the air suddenly changed, growing thick with a familiar, suffocating pressure as a sleek black car pulled into view. The window rolled down to reveal Yinran, his godlike features hardened into a mask of icy jealousy. "Get in the car," he commanded, his voice a low growl that brooked no argument. Manny stammered a goodbye to Yi, her heart pounding as she stepped into the lion's den. Inside the car, the silence was a physical weight, the murderous aura from Yinran filling the small space. Why would he come himself, she wondered, her voice trembling as she tried to bridge the frozen gap between them. He was her fiancé, he reminded her sharply, and it was only natural for him to claim what was his. He had arrived just in time to discard the suitor who didn't know his place, his eyes flashing with a possessive fire. Manny tried to defend herself, insisting it was only work, but the words died in her throat as her eyes filled with frustrated tears. She couldn't take the meddling, the mixed signals, the fact that he was already engaged yet still held her so tightly. "You don't even like me," she sobbed, her composure finally shattering as the car screeched to a halt. Yinran's hand gripped the gear shift, his knuckles white as he declared they both need to clear their heads. But the fire in his eyes told a different story. Before she could breathe, he lunged forward, his hand tangling in her hair as he crushed his lips against hers in a kiss born of pure, unadulterated desperation. It was a collision of souls, a moment where the world outside ceased to exist, leaving only of his touch and the salt of her tears. The rabbit-eared angel looked on, a silent witness to the chaotic bloom of their tangled hearts. The air inside the vehicle grew heavy, charged with a sudden, electrifying tension as Yinran leaned in, his lips meeting Manny's in a kiss that was as desperate as it was commanding. Manny's heart hammered against her ribs, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and heat as she pulled away, her breath hitching while she demanded to know the reason for such a sudden display of affection. He looked at her with an intensity that could melt iron, declaring with absolute certainty that she was his fiancée and his alone. But Manny couldn't let her guard down so easily, the name of another woman, danking, stinging like a fresh wound as she pleaded for him to keep his distance. Yinran's gaze didn't waver. He laughed softly, a dangerous yet melodic sound, as he insisted that Jian Manny was the only woman who held that title in his heart. Despite her skepticism, despite the fear that this was all just a game of duty and almoses, she couldn't help the way her body betrayed her as he pulled her into a firm embrace. He whispered that his actions were born from a deep, unshakable love, not a mere sense of obligation, his eyes searching hers for a spark belief. In the quiet sanctuary of the car, he claimed her once more, a second kiss sealing a vow that he would never let her go. Fast forward to the bustling energy of the film set. Manny found herself unable to suppress a giddy smile while staring at her phone, the endless stream of possessive yet doting messages from her McDreamy making her heart flutter. Her moment of private bliss was interrupted by the sharp voice of her manager, who chided her for being lost in her own world, while another actress, Jiayu, struggled nearby. Manny's playful side emerged as she teased him about his concern for the girl, wondering if he had finally fallen in love. However, the mood shifted to professionalism as she reviewed Jiayu's profile, noting the girl's undeniable talent and the wretched agency that was holding her back. When her manager expressed a desire to scout the girl, despite the heavy penalties involved, Manny felt a surge of competitive spirit mixed with pity. She was practically shoved toward the girl, tasked with playing the role of a helpful senior. Manny approached with a warm, genuine offer of acting advice, hoping to bridge the gap. But Jiayu was a wall of ice, rejecting the olive branch with a coldness that left Manny blinking in surprise. The girl's resentment was palpable as she turned her back, declaring that she wouldn't be defeated by someone she perceived as a mere socialite. Behind Manny's back, Jiayu's heart seethed with bitterness, convinced that Manny was nothing more than a talentless girl with a powerful backer who had stolen her hard scenes. She vowed to reclaim her spotlight through sheer acting prowess, her eyes burning with a murderous determination. Manny, however, met hostility with a serene, knowing smile that masked her inner resolve. She wasn't intimidated. Rather, she was looking forward to the challenge of a real performance. With a final, graceful parting word, Manny headed toward the cameras, leaving the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Seeking clarity, Manny sought out Trikai to discuss the script's glaring inconsistencies, her sharp mind catching errors that others had overlooked. The director sheepishly admitted the scenes were rushed, but the real blow came when he revealed that Manny's expanded role had come directly at Jia's expense. A shadow of guilt crossed Manny's face as the weight of the industry's unfairness hit her. Her watched her carefully, wondering if her soft heart would lead her to give back the scenes out of pity. But Mani's eyes hardened with a new fire. She wouldn't let the opportunity go to waste, nor would she allow anyone to outshine her on her own stage. The two rivals stood opposite each other as the director called for silence, the air crackling with an invisible battle of wills. Mani vanished, replaced entirely by her character. You, a woman of such gentle grace and radiant happiness that it felt like a physical warmth. Jiayu tried to fight back, deciding to use volume and aggression to steal the focus, playing character with a loud, childish energy. But the moment Mani looked at her, the entire atmosphere changed. Her eyes held a depth and a sorrow that completely shifted the scene's gravity. Mani's performance was a masterclass in subtlety, her voice soft as she comforted Jiayu's character, making it impossible for the audience to look anywhere else. She urged her co-star to be honest with her feelings, her expression so authentic it blurred the lines between fiction and reality. Jiyu felt herself drowning, unable to find a single opening to reclaim the spotlight against such overwhelming talent. When the director finally called cut, Jiayu's frustration boiled over into a clenched fist, her pride wounded by the undeniable gap in their skills. Instead of gloating, Mani approached the trembling girl, offering a gift, her own personal acting notebook filled with years of hard-won secrets. She spoke with the wisdom of someone who had once been in the same shoes, advising Jiayu to face her weaknesses head-on. Jiayu looked at the book as if it were a holy relic, her eyed with shock as she realized Mani wasn't the villain she had imagined. The girl's voice shook as she asked why Mani would help someone who had been so wretched to her. But Mani only offered a dazzling, pure smile in response. That radiant expression stayed with Jiayu, a reminder of the grace she hoped to one day possess. The tension of the set was finally broken by a cheerful interruption, but the piece was short-lived. A familiar, suffocating pressure suddenly surrounded Mani as a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist from behind. It was Yainran, his expression dark with possessive jealousy that sent shivers down her spine. He reminded her in a low, dangerous tone that she had a date with him, his touch a silent claim that she belonged to him and no one else. Mani could only blush furiously, her heart racing as she was reminded that no matter how much she conquered of acting, she would always be the captive of his heart. The glittering lights of the gala couldn't hide the predatory glint in the eyes of the men surrounding Mani, their gazes lingering far too long on her delicate features. Every step she took felt like navigating a minefield. But she was never truly alone as a possessive, statuesque figure loomed behind her, his touch a silent warning to anyone who dared to breathe her air. The atmosphere was thick with a suffocating pressure as a group of industry vultures descended, their smiles as fake as the promises they whispered. They offered her the World Awards, money, and leading roles, but the price was her dignity, a transaction they expected her to accept with a grateful blush. When Mani's polite refusal pierced through their fragile egos, the air turned frigid. One particularly wretched playboy, Mohao, felt his face heat with a murderous aura, unable to fathom that a mere girl would dare to defy him. He tried to force a glass of wine into her hand, his fingers tightening with a violence that made her skin crawl. Just as the situation threatened to boil over, Bonnie stepped in with a sharp, mocking laugh that cut through the tension like a blade. With a godlike confidence, Bonnie drained the glass himself, looking down at the fuming Ha with nothing but pure, unadulterated disdain. The insult was too much for the spoiled heir to bear. Ha's face contorted into a mask of rage as he lunged forward, his hands reaching out to reclaim his lost pride by force. Mani recoiled, her heart pounding against her ribs as she realized the depth of the man's madness. In a desperate, clumsy move, Ha swung a bottle with all his might, but the sickening sound of glass shattering didn't come from Bonnie. Instead, had stepped into the line of fire, his face pale as a crimson trail began to bloom across his forehead. The room fell into a deathly silence, every guest frozen in shock at the sight of the blood-stained hero. Mani could only stare in horror, her breath hitching as she saw the sacrifice her friend had made just to keep her safe. Despite the throbbing pain, Yi offered a weak, self-sacrificing smile, his only concern being the fear mirrored in Mani's sparkling eyes. The drama reached its peak when Ha's father arrived, his presence radiating an intimidating authority that made the rowdy playboy shrink into himself. The elder Mo didn't offer comfort. Instead, he delivered a stinging blow to his son's cheek, a public humiliation that felt more painful than any physical wound. Hao was forced to his knees, his eyes burning with a dark, vengeful fire as he was made to apologize to the woman he had tried to crush. The scene was a spectacle of fallen pride, with Hao's sister bowing low to beg for forgiveness, her voice trembling with the weight of her brother's sins. Even as they were dragged away, Hao's mind was already spinning a web of malice, vowing that Mani would pay for every ounce of shame he had suffered today. From the shadows, the elegant Chayu watched the entire ordeal with a calculating smirk, finding the chaos far more entertaining than the party itself. She raised her glass in a silent toast to Bonnie's boldness, her eyes gleaming with the knowledge that the real game was only just beginning. Bonnie, ever the peacock, basked in the praise, his lips curling into a smug grin as he celebrated his victory over the local trash. Later, in the quiet sanctuary of their car, the adrenaline began to fade, leaving Mani to grapple with the cold reality of their world. Bonnie's expression turned serious, his voice dropping to a low murmur as he warned her that in this industry, there are no true friends, only players waiting for their turn to use you. Manny looked out the window at the passing city lights, feeling the weight of his words settle in her chest. The safety she felt was fleeting, especially as Hao was currently being berated at home, his father's disappointment fueling his desire for a cruel, decisive revenge. He wouldn't just strike at her. He would destroy her reputation until there was nothing left but ash. His family's attempts to soothe him only added oil to the fire, as they began to plot a scandal that would ruin Mani's career before it could truly begin. They targeted her past, finding a role she had played and twisting it into a narrative of filth and promiscuity. Just as Mani was celebrating a massive new contract for a luxury cosmetics brand, the blow landed. A single phone call turned her world upside down. The representative's voice cold, they canceled the deal due to disturbing rumors circulating online. Bonnie's eyes widened as he checked the trending topics, his knuckles whitening as he saw the coordinated attack against his star. The internet was a swarm of vitriol, with faceless commenters tearing Bonnie apart based on lies and doctored images. She felt like she was drowning, the innocent joy of her success replaced by a suffocating dread. But the Vipers had underestimated the men standing by her side. Her team moved with clinical efficiency, their fingers flying across keyboards as they began to trace the source of the rot. They knew this was a big move, one that required significant resources and an even greater grudge. The dark-haired lead's gaze was sharper than ever, his mind already 3 steps ahead as he prepared to dismantle the Playboy's life piece by piece. He leaned in close to Mani, his voice a steady anchor in the storm as he showed her a tablet screen. There was a glimmer of something unexpected, a hidden piece of evidence or a new ally that caused Mani's eyes to widen in pure, unfiltered shock. The office hummed with the frantic energy of a battlefield as the loyal fans launched a counter-offensive to save their beloved Mani. They worked like a well-oiled machine, their fingers across keyboards to drown out the toxicity and restore her tarnished name. Amidst the chaos, a friend offered a gentle word of comfort, reminding the trembling Mani that she would get through this storm. Success seemed within their grasp as their positive comments rose to the top, but the victory was short-lived when a sudden ban silenced their most vital accounts. A cry of frustration echoed the room as their digital defenses crumbled under a mysterious pressure. Far away from the desperate struggle, a woman with silver hair watched the destruction with a chilling, satisfied smirk. This was Danking, and with a simple of a button, she had systematically erased every voice that dared to speak in Mani's defense. She did it all for her precious Hao, her eyes gleaming with a twisted malice that promised even more suffering. Inside the opulent office of the Lu Corporation, the atmosphere was thick with suffocating pressure as Yanran received the report of the sabotage. A mysterious power was working in the shadows, but Mani entered the room with a calm grace that defied the danger surrounding her. She didn't want the topic removed. She wanted to weaponize the scandal itself. By the next day, the tide had turned completely as major marketing accounts began to sing her praises, shifting the public's gaze from her personal life to her undeniable talent. Even the prestigious Gao Xiao couldn't help but acknowledge her brilliance, sparking a viral sensation that left her enemies reeling. Yinran watched the success unfold on his tablet, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he realized she had passed his test with flying colors. His manager warned that he would pass the buck to Mani if things went south, but Yinran's gaze turned icy. He was prepared to make his enemies unable to even call for help. As the storm subsided, a rare moment of peace settled over them. Manny sat curled on the sofa, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the fans who had stood by her. Yinran, usually so cold and untouchable, leaned in with a playful pout, shamelessly demanding a reward for his protection. With a soft laugh, Manny reached out to cup his statuesque face, pulling him close for a tender kiss on the forehead. He was her McDreamy, the one who made her feel as though she were living in a beautiful, sparkling dream. Everything had been going so well since she met him, and for a moment, the world outside ceased to exist. Yinran claimed he was just an ordinary guy, but the intensity in his eyes told a different story as he leaned in. He promised in a low, husky voice to shield her from every shadow, sealing the vow with a soul-stirring embrace. But while Manny basked in love, the wretched Hao was drowning in the consequences of his own filth. His reputation was in tatters, his crimes exposed to the world, and his father's company was hemorrhaging money as the stock price plummeted. The eldermost fury was a physical force, his voice booming through the office as he called his son a moron. He even struck out in a blind rage against the boy who had brought them to ruin. Driven by desperation, Hao suggested threatening the victims with private photos, but his father had a more dangerous target in mind. The man who had orchestrated their downfall, Lu Yinran. Yinran, however, was already 3 steps ahead. He met Danking in a quiet cafe, his presence radiating a cold, murderous aura. He was done playing games. It was time to end the show. As he calmly sipped his coffee, he revealed the recording that would seal her fate, exposing her role in the apartment break-in and the online smear campaign. The mask of the elegant lady shattered, revealing the ugly obsession beneath. Danking snapped, admitting she had only feigned friendship to manipulate the girl she considered a moron. But Yinran's response was a killing blow. Manny was his fiancée, and he would crush anyone who dared to touch her. Left alone in the wake of his departure, Dankings collapsed into tears of bitter regret. She had been in love with him since she was a little girl, but her childhood dreams had been transformed into a weapon that finally pierced her own heart. Life for Mani, however, only grew more brilliant. Under the bright lights of a professional set, she transformed into a goddess of fashion, her every gaze capturing the essence of a high-end brand. She was no longer just a struggling actress. She was a powerhouse, a financial goldmine that made even the most seasoned executives bow in respect. When the shoot ended, a sleek car whisked her away to a traditional estate where a final confrontation awaited. Inside, Yinran sat like a god on his throne, the Mo family groveling before him. He didn't even grant them the dignity of his attention, forcing them to wait while his assistant poured tea. The elder Mo felt humiliated, but Yinran simply invited him to watch a Peking opera that mirrored their own pathetic crimes. The story was about a bully who eyed a concubine and was punished by the emperor, a direct warning to the man sitting before him. When the elder Mo finally pleaded for mercy regarding his stock prices, Yinran only offered a cold, devastating smile. He enjoyed spoiling his canary, and if she wished for it, he would buy the entire Mo group just to see her smile. Mani, stepping into the light with a defiant spark in her eyes, corrected him. She was no canary, but a wild goose who would soar high, though she certainly wouldn't turn down such a magnificent gift. Her heart was full, and her revenge was almost complete. Manny stepped into the opulent room, her every movement under the watchful eyes of the powerful men gathered there. Among them, the statuesque Lu Yinhan commanded the space with a mere tilt of his head, his dark eyes onto hers as he motioned for her to take the seat directly beside him. As she settled into the chair, the weight of his presence felt both protective and suffocating. The peace was shattered when a wretched, loud-mouthed man dared to mock their connection, sneering that a businessman of Lu's stature shouldn't be so obsessed with a mere girl. Lu's expression didn't flicker, but his voice cut through the air like a blade, ordering the fool to shut his mouth while declaring himself a man devoted to only one woman for a lifetime. With a calculated grace, he picked up a piece of fruit and fed it to Mani, his gaze challenging anyone to question his choice as he emphasized that he valued quality over quantity. Mani leaned into the moment, her eyes sparkling with a mix of mischief and affection as she casually referred to him as her fiancé, relation that sent a wave of shock through the room. The realization that Lu Yinran was officially claimed struck Mr. Mo like a physical blow, and he immediately turned his fury on his own son for his idiocy while chaos erupted among the nearby performers. Desperate to appease the powerful man he had offended, Mr. Mo began to brutally discipline his son right there in the hall. He even drew his belt, his face contorted in a mask of rage as he demanded the boy beg for Mani's forgiveness, though Lu watched the display with nothing but cold disdain, telling the man to take his family drama elsewhere. Mani, however, wasn't satisfied with a hollow apology. She stood tall, her voice steady as she pointed out that the boy had trampled on many girls without a voice and owed every single one of them a sincere apology. Lu's gaze softened as he looked at her, his pride evident as he threw his full support behind her demand. Seeing no way out, the elder Mo groveled, promising to make amends to everyone if only Lu would show a shred of mercy, with a final chilling warning that their family's survival depended on their future conduct. Lured Mani away, leaving the wretched pair trembling in their wake. But the drama of the elite was soon replaced by the pressures of her career as Mani arrived at a high-stakes meeting for her new project, only to find the award-winning and undeniably handsome Go Xiao had taken the lead role. The excitement of the casting was short-lived, however, when news broke that their makeup team and sponsors had been poached by state media, leaving the production in a tailspin. While the lead men scrambled to find solutions, Mani saw an opportunity to build her own influence, suggesting a talented friend for the crucial makeup role. Later, as she rode through the city, her mind was consumed by the complex characters she was set to play, twin sisters, one a refined lady and the other a gritty survivor from the slums, before she eventually got out to walk and accidentally tripped on the stone path. To her surprise, she wasn't the only one who had taken a tumble. An elderly man sat on the ground nearby, grumbling in pain. Without a second thought, she rushed to help him up, ignoring his cynical warnings that she was being too trusting and that he could easily be a scammer looking to blackmail a naive girl. She merely laughed, her bright smile radiant, as she told him that she followed her heart and doubted anyone in such a wealthy neighborhood would resort to such petty schemes. Unbeknownst to her, the man's own bodyguards were watching from the bushes, exasperated by their master's eccentric acting. Mani kindly offered to walk the old man home, only for him to admit he was looking for his grandson and had quite forgotten the way. She guided him gently, warning him of the nearby lake as they found a place to rest. As they sat together, the old man eyed her suspiciously, asking if she was a kept woman who didn't need to work. He viewed her as a delicate canary at first, but as she spoke passionately about the resilience and courage of the girls she portrayed, his skepticism began to melt into genuine intrigue. Her words sparked a sudden epiphany about her role, and she realized the younger twin's strength came from her unwavering spirit. Overjoyed, she gave the old man a playful, excited smack on the back, leaving him utterly bewildered by her sudden burst of energy. As night fell, Liu Yinhan arrived at the park, his eyes fixed on a photo of Manny on his phone as he tracked down his mischievous grandfather. He found the pair on the bench, Manny fast asleep under a warm coat while the old man sat triumphantly, having enjoyed his game of hide-and-seek. Liu looked at the sleeping girl and then at his grandfather, asking if he finally understood why he was so captivated by her. The old man looked at his grandson with a stern, unyielding expression and flat denied liking her at all, though his eyes told a much more complicated story. Under the shade of rustling leaves, the air was thick with the bitter scent of judgment as the elders whispered of the treachery of showbiz, where morality was a rare jewel and kindness was often mistaken for idiocy. The weight of responsibility pressed down on the young heir as he was reminded that marriage was a cold calculation of benefits, not a matter of the heart, his fingers tightening around his cane in a silent rebellion against his family's demands. But far from the cold palace of corporate greed, a different kind of fire was brewing as a thunderous explosion rocked the film set, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the sky. Mani, dressed as a simple maid, scrambled through the chaos, her heart hammering against her ribs as she narrowly escaped the searing heat of the blast. She tumbled into the harsh, unforgiving dirt, her body trembling from the impact as the dust settled around her. Her skin was marred by the grit of the earth, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as the stinging pain of the fall finally registered in her mind. Yet the moment the director shouted his approval for the take, her fear vanished, replaced by a professional mask of pure sunshine as she sat amidst the ruins. She brushed off the frantic concern of the crew, her bruised hands waving away the worry with a cheerful smile that didn't quite reach the deep ache in her bones. Manny laughed it off even as her manager fretted over the possibility of a permanent scar ruining her porcelain face, hiding her exhaustion behind a mask of playful banter. The atmosphere shifted instantly when a statuesque figure bathed in a golden aura appeared, the legendary Xiao, whose mere presence and piercing gaze commanded the respect of every soul on set. Manny watched him with a mix of admiration and quiet determination, wondering if she could ever soar to such heights while remaining true to her own sunny heart. The challenge was set soon as she was told she would have to fly through the air, suspended by nothing but thin wires between two towering buildings. Despite the frantic warnings that the risk was too great and a stuntwoman should take her place, Mani's resolve was made of steel. She would prove her worth through her own sweat and blood. As the harnesses were tightened painfully around her waist, a suffocating pressure filled her lungs. She stepped off the ledge with a silent prayer for safety. For a fleeting second, she was like a bird reclaimed by the sky, her long braids dancing in the wind, as she soared toward the heavens with her eyes closed. The director's eyes gleamed with greed at the perfect shot, his heart hardened to the danger she was in. Then the unthinkable happened. Sharp metallic snap echoed like a gunshot through the air, and the world suddenly tilted into a terrifying freefall. Terror widened her eyes as the wire failed, leaving her at the mercy of gravity's cruel and sudden embrace. She reached out into the empty air, a silent scream caught in her throat as she plummeted toward the hard ground below. Panic erupted in the city as news of the accident spread, and Yinran burst into the hospital with a murderous aura, heart nearly stopping at the thought of losing her forever. He found the ward in chaos, his gaze frantically searching for his precious girl among the rows of the wounded. Where was she? He demanded, his voice a low growl of desperation as his eyes burned with a mix of rage and agonizing fear. The tension finally broke when Mani appeared, pale and fragile, in a wheelchair, her manager guiding her through the sterile white halls. She was alive, but the cost of her survival had been high. Xiao had thrown himself into the line of fire, using his own body as a human cushion to break her lethal fall. In a heartbeat of selfless heroism, he had leaped onto the inflatable mat just in time, shielding her from a fate that would have surely shattered her bones. Now the once unapproachable star sat with his arm bound in heavy bandages, his statuesque frame hunched in pain, yet his gaze remained steady as he warned her to value her life more than a mere role. Despite the agonizing ache in her waist, Manny refused to retreat to the shadows, insisting she had to attend the grand party tonight to secure her future in this cutthroat world. Yinran's heart ached with a doting protectiveness as he watched her stubbornly insist on using painkillers just to survive the evening's festivities. He looked at her with such tenderness it was almost suffocating, seeing not just an actress, but a beautiful canary desperately to break free from her gilded cage to find her own wings. At the gala, the air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume and even more expensive lies, where rivals like the pink-haired Shanshan preened in their haute couture. Shanshan sneered at the competition, confident that her designer gown would make her the undisputed queen of the night as she prepared to flirt for favor. But the room went silent as Mani glided in, radiating a celestial glow that made every other light in the ballroom seem dim. The ultimate humiliation struck Shanshan like a physical blow. Mani was wearing the exact masterpiece of a dress, but on her, it looked as if it had been woven from starlight and ancient dreams. As the petals of fate swirled around the hem of her gown, Mani stood tall, ready to reclaim her throne in a world that had tried so hard to break her spirit. Tut! The tension in the air was thick as Manny offered a polite smile, only to be met with the sharp, icy gaze of a rival. The nightmare of every socialite had come true. They were wearing the exact same gown, a shimmering masterpiece that sparkled under the cold moonlight. Shanshan's face twisted in a mask of disbelief as Manny confidently named her dress was a one-of-a-kind creation by the legendary designer Miao, a statement that felt like a declaration of war. The accusation of wearing a cheap imitation hung in the air, a social death sentence for anyone in the limelight, and Mani's eyes narrowed with a subtle, dangerous confidence. Shanshan's pride flared, her voice rising in a desperate attempt to defend her honor. Yet Mani's calm questioning of her identity felt like a humiliating slap to the face. A striking man with golden locks and a sharp, intimidating aura stepped in, his words dripping with a calculated coldness as he suggested Shanshan take her grievances up with the person who provided her attire. The crowd gasped, the whispers rising like a suffocating tide as Shanshan's composure began to crumble under the weight of the public gaze. But the atmosphere shifted instantly when a goddess-like figure appeared, her elegance commanding every eye in the room and silencing the bickering. It was Manhwa, the legendary Asian storm, returning to the stage with the fire of a woman who had just reclaimed her freedom through a dramatic divorce. With the grace of a predator, she revealed the secret signature of Miao's work, a tiny, embroidered mark hidden from the untrained eye. Manny's dress bore the mark of authenticity, while Shanshan's collar remained mockingly bare, exposing her lie to the world. The truth hit Shanshan like a physical blow. She was wearing a fake, a disgrace that would haunt her career forever. Her assistant's frantic apologies only deepened the humiliation, revealing the pathetic truth behind the borrowed sample dress. Shanshan's furious, ugly thing, her face contorting as she promised retribution to her staff, while the crowd's pity turned into stinging mockery. Manhwa's gaze remained steady, her words a final nail in the coffin of Shanshan's reputation as she suggested a call to the designer, who was conveniently out of reach in London. Desperate, Shanshan was urged by her manager to flee before the reporters could feast on her disgrace. Manny watched with a bittersweet satisfaction, her eyes reflecting the harsh reality of the industry as she bid her rival a mocking farewell. As Shanshan was dragged away in shame, Manhwa offered a playful wink, the true master of the evening's drama. She moved through the hall with the confidence of a queen, eventually seeking out Bonnie in the quiet of the shadows. Ever the stoic professional, tried to maintain his distance, but Yin was not a woman easily ignored, her presence as suffocating as it was beautiful. In the sterile quiet of the restroom area, the past collided with the present as Yin confronted Bonnie, her eyes gleaming with a predatory ambition. She had the wealth of a titan now, and wanted to recreate their previous glory by his side. But Bonnie's loyalty was already pledged elsewhere, his refusal as sharp and clean as the water running over his hands as he discarded his towel. Yin's curiosity piqued. Who could possibly hold the attention of a man like him? He saw something in Manny, a raw, silly charm that could be molded into a force even greater than the Asian storm herself. Yin's laughter was melodic yet dangerous, her eyes narrowing as she looked forward to the challenge of this new rival. Meanwhile, Manny felt like a small bird lost in a golden cage, clutching her wine glass as she tried to navigate the sea of predators at the fancy party. Every attempt to blend in felt like a failure, her heart fluttering with a sense of isolation amidst the sparkling elite. But her path crossed with an elderly man who seemed to be losing his battle with a sudden, suffocating pain, his face pale and slick with sweat. While others might have turned away to avoid a scene, Mani's kind heart wouldn't allow it. She rushed to his side, her eyes wide with concern as he gasped for his medicine. With trembling hands, she helped him find the life-saving pills, her presence a soft light in his moment of darkness. As the color returned to his face, his gratitude was profound, a silent bond forming between the powerful elder and the innocent girl. Bonnie arrived, his protective aura flaring as he found Manny with the stranger, but the old man quickly eased the tension, praising the young lady for her timely help. Manny had no idea that the man she had just saved, Daryl, a titan of industry and a kingmaker in his own right. Bonnie's lips curled into a rare, knowing smile as he prepared to lead her into the heart of the party, her cute excitement radiating like a sunbeam. But the shadows returned in the form of a bitter Shanshan, now hidden in a different dress and spewing venom about Mani's lowly status. She dismissed Mani as a mere supporting actress, a nobody who was only there to beg for scraps from the rich. Manny's internal resolve hardened. She was here in an authentic dress, a symbol of her integrity that Shanshan could never understand. The lights dimmed and the host's voice boomed through the hall, announcing the presence of the legendary Mr. Daryl. Manny's jaw, as the helpless old man she had assisted stepped onto the stage, revealed as the president of Atwood, the most powerful figure in the room. Shanshan's eyes widened in horror, her previous insults turning into lead in her stomach as she realized the magnitude of her mistake. The moment of the first dance arrived, and the crowd held its breath as the host invited Manhwa to take the floor. But Daryl raised a hand, his gaze sweeping the room until it landed on a single, shocked girl standing in the back. Ignoring the stars and the socialites, the powerful titan moved toward Mani, extending his hand with a gentle, respectful smile. The room fell into a stunned silence as he asked for the honor of the first dance, cementing Mani's place as the true star of the night and leaving her rivals in the dust. The elegant notes of a live orchestra swell through the grand hall as Mani glides across the dance floor, a vision of grace in a gown that sparkles like the midnight sky. She is the envy of every lady present, dancing in the arms of the prestigious Mr. Daryl, while envious whispers follow her every move. Though she humbly apologizes for her clumsy steps and the way she has repeatedly trampled his feet, her natural charm is undeniable. Her manager Bonnie watches from the sidelines, knowing that Mani's beauty and rising star power are her greatest weapons in this cutthroat world. As they retreat to the velvet interior of a luxury limousine, Bonnie warns her that the rumors are already flying. Everyone believes she is Daryl's secret lover. Mani doesn't flinch. Instead, she winks playfully, her eyes shimmering with a mischievous light as she shamelessly clutches the business card she has collected. She is a survivor, eager to learn the secrets of high fashion just so she doesn't humiliate herself in front of the elite. But even the most optimistic star needs rest, and as Mani drifts off, Bonnie can't help but wonder how her brain works, always finding the silver lining in the suffocating pressure of showbiz. The next day, the glamour is replaced by the harsh reality of a film set, where the air is thick with the scent of wet pavement and artificial rain. The director's voice thunders for action as a water truck begins its torrential downpour. Drenched to the bone in a heavy Victorian gown, Mani doesn't complain, even when her co-star struggles to push a massive wooden cart through the mud. He begs her to stay in the safety of the car, but she refuses to be a delicate doll, throwing her strength into the task because she knows many hands make light work. Suddenly, the artificial storm sputters to a halt as the water truck breaks down. A crew member frantically tries to fix the leak while the director decides to pivot to indoor scenes. Bonnie quickly wraps Mani in a thick blanket, handing her a cup of ginger tea to ward off the biting chill. But it is too late. A sudden wave of dizziness crashes over her, and her vision begins to swim. She tries to hide her trembling, claiming the water just got in her eyes, but the unnatural flush on her cheeks tells a different story. As the director calls for the next scene, Mani forces herself to stand, her heart pounding against her ribs in a desperate rhythm. On camera, her father bellows at her to leave his home, but Mani can barely hear him over the roaring in her ears. Her strength finally fails, and she collapses onto the cold floor, her world fading to black as the crew screams her name in a panic. In the depths of her fever, she is pulled back to a simpler time, standing under a blue umbrella while the rain patters against the pavement. A younger Mani beams with an innocent joy that feels a lifetime away. That's when she sees him Yenran, standing in the downpour with his uniform soaked through. He claims he forgot his umbrella, a clumsy excuse that he presents with a look of sheer annoyance. The present-day Mani realizes it was just a moronic way to spend a few more moments by her side, and she wonders why he never just told her the truth. She wakes with his name on her lips, only to find the silver-haired Xiao watching over her with a worried gaze. The tension in the room skyrockets when Yenran himself strides through the door, his eyes dark and piercing. The two men face off, their murder usura clashing in the silence of the sick room. Yenran ignores everyone else, leaning over her bed to check her pulse with a tenderness that belies his cold exterior. He has studied traditional medicine, and his touch is steady as he assesses her fluttering heart. Mani tries to laugh it off as a simple fever, but the way her breath hitches when he gets close proves otherwise. Xiao eventually takes his leave, unable to compete with the suffocating intensity Yenran radiates. Left alone, a bowl of medicine is prepared, its dark surface reflecting Mani's weary face. She is forced to swallow the liquid, so bitter it makes her soul shrivel. Yenran watches her with a faint, knowing smirk, reminding her that the most effective cures are never sweet. He refuses to return to the office, deciding instead to spend the night in the adjacent room just to ensure she is safe. Hours later, the fever finally breaks, and Mani finds still working diligently at his laptop. Feeling a surge of affection, she sneaks up and wraps her arms around, chirping that she is finally hungry. He turns to look at her, noting that while her fever is gone, her cheeks are still burning a brilliant red. He doesn't push her. Instead, he tells her to get dressed so he can take her to the night market for a feast. They walk through the glowing streets, but Mani is anxious, her sunglasses a poor shield against her growing fame. Her fears are realized when a young woman shrieks her name, having recognized her idol even in the shadows. It is the head of Mani's own fan club, practically vibrating with pure adoration. When the fan spots the statuesque, handsome man standing beside her, she is stunned, asking if he is some new star. Mani's mind spirals into chaos. If she calls him a friend, he will be furious, but if she calls him her fiancé, her fans will riot. Before she can utter a word, Yenran's gaze turns sharp, his voice low and commanding as he asks to speak with the girl directly. Under the pale glow of the crescent moon, a clandestine meeting was taking place in the quiet corners of a dimly lit cafe. A thick stack of papers sat on the wooden table, a fan management contract that carried the weight of a young girl's future. She stared at the document, her heart fluttering like a trapped bird as her eyes widened behind her glasses. Beside her, the golden-haired Bonnie watched with a knowing, almost predatory smirk, his presence as smooth as silk. The girl needed to be absolutely certain, was she truly being entrusted to lead the official fan club of the rising star Mani? Across from her sat the investor, Lu Yinhuan, his gaze sharp and calculating as he explained that after their previous collaboration, there was no doubt she was the perfect fit for the job. He didn't want mindless followers. He needed rational, sensible fans who would protect Mani's image as her new film prepared to take the world by storm. But love was a double-edged sword, and Bonnie couldn't help but interject that if a fan's devotion caused damage to their idol, that love was nothing more than a slow-acting poison. The atmosphere was heavy with the burden of fame, but the tension shattered the moment Manny Huff appeared, looking every bit the untouchable goddess in her stylish sunglasses. With a dazzling smile that could melt the coldest heart, she personally the girl to lead her supporters, promising to work harder than ever to earn their trust. The poor girl was utterly bewitched, her face showing a deep crimson, as tiny hearts practically danced in her eyes. Bonnie chuckled, noting that Manny was becoming far too skilled at ensnaring people's souls with her charm. Yet, beneath the glamour, a cold reality lurked. Manny wasn't just playing a game, she was fighting for her life in a cutthroat industry. She revealed the secret pact she held with Yenran. If she failed to secure the prestigious Orchid Award for Best Actress, he would pull every cent of his investment, leaving her with nothing. The sheer ruthlessness of the agreement sent a chill through the room, the word divestment hanging in the air like a death sentence. But Manny didn't flinch. Instead, she and her new manager shared a look of fierce, unyielding determination. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the studio, the silver-haired Xiao sat alone, his expression unreadable as he sipped his coffee, a storm brewing behind his cool exterior. The path to the top was never solitary, and elsewhere, resentment was festering like an open wound. In a lavish mansion, the pink-haired Shanshan was in a state of hysterics, screaming into her phone about firing her incompetent assistant while clutching a pillow in a fit of rage. Her rival, a girl with long lavender hair, watched the meltdown with a chillingly calm demeanor, reminding Shanshan that she had been warned to stay away from the treacherous waters of showbiz. Shanshan's jealousy was a venomous thing, cursing Mani as a seductive fox spirit who had enchanted every man in her path, from directors to powerful executives. She spat out rumors of Mani's supposed secret affairs, convinced that the only reason the Lu Group invested was because Mani had crawled into someone's bed. The lavender-haired girl listened, her ashing with a dark, calculating light as she asked if Shanshan truly wanted to spotlight and become the female lead herself. A wicked plan began to take shape, Shanshan's lips curling into a triumphant, predatory smile. Back at the studio, a sharp knock echoed through the hallway as Xiao sought out Manny for a private read-through. He was a man of intense focus, brushing off Bonnie's presence to demand they practice the most emotionally taxing part of the script scene 13. The air between them grew thick and suffocating as Xiao suddenly lunged forward, his voice cracking with a raw, agonizing desperation that felt far too real to be mere acting. He played the role of a soldier who had lost everything, pinning Mani with a gaze that burned with 1,000 unspoken tragedies. "Do you really not remember me?" he roared, his face inches from his breath hot against her skin. Manny's breath hitched, her eyes wide with genuine shock as the line between fiction and reality began to blur. She struggled to maintain her composure, pushing him back and insisting that he must have the wrong person, her voice trembling despite her best efforts. But as she turned to walk away, she cast one final, heartbreaking smile over her shoulder, a master performance that left Xiao standing in stunned silence. He was mesmerized. In just a few minutes, she had completely inhabited the character, leaving him breathless. Once the door clicked shut, Manny collapsed against the wall, the mask of the actress falling away to reveal a girl who was utterly exhausted by the emotional toll. She cursed Bonnie for standing by and watching her suffer through such an intense encounter without lifting a finger to help. But Xiao remained in the room, his mind drifting back to a time long ago, to a childhood dream shared under a clear blue sky. He remembered a young, vibrant Manny who didn't want to be a star, but simply a good actress who could move people's hearts. He had made a silent vow then, promising to reach the absolute pinnacle of the industry just so he could find her in the crowd and finally bring her back to his side. He wouldn't let anything stand in his way, not even the changing rules of the Orchid Award that threatened to disqualify their project. The director was equally committed, willing to push his crew to their limits to ensure Manny got the recognition she deserved after such a grueling year. As the sun rose on a new day, a shocking sight awaited Manny at the set, a luxury car overflowing with a sea of 9,099 pink roses. The sheer decadence of the gift left everyone breathless, and Manny's heart skipped a beat, wondering if Yinran had finally decided to show his hand. But when Bonnie pulled a small, elegant note from the blossoms, the message inside sent a jolt of electricity through her. "I've always loved you," it read. signed only with a mysterious C. It wasn't from Yinran, nor was it from the Lu group. Manny tried to laugh it off as the work of an over-enthusiastic fan, her cheeks dimpling in a cute, bashful smile. Yet, as she clutched the note to her chest, a spark of curiosity ignited in her eyes. She wasn't going to let this mystery go unsolved. She was going to find the person who had sent this mountain of roses, no matter where the trail led. The sky was clear, but a storm was brewing in the world of high society as the news broke that the prestigious Orchid Award had suddenly changed its rules. Amidst the chaos, Xiao sat in the back of the car, his statue whiskers illuminated by the glow of a tablet, as he noted how quickly the committee had acted on his suggestions. Suddenly, the screech of tires tore through the silence as vibrant blue sports car drifted dangerously close, coming to a bone-chilling halt. Inside, Mani clutched the seat, her heart hammering against her ribs as she realized they had narrowly avoided a disastrous collision. She let out a long, shaky breath, trying to settle her racing pulse. Stepping out onto the pavement, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as she approached Xiao, her eyes wide with a mix of frustration and urgency. Xiao, ever the cool and collected strategist, dismissed his companions with a flick of his wrist, his gaze landing on Manny with an unreadable expression. She couldn't help but wonder if the roses she had risked doing, especially since the note attached mirrored a line they had recently practiced together. He simply smirked, playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse that left her teeth gritting in annoyance. She reminded him sharply that she was a woman with a fiancé, and his meddling was becoming quite troubling. Xiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as he mentioned Lu Yinran, warning her that things were about to get much more complicated. He dropped a bombshell that sent her world spinning. The new rules meant her latest series wouldn't even be nominated. Worse still, he reminded her of the suffocating VM agreement she had signed, where the Lu group would be forced to pull their investment if she didn't secure the Best Actress title. The weight of the world seemed to settle on her shoulders as she realized her entire career was hanging by a thread. Xiao leaned in, his voice a low hum as he asked what she would do if she failed, especially now that the entire internet was buzzing news of her risky gamble. Online, the vitriol was poisonous, with wretched comments flooding the forums questioning her talent and her worth. Meanwhile, Lu Yinran was trapped in a web of his own, suspecting that his own grandfather was the one pulling the strings to tear him and Mani apart. The news only got bleaker when his assistant rushed in to report that every major video platform had suddenly blocked their series from broadcasting. Yinran darkened, his murderous aura filling the room as he realized the sheer scale of the sabotage. But Manny wasn't ready to give up just yet, and neither was Bonnie, who was working the phones to find a loophole in the award's strict requirements. They discovered a glimmer of hope. If they could get the show on the air just 4 weeks before, they might still have a chance. Desperation to the headquarters of HKBB, where Mani had to use every ounce of her charm and wit to win over the stern Mr. Sao. To everyone's shock, she flawlessly spoke his local dialect, a secret weapon she had been honing in silence. Her dedication paid off as a deal was struck to broadcast the series just in time. Bonnie looked at her with newfound respect, realizing she was no longer just a moron who only knew acting but a woman of true substance and grit. However, the victory was short-lived. Back at the office, Yinran faced the ultimate betrayal as his grandfather walked in, demanding he break up with Mani immediately. Yinran stood his ground, his eyes flashing with defiance as he declared he would never change his mind. The old man's smile was chilling, a cold promise that he would break his grandson's spirit by any means necessary. With a wave of his cane, the patriarch set a new, more ruthless plan into motion, intending to strip Yinran of everything that made him powerful. He walked out with a mocking laugh, leaving a trail of bowed heads and terrified employees in his wake. He knew that, without the backing of the Lu group, Yinran would be nothing but a figurehead. The final blow came when the award list was leaked, showing that Mani's name had been maliciously replaced by her rival, Shanshan. Yinran tried to call the organizers, but he was met with a deafening silence. He scrambled to find a way to trade for influence, but his grandfather had already moved for the kill. He saw the worry in his assistant's eyes, knowing the walls were closing in. Shareholders had been manipulated into suspending Yinran from all his duties for 4 weeks, the exact amount of time needed to ruin Mani's chances. He was trapped, a king without a throne, watching helplessly as his world crumbled around him. As he sat at his desk, forced to sign away his power, the realization hit him with a suffocating pressure. He had nothing left to protect the woman he loved. And Mr. Xu was enjoying a rare moment of peace in the steaming waters of his private bath when his phone shattered the silence with a persistent ring. The tranquility was short-lived as the bathroom door swung open to reveal the statuesque figure of Yinran, whose very presence carried a suffocating pressure that made the portly man gasp in shock. Yinran offered a thin, calculated smile, claiming he was merely worried his dear associate might have trouble breathing in the heat, a transparent excuse for his unannounced intrusion into the cold palace of the bathhouse. As they moved to the tea room, the atmosphere grew heavy heavy with the weight of corporate warfare, with Mr. Shu lamenting that Yinran's grandfather had already stripped the young man of his power, turning him into a mere figurehead whose promises meant nothing. The image of the cold, calculating patriarch loomed over them, a reminder of the iron grip the old man held on the empire. But Yinran wasn't ready to surrender. He extended a hand, his gaze burning with a quiet intensity as he pleaded for just one moment to be heard before the clock ran out. He was a man possessed by a singular confidence, assuring Mr. Shu that his word was still gold, leaving the older man to ponder the dangerous gamble being proposed. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched villa, the financial news droned on in the background as the grandfather sat with his loyal steward. They reviewed the lists for the upcoming Orchid Awards, the old man letting out of relief upon seeing that the girl he considered wretched, Mani, hadn't made the cut for Best Actress. To him, she was nothing more than a blood-sucking parasite, and he was satisfied to keep her in the shadows where she belonged. His steward noted that while she wasn't nominated, she would still attend as a key member of the production crew. Their peace was interrupted by the arrival of Shanshan, who appeared at the door with a basket of fruit and a saccharine smile, hoping to butter up the patriarch. However, the steward stood like an immovable wall, his expression one of pure disgust as he blocked her path, telling her the master was far too tired for her schemes. He saw right through her facade, accusing her of sowing discord between the master and his grandson, treating the family like fools for her own gain. Shanshan's mask of innocence crumbled, her eyes wide with fake hurt as she claimed to love the master like her own grandfather. But the steward remained unmoved by her crocodile tears. He slammed the door in her face, declaring that a treacherous woman like her had no place in this house. Left alone in the hallway, Shanshan's face twisted into a mask of demonic rage, her murderous aura erupting as she felt the sting of being treated like trash. She violently stomped on the fallen fruit, swearing she would make them all pay. The scene shifted to the dazzling lights of the Orchid Award ceremony, where the air was electric with the screams of fans and the blinding flash of cameras. A mysterious, handsome man with silver hair and dark glasses approached Mani, offering his hand with a charm that made the surrounding air feel thin. She took it, realizing that walking with such a striking companion would only draw eyes to her, shamelessly weaponizing the moment to secure her place in the industry. Her chest tightened with a mix of nerves and excitement, wondering if this night would be the start of a new journey or a bitter end. As she looked around the crowded venue, a pang of loneliness hit her, wishing Yinran could be by her side to witness her triumph. Suddenly, a familiar, doting gaze met hers. It was Yinran, standing there in a pristine suit, his eyes filled with a warmth only for her. They walked the carpet together, a power couple that commanded the attention of every lens in the building. When he asked if she was scared, Mani shook her head, her eyes sparkling with a newfound resolve. She told him that even if she lost everything tonight and the Lu group collapsed, she would just start over until she was worthy of him. Yinran leaned in close, his voice a velvety caress as he promised to reach for her too, their proximity sending sparks through the air. They entered the grand hall hand in hand, ready to face the trial of the night together. Inside, the spectacle was in full swing, with reporters buzzing about the prestigious event. Mani and Yinran found their seats, but Bonnie noted with a huff of indignation that they were tucked away on the third floor, far from the cameras, a clear sign that the organizers didn't expect them to win anything. Mani didn't care, she was just grateful to be in the room, her eyes fixed on the front row as she vowed that one day she would be the one standing on that stage with the Best Actress trophy. Yinran squeezed her hand, his smile predatory yet protective, assuring her that her dream was closer than she thought. In the lower tiers, the grandfather watched with narrowed eyes, while nearby a rival whispered out a plan to ruin Mani's reputation on social media. Shanshan and her allies glared from across the room, their hearts filled with venom as they plotted to crush the girl who dared to shine. The lights dimmed as the ceremony began, the host revealing that the nominations had been a closely guarded secret this year. Back at the villa, the steward finally confessed his betrayal to the grandfather, admitting he had lied to help Yinran because he believed in the young man's judgment. He pleaded for the girl to be given a chance, but the grandfather's face remained hardened. The old man stated he would never allow Mani to marry into the family because she lacked the status and capability to match the Lu Empire. But on the giant screens of the ceremony, the Golden Orchid trophy shimmered as the nominees for Best New Artist were announced, and Mani's face appeared among them. She was stunned into silence, her hand flying to her mouth as she saw her own name on the screen. The audience gasped as she was then named a nominee for the night's highest honor, Best Actress for her role in She and She. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she had actually made it. In the crowd, Mr. Shu watched with a knowing smirk, remembering his secret deal with Yinran. Yinran had played his cards perfectly, promising to return to power if Mr. Shu helped him secure this chance for Mani. Mr. Shu couldn't help but chuckle, noting how a woman could make a man grow and change so quickly. As the host prepared to announce the winner for Best New Artist, the tension became suffocating. Bonnie whispered a warning that winning this smaller award might mean she wouldn't win a major one for years, making Mani's heart hammer against her ribs in sheer terror. The spotlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the stage as the world held its breath for the final verdict. The tension in the air was thick as the spotlight danced across the room, the announcer's voice echoing the start of the Best New Artist category. While the winner bathed in the glow of the stage, Manny could only swallow her bitterness, her heart sinking as the man beside her, Yinran, asked if she was all right. She tried to put on a brave face, her eyes shimmering with a forced optimism that didn't quite reach her soul. Across the aisle, the atmosphere shifted as the notorious Yin Longhua lounged with a scandalous lack of grace, her manager desperately pleading with her to maintain her carefully crafted image of innocence. But Longhua wasn't there for pleasantries. She kicked her legs up with a bored sigh, declaring she cared about the Best Actress award. She wouldn't waste a single breath on congratulations for others, her eyes fixed solely on the ultimate prize as the next category was announced. As the moment for Best Actress finally arrived, the air crackled with a murderous aura of competition. Manny gripped her seat, her mind racing with desperate hope, wondering if tonight would finally be the night her dreams came true. But a sharp, poisonous voice cut through her thoughts, a rival sneering that a talentless girl like her stood no chance as the name Yin Longhua was called. Longhua rose like a dark queen, her black gown flowing like ink as she commanded the room's attention with a single step. The whispers were suffocating, everyone wondering if the legendary Asian storm was truly making her grand return to the throne. Amidst the chaos, Money felt a sudden need to escape the crushing pressure and slipped away toward the sanctuary of the ladies' room. She tried to wash away the sting of disappointment, unaware that trouble was following close behind. A bouquet of vibrant purple roses was suddenly shoved into her space as a wretched face from her past, Mengling, appeared with a triumphant sneer. Mengling didn't miss a beat, mocking Mani for her loss and gloating about her own new position as Longhua's assistant. Longhua herself appeared, looking every bit the cold tyrant as she complained about a faulty zipper, barely glancing at the two women as she demanded assistance. Manny didn't back down, firing back a warning that a foolish assistant would only lead to ruin, sparking a flash of irritation in Longhua's sharp eyes. The tension was palpable as Longhua realized there was a deep-seated grudge between the two, finding the drama far more interesting than the awards themselves. She watched Mani walk away with a curious, calculating gaze, her lips curling into a mysterious smile. Returning to her seat, Mani arrived just as the Best TV Series was announced, her heart skipping a beat when her project was called. Director Gao made his way to the stage, his presence commanding and statuesque against the bright lights. Mani watched with sparkling eyes, her pride swelling for the team despite her personal loss. But the real shock came when the director took the microphone, thanking the entire cast but singling out Mani as the key member who deserved to be there by his side. Stunned, moved toward the stage, her breath hitching at this unexpected moment of public recognition. As she held the trophy, a wave of relief washed over her, a small consolation for the night's earlier stings. Director Gao's praise was a balm to her soul as he boldly declared to the crowd that in his eyes, Mani was the true Best Actress. The cameras flashed like 1,000 stars, and in that moment, Mani vowed to herself that one day she would hold that title for real. Her hands trembled slightly as she gripped the golden award, the weight of her ambition heavier than ever. Reporters swarmed the director as they moved offstage, their questions sharp and unrelenting as they probed for any sign of a future collaboration. He didn't waver for a second, doubling down on his belief in her talent while Manny stood tall behind him. Just as the group photo was being taken, a chorus of digital chimes filled the hall, the sound of 1,000 phones signaling a brewing scandal. The atmosphere turned icy as everyone stared at their screens, the whispers growing into a roar of judgment. Manny froze, feeling a sudden, suffocating pressure as the eyes of the crowd turned toward her with newfound hunger. The trending topic was a nightmare, a leaked photo of her and the powerful Liu Yinran sharing an intimate moment. Reporters descended like vultures, thrusting microphones in her face and demanding to know if she was Liu Yinran's secret lover or if he had bought her nomination. Her manager tried to shield her from the onslaught, but the questions were becoming more insulting by the second, attacking her integrity. Manny's eyes flared with a cold fire as she told them to stop slandering the award committee. But her voice was nearly drowned out until a deep, commanding voice cut through the noise, announcing that she was his fiancée. The crowd parted like the sea as Liu Yinran appeared, his presence intimidating and godlike under the harsh lights. He stepped to her side, his gaze piercing the reporters as he confirmed their engagement and flatly denied any interference in her career. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, especially for those who had shamelessly claimed Yinran as their own intended. He didn't care about the gossip or the stock market. He only cared about the woman beside him, telling the world to look at his financial reports if they wanted facts instead of fiction. He led a dazed Mani away from the flashing lights, his protective aura shielding her from the storm as they finally found a moment of privacy. Manny looked at him with wide, trembling eyes, wondering why he would take such a massive risk for her. As they walked, Yinran's phone buzzed with a call from his grandfather, the old man suspicious of the sudden public news. With a dark, handsome smirk, Yinran lied smoothly to the patriarch, admitting only to Manny that he had simply seized the perfect opportunity to make her his in the eyes of the entire world. The night air was thick with a chilling professional distance as the man on the other end of the line curtly informed her he wouldn't be coming for her. Amidst the glittering, suffocating grandeur of the gala, Money smoothed her blue gown, her heart a whirlwind of ambition and anxiety as she prepared to face the wolves of the industry. She knew she had to build her own kingdom, but the path was blocked by those who used their status as a weapon. Nearby, a desperate man pleaded for a single glance at his creations, only to be trampled by the icy arrogance of Kyan, who looked at him as if he were nothing more than dirt beneath her designer heels. Kyan's sneer was a blade, cutting down the man's hard work and dismissing his workshop as a pathetic waste of her precious time. The cruelty was infectious as others joined in to mock the man's humble offerings, their laughter ringing like hollow bells through the hall. Manny couldn't bear the sight of such wretched behavior. As Kyan walked away with a haughty toss of her head, Manny stepped into the light to offer the fallen man her hand. This act of kindness only drew Kyan's venomous gaze back toward her, as the villainess mocked Manny for being a mere third-class actress who didn't even know her place. Kyan her eyes with practiced disdain, whispering that even as a fiancé, Manny would never be more than a temporary plaything in the eye of the powerful Liu family. Voice steady as she questioned how someone could be so beautiful on the outside, yet so rotten within. Kyan's response was a chilling laugh, a warning that Manny was standing alone in a room full of people who would never see her as an equal. The weight of the social hierarchy felt like a physical pressure, a wall that Manny desperately wanted to tear down even as her own hands trembled with silent fury. Suddenly, a voice of absolute authority cut through the malice, belonging to the very old man Manny had helped days before, now revealed as the formidable patriarch Mr. Liu. Beside him stood Yinran, his presence as statuesque and intimidating as a god, his cold gaze scanning the room for those who dared to cause trouble. Mr. Liu didn't mince words, his cane striking the floor with a finality that silenced the crowd as he lectured Kyan on the basic etiquette she so clearly lacked. With a surprising softness, the old man reached out and commanded Manny to give him a hand, a gesture of public favor that sent shockwaves through the ballroom. Kyan could only watch in paralyzed horror as Mr. Liu declared that he would allow his grandson to marry a woman as narrow-minded and biased as her. The realization that she had offended the ultimate power in their world left Kyan pale and trembling, her social standing evaporating in a single moment of judgment. From a distance, a mysterious figure watched the scene unfold. His eyes narrowed as he wondered if truly understood the storm she was about to enter. Manny walked beside the old man through the grand corridor, her mind spinning as she realized the random old man was actually the kingmaker of the industry. Mr. Liu was a stubborn tyrant, teasing Manny for her soft-heartedness and even swatting away Yinran's hand to ensure Manny was the one supporting him. Yet, as she was led to her designated seat, the sparkling facade of the evening began to crack. The seating chart was a brutal map of their reality, placing her at a table so far from Yinran that it felt like an ocean stood between them. She sat in a pool of isolation, watching the true power players gather at the main table while she was left among the secondary guests. The party was a cold reminder that in this world, a seat was more than just a place to sit. It was a declaration of one's worth. She watched other actresses being treated as mere pawns, forced to drink and smile for the amusement of men with deep pockets, and she knew she couldn't stay in this circle forever. A servant's quiet interruption broke her reverie, informing her that Mr. Liu requested a private meeting by the fountain in the moonlit garden. The air outside was sharp and clear as she approached the patriarch, who stood like a silent sentinel against the night sky. He turned to her with eyes that saw through every mask, congratulating her on her nomination, but with a voice that lacked any real warmth. Then he dropped a bombshell that shattered Mani's confidence. Every major milestone of her career had been orchestrated by Yinran's secret hand, from investing in her dramas to fixing her scandals, and even offending powerful families to protect her. Yinran had been the invisible puppet master behind her success. Mr. Liu's words were a relentless assault, telling her that without the Liu family's shadow, she had no honor of her own. He claimed his help at the hotel was merely to save his grandson from embarrassment, not because she deserved it. He was a man who valued strength, and he made it clear he would never accept a granddaughter-in-law who was nothing more than a dependent parasite. Manny took a deep breath, the moonlight reflecting in her defiant eyes as she asked if he had even bothered to watch the potential she poured into her work. She wouldn't deny Yinran's help, but she refused to let her own soul-crushing efforts be ignored by a man who only saw numbers and connections. Boldly, she reframed her career not as a charity case, but as a win-win investment for a businessman like him. The old man's lips curled into a predatory smile, intrigued by her fire, and he offered her a gamble. 3 years to prove her worth without a single cent of Liu family help. If she failed to meet expectations by the deadline, he would tear her and Yinran apart, regardless of his grandson's feelings. Manny didn't hesitate, her gaze locking with his as she accepted the deal, ready to prove she was a queen in her own right. As the patriarch walked away into the shadows, Yinran appeared at his side, thanking him for giving her a chance to shine. The old man grumbled that he only wanted to see her cry when she finally realized how hard the world truly was. But Yenran only smiled, knowing the stubborn old man had finally met his match. However, the celebration of her new resolve was cut short as her manager came racing toward them, a look of pure terror on his face. The world was already striking back. Star Media had issued a lawyer's statement, suing Mani for a breach of contract that could destroy everything before she even began. The air in the sterile hallway was thick with an unspoken tension as the statuesque Yenran stood with a cold, unreadable expression. His companion, ever the loyal subordinate, captured the moment on his phone, but Yenran's mind was elsewhere, focused on a game of shadows only he could play. He coolly instructed that Mani should be the one to decide the next move, his voice like velvet over steel. A soft, knowing smile played on his companion's lips as he accepted the command, recognizing the deep trust Hester placed in the woman who had captured his icy heart. As they walked away, the click of their shoes echoed through the hall, a rhythmic reminder of the power they wielded. But beneath the surface, a storm was brewing. Yenran's sharp eyes narrowed as he contemplated the secret company he intended to build, a fort of his own away from the suffocating reach of his family. He knew his grandfather had discovered his ambitions, and the weight of that knowledge pressed down on him as they stepped into the cool night air. Settling into the leather interior of his car, the atmosphere grew even more somber. When asked if he truly trusted Mani with such high stakes, a flicker of something intense, perhaps even murderous, passed through his gaze. He trusted her completely. What he didn't trust, the old man who sought to choke the life out of his every endeavor. His resolve was absolute as he stared into the darkness, declaring to the silent night that he would marry Mani and nothing would be allowed to go wrong. He wouldn't let his grandfather shadow her world. Yet, while he plotted his rebellion, a different kind of war was raging online, where faceless trolls venomous lies, accusing Mani of being a gold-digging starlet who had sold her soul for a rich boyfriend. The internet was a battlefield of wretched rumors, with people gleefully tearing down her reputation while her fans tried desperately to shield her. Far from the digital chaos, the city lights twinkled outside Mani's window, a stark contrast to the burning anger of the mob. Inside remained the picture of Grace, her sparkling eyes fixed on the task at hand as she welcomed her team. Her assistant sat huddled over a laptop, her brow furrowed in concentration, as she monitored the negative trends rising like a tide. They had to be smart, watching the square of social media to catch every smear before it could take root. Mani leaned in, her curiosity piqued by the technical jargon of the digital war room. It was a world of real-time content and calculated reporting, a place where one could lose everything in a single click. But Mani wasn't afraid. She instructed them to report only the true offenders, refusing to descend to the level of her attackers. Her beauty was a weapon, her smile radiant even under pressure as she stood tall against the accusations of Star Media. They were trying to manufacture a breach of contract scandal just to boost their own public profile, a move so transparent it was almost laughable. Mani's frustration bubbled over in a cute, huffing display, wondering why they would target her when they already had an award-winning actress on their roster. Her manager promised to handle the negotiations, but he couldn't accompany her to the next big meeting, leaving her to face the wolves alone. Sensing an opportunity to bring a loyal soul into her inner circle, Mani turned to the girl with the glasses, offering her a position as her official assistant. The girl's eyes widened behind her frames, her heart soaring with a devotion that bordered on worship as she accepted the offer. She lunged forward, hugging Mani with such force that the room seemed to fill with invisible pink hearts, a moment of pure, unadulterated joy amidst the looming shadows. The next morning, the sun shone brightly over the towering glass skyscrapers of the business district, the perfect backdrop for a high-stakes showdown. Mani stepped into the conference room, her presence commanding attention, only to find a familiar, unwelcome face waiting for her. It was Mengling, her rival, sitting there with a smugness that made Mani's blood run cold. The air in the room turned frigid as the manager casually announced a change of plans. Mani would have to share the spotlight in the upcoming ad with Longhua. It was a blatant disrespect, a last-minute ambush designed to rattle her. Yet the manager merely offered a shallow, practiced apology. Mani's profile remained sharp and elegant, her expression of professional calm, even as the rival's assistant looked on with a mocking smirk. The theme of the ad was revealed to be the tragic beauty of Swan Lake, a dance of black and white swans. It was a trap. The rival had studied ballet since childhood, a fact her team was all too happy to flaunt. The imagery of the graceful birds was meant to highlight Mani's supposed lack of skill. The manager's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he suggested that since Longhua could dance, they wouldn't even need professional dancers. The rival leaned back, her hidden smile sharp enough to draw blood, leaving the decision to the honored guests. Mani's assistant trembled with indignation, knowing full well that Mani had no background in ballet and was being set up for humiliation. The tension was suffocating as the rival's team suggested they simply Longhua dancing and find a way to work around Mani's limitations. It was an insult disguised as a solution, a subtle push for Mani to simply quit the project. Mani's hand tightened on her purse, the leather creaking under the pressure of her silent fury as she realized the depth of their betrayal. She looked at them with wide, clear eyes, calling out their transparency. They clearly didn't think she was capable of the job. With a chillingly calm voice, she threatened to take the matter directly to the top, mentioning the name of the big boss, Daryl, which sent a wave of panic through the room. The manager's face paled as he stammered out apologies, realizing he had poked a sleeping lioness. The rival, sensing the shift in power, tried to maintain her haughty air, dismissing her own assistant fetch coffee just to assert dominance. She looked at Manny with a gaze full of venom, her mask of civility slipping for just a moment. But Manny was already 3 steps ahead. She questioned the creative direction, pointing out that even with a dancer, the camera wouldn't capture the essence they needed. When they told her she couldn't possibly learn ballet now, Manny simply tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous challenge. She had 4 weeks, and she would learn the basics to ensure she had every option available to her. The rival's smile faltered, replaced by a cold, calculating stare as the deal was settled. As Manny and her assistant finally escaped to the sun-drenched courtyard, the assistant's anger finally exploded, her tiny frame vibrating with the need to slap the ungrateful rivals who had once relied on Manny for work. Manny just laughed softly, her heart light as she moved past the petty drama. Suddenly, a voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. It was a man from a past encounter, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized Manny from that fateful night at the party. Manny's expression was one of pure, adorable confusion, as she tried to place his face. He was Li Chuang, a researcher and owner of a struggling cosmetics factory, a man whose passion far outweighed his funding. He was there to beg for investment from the big firms, but he had been coldly rejected. Seeing a kindred spirit in his desperation, Manny accepted his samples with a gracious smile, even as her assistant worried if the unknown products would ruin her precious skin. Later, back at her sanctuary, Manny's phone buzzed with news from her manager. Star Media was retreating, offering resources to make up for their mistake. The manager's eyes were sharp through the screen, warning her that the rumors about a rival's husband being fired were true. Manny sat at her table, the sunlight filtering through the room as she stamped a final statement, her mind racing. She looked up, her blue eyes filled with a mix of wonder and suspicion as she realized of the protection surrounding her. Someone had pressured a boss to fire a man just for insulting her outside a hotel. Was it Yinran's grandfather? Or was it the tyrant himself, working in the shadows to pave her way with the ruins of her enemies? Her manager presented her with new scripts, but Mani's gaze was drawn to the small, purple bottle of Li Chuang's cosmetics. A slow, wicked smile spread across her face, her eyes glinting with a newfound purpose. She had a different plan in mind, one that would turn the industry on its head and prove once and for all that she was no one's pawn. Manny sat across from her manager in the quiet, sun-drenched cafe, the tension between them palpable as she prepared to reveal her latest discovery. With a steady hand, she slid a mysterious bottle of toner across the table, explaining that it had come from a man who had been seen arguing with the venomous Wu Qian and needed to be tested immediately. Her eyes burned with a fierce, desperate resolve. She knew the gap between her and the illustrious Mr. Liu was a mountain she had to climb, and she was determined to reach his level so he would finally acknowledge her existence. When she suddenly demanded a practice room to master the art of ballet in a mere 4 weeks, her manager could only stare in disbelief, convinced she had finally lost her mind. The reality of her ambition was a physical agony, her body pushed to unnatural positions as she endured the soul-crushing pressure of the instructor's stretches. Tears pricked her eyes as she felt her very muscles reaching their breaking point, the pain echoing through the silent studio. Despite the exhaustion threatening to consume her, she clung to the instructors, knowing that daily leg presses were the only price she could pay for success. Lugging her heavy bag through the corridors, she felt the weight of her dreams pressing down on her shoulders. Suddenly, the air was sliced by the sound of a bitter confrontation as a group of idols faced the wrath of their manager. He spat out words like venom, declaring that their passion for the stage was worthless compared to the profit of a television screen. The unity of the group shattered before Mani's eyes, the girls turning on one another as the harsh reality of their failing careers set in. Intrigued by the lone girl left behind, Manny peeked through the door and saw Jiayu dancing with an ethereal grace that seemed to set the very air on fire. In that private moment, the girl was no longer a discarded idol, but a radiant queen of her own domain. Manny couldn't help but step forward, her heart swelling with admiration for such raw talent. Jiayu took the younger girl under her wing, demonstrating that a true professional must maintain a perfect, sparkling smile even when their body is screaming in protest. Manny watched, mesmerized, as the dancer moved with a fluidity that seemed almost supernatural. As the moon rose high, Manny remained in the studio, her own movements becoming a blur of dedication. She watched as Jiayu's teammates slowly returned, their shared love for the stage finally mending the cracks in their bond. Recording their performance, Manny felt a deep sense of inspiration, moved by the sight of those who refused to let their dreams be extinguished. But the quiet of the night was shattered when she stepped out into the hall and came face to face with Yinran. Her friend quickly made an excuse to leave, Sensing the heavy, electric atmosphere that instantly surrounded the two of them, without a word, Yinran moved with the grace of a predator, trapping Mani against the wall with a forceful thud. His gaze was a suffocating pressure, dark and possessive as he noted that they had been apart for 3 agonizing days. He leaned in so close that she could feel the heat of his skin, his voice a low, dangerous vibration that made her heart skip a beat. The intensity of his proximity was a physical blow. As he finally stepped back, the strength drained from Mani's limbs, leaving her to collapse onto the floor in a heap of trembling nerves. The agony in her legs was a sharp, biting reminder of the grueling path she had chosen, but a gentle hand soon brought a flicker of relief as a soothing patch was pressed against her skin. She lay there, a pathetic heap of tangled hair and muffled sobs, burying her face into a pillow while the weight of her first day's failure crushed her heart. Her body felt like lead, and the man watching her could only sigh, warning her that she needed to take it easy before she completely fell apart. But she couldn't stop, not when she only had 4 precious weeks to prove her worth, and she desperately explained that her teacher had scolded her for being too stiff. A predatory yet alluring intensity filled his gaze as he leaned in, his voice to a low, husky whisper as he revealed that he knew a specialized stretching method from his own past. His handsome features were a masterpiece of cold elegance as he looked down at her, leaving her breathless and wide-eyed with a mix of shock and budding anticipation. Suddenly, the quiet intimacy was shattered by the frantic, persistent ringing of the doorbell. Outside, a panicked Bonnie stood with a worried companion, their hearts racing as they realized Mani wasn't answering. With no other choice and sweat beading on his brow, Bonnie hurriedly punched the security code into the lock, his movements fueled by a terrifying sense of urgency. The door creaked open with an ominous groan, and his companion peered into the dimness, her eyes searching for any sign of life. She crept inside, her voice trembling, as she called out into the suffocating silence of the apartment. They found her not in a state of grace, but collapsed and clutching her limbs as agonizing cramps rippled through her muscles like electric shocks. Her friends failed in horror, wondering if the poor girl had been pushing herself through this hellish torture for the entire night. Yet, beneath the pain lay the memory of her transformation, a montage of sweat and determination as she moved with the grace of a swan in her blue leotard. Every extension, every leap was a battle against her own limitations, her legs stretching toward a perfection she refused to let slip away. Tears of pure relief and exhaustion finally spilled over when her teacher offered a rare word of praise, acknowledging the immense progress she had made in just 1 week. Fueled by that small victory, she pumped her fists with a renewed fire in her eyes, ready to conquer the next challenge no matter the cost. She tilted her head back to gulp down water, her throat parched. She listened to the schedule of upcoming interviews and photo shoots that would leave her with no room to breathe. Later, sitting on the cold floor of the studio, Bonnie handed her a thick stack of reports, his face grave as he explained the results of the product testing. He had gone above and beyond, comparing their work to the industry giants, just so she could have a clear picture of the mountain they had to climb. Mani sparkled with gratitude, her mind already racing toward investments and studio accounts, even as Bonnie's gaze lingered in the dark circles haunting her beautiful face. He pleaded with her to rest, warning her that her fans would be heartbroken to see her so overwhelmed before the variety show tonight. Night fell over the city, casting a glittering glow on the massive broadcasting building where her next trial awaited. As she arrived, the air was thick with the expectant energy of a high-stakes production, the staff welcoming her with polite smiles that hid the chaotic pressure of live television. She stood with her friend, looking out at the grand stage, her heart thumping against her ribs as she prepared to support her fellow performers. But behind the scenes, a storm was brewing as a group of girls in matching blue uniforms stood frozen in a spotlight of anxiety. The manager's voice was like a whip lashing out at them because their lead performer, Yihan, was nowhere to be found. The girls were frantic, their voices overlapping in a desperate plea as they realized they couldn't even reach her by phone. The manager remained unmoved, his expression a mask of cold indifference as he claimed there were simply no cars left to send for her. Manny stepped into the fray, her presence instantly commanding attention as she learned that Yihan was stranded at the airport, lost in a sea of people. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to Bonnie and ordered him to the airport, her voice a calm anchor in the rising tide of panic. As Bonnie rushed off, she turned back to the trembling girls, instructing them to buy as much time as possible with the stage crew. They looked at her with wide, helpless eyes, their spirits flickering like candles in the wind as the reality of their failure set in. Manny's voice rang out again, and authoritative, demanding that they calm down and listen to her every word. The manager returned, his face set in a grim line as he announced that the performance would be delayed by a mere 30 minutes. He turned his back on them with a dismissive air, leaving them with a ticking clock that felt like a death sentence. Manny's eyes narrowed as she shared a knowing look with the girls, a secret plan already forming in her brilliant mind. They had only 30 minutes to pull off a miracle, a feat that seemed impossible to anyone else. They retreated to the privacy of the dressing room, practicing their four-person routine with a frantic intensity while a phone vibrated unnoticed on the counter. Manny sprinted through the corridors, her silhouette a blur of elegance and speed as she moved to execute her final gambit. She paused at a door, her expression a mask of serene confidence as she prepared to handle the situation her way. With a graceful click, she hung an cleaning sign on the handle, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed as she finally answered the call from the airport. Bonnie's voice was tight with stress as he described the suffocating crowds at the terminal, making it impossible to find a single person. A small, triumphant played on Bonnie's lips, her blue eyes shimmering with a cunning light. She told him exactly what to do, her voice steady as she instructed him to have the airport staff broadcast a very specific announcement. Suddenly, the intercackled to life, a voice echoing through the vast terminal calling for the Go Girls to report to the nearest staff member. In the middle of the thronging crowd, a girl behind sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat froze, her heart skipping a beat as she heard the secret code. Back at the station, Manny explained that the name was a special bond from their past, a memory that Yihan would never forget. The girls' faces lit up with hope as they remembered the quintet they had dreamed of forming years ago. Relief flooded the room when Yihan finally appeared, her chest heaving as she stumbled through the door just in time. A car screeched away from the curb, racing against the fading light to get them back to the stage. Bonnie checked his watch, face pale as he realized they still needed 10 more minutes they didn't have. The manager's voice was a cold wall of refusal, telling them they had 5 minutes to get ready or their performance would be canceled entirely. Yihan's voice trembled as she pleaded over the phone, her eying with tears at the thought of letting everyone down. Manny's patience finally snapped, and she snatched the phone, her voice a low growl as she called them morons for wasting their energy on useless begging. She looked at them with a fierce, unyielding gaze, commanding them to get on that stage right this instant. They couldn't keep the fans waiting, and she reminded them that while she could miss a show, they couldn't afford to throw away this life-changing opportunity. Her words were a rallying cry, reminding them of their motto to waste no time and throw away no chance. With a collective roar of determination, the girls threw their hands into the air, their fear transformed into a burning passion. Manny watched from the shadows, her heart swelling with pride as the 4 girls stepped out into the blinding glare of the spotlights. The music swelled, a rhythmic pulse that matched the beating of their hearts as they took their positions. A single, confident step onto the stage signaled the beginning of their redemption. They moved as one, a whirlwind of blue and white, their dance passionate and perfectly in sync under the flashing lights. Manny and Yihan shared a look of pure triumph, knowing that against all odds they had succeeded. The audience was a sea of cheering faces and glowing hearts, completely captivated by the energy radiating from the stage. Afterward, they gathered together, the clinking of their cups a sweet melody of victory and sisterhood. They looked at Manny with newfound respect, admitting that her calm leadership was more reliable than any manager they had ever known. Manny smiled a soft, gin expression, though she quickly brushed off the praise with her usual grace. But the night had one final sting in the tail. As Manny checked her phone, her smile faltered. They were trending, yes, but the words "Lousy Girls" band glared back at her from the screen, a chilling reminder that their battle was far from over. And the air in the room turned heavy as Manny stared at the glowing screen of her phone, her heart sinking as she scrolled through the toxic sludge of the internet where faceless critics tore her band to shreds. The pressure was suffocating, and while her teammates wanted to scream the truth to the world, they knew all too well they'll only believe the lies they want to hear. Explaining would only make them look desperate. If Manny couldn't withstand the biting judgment of the audience, her manager warned that she simply wasn't fit for this cutthroat world. Instead of crumbling, Manny felt a spark of defiance ignite in her chest, choosing to bleed for her craft by heading straight to the practice room instead of seeking the comfort of home. The rhythmic counting of steps became her only reality as she pushed her body to the absolute limit, while her teammates watched her from the shadows in stunned silence. She was a whirlwind of sheer willpower, spinning until the world blurred into a haze of exhaustion. Even as she took a painful tumble, Manny didn't stop, shamelessly stuffing a piece of bread into her mouth to keep her energy from failing her. She devoured her meager meal with a desperation that spoke of her hunger for success, her eyes wide with a manic sort of focus. Her friends hovered nearby, their faces etched with worry as they noted the dark circles under her eyes and the toll of her sleepless nights. But the bond they shared was a shield against the internet's poison. They were sisters in arms, and no amount of malice could break their friendship. The atmosphere at the ad shoot shifted instantly when the formidable Manhwa arrived, her presence commanding icy. When the staff realized they lacked a dancer for the lighting test, Manhua stepped forward with an intimidating grace, ready to show everyone the chasm between a novice and a true professional. She stood in the center of the studio, a dark promise of perfection in her black tutu. Her movements were sharp, precise, and hauntingly beautiful. Manny watched, mesmerized and deeply shaken, as Manhua transformed into a literal black swan. Every extension and spin a masterclass in power. Her footwork was a testament to 10 years of grueling training, a level of skill that seemed untouchable. As Manhua finished her breathtaking display, she looked like a goddess of the stage, leaving everyone breathless. Manny felt her own competitive spirit roar to life. She didn't want to just watch from the sidelines. She wanted to stand on that same stage as an equal. When Manny finally stepped out in her own costume, she looked like a celestial fairy, her white gown shimmering with an ethereal light. Yet, the whispers of the jealous never ceased as a wretched rival mocked her for only having a pretty face to hide her lack of experience. Manny's friend wouldn't stand for the disrespect, fiercely kicking the toxic presence out of the room to protect Majul's focus. Behind the scenes, the skepticism was palpable, with staff whispering that Manny's 4 weeks of training were a joke and they would likely need a stand-in to save the shoot. The tension was thick enough to choke on as they prepared for the difficult choreography. Manny heard the doubts, but she refused to let her heart waver, smiling through the nerves. She knew she wasn't a master yet, but there was more than one path to the top, and she would weaponize her unique talents to find her own way. The director called for action, the countdown echoing in the sudden, heavy silence of the room. The spotlights cut through the darkness, focusing all their heat on the girl in white. Manny sat huddled on the floor, a fragile and haunting image of sorrow. Her eyes, wide and filled with a raw, piercing emotion, captured the camera's soul in an instant. She might not have been a professional dancer, but she was a world-class actress, and she used her gaze to bridge the gap that technique couldn't fill. She moved with a grace that came from deep within, her expressions telling a story of longing and beauty. The director was absolutely stunned, demanding a close-up as Manny poured her very soul into the lens. It was a performance of pure, unadulterated emotion that left the crew speechless. Even the cold and distant Manhua was forced to acknowledge the spark in Manny's eyes, finding this little fairy far more interesting than she had ever anticipated. But where there is light, there is shadow. A bitter schemer tried to poison Langhua's mind with foul rumors of Manny's character. Langhua's gaze turned murderous, but the pressure was directed at the liar, not Manny. She saw right through the transparent malice, chilling the air as she questioned if the girl really thought she was so easily manipulated. In the end, despite the thorns and the traps for her, Manny shone like the brightest star, destined for a romance that felt like a dream under the glowing moonlight. The air in the room was thick with tension as the desperate woman pleaded, insisting she was only fighting for the other's best interests. But Manny wasn't easily fooled by such transparent lies. Her sharp gaze swept over the wretched before her, a cold, calculating smile playing on her lips. She feigned acceptance, her voice dripping with a false sweetness that would make anyone shiver. Inside, she was laughing. The fool actually believed she had won her over, unaware that Manny was already weaving a web for a much larger favor. Exhaustion finally began to claw at Manny as she slumped back in the van, the weight of her ambitions feeling like lead. Her loyal assistant, Bonnie, tried to entice her with new opportunities, laying out a chaotic spread of schedules and variety show invitations. Her eyes lit up when she spotted a script from the prestigious Sunrise Pictures, but the joy was short-lived. A supporting role. She scoffed at the idea, her heart set on nothing less than the crown of Best Actress. These scripts were nothing but trash, incapable of elevating her to the throne she deserved. Despite the late hour, her spirit remained restless, and she insisted on one more stop before the day was done. Meanwhile, in the suffocatingly silent halls of the Lu Group, a new assistant thought she could weaponize her charms against the company's cold-blooded CEO. She hovered over him with practiced grace, offering tea as if it were a sacred potion. Mr. Lu didn't even grant her a glance, his statuesque features frozen in a mask of icy indifference that could pierce through stone. He dismissed her with a single, freezing sentence, leaving the girl to retreat with a blushing face and a heart full of delusional hope. She stepped out into the hallway, her pride wounded, but her ambition still burning. She boasted to her colleagues about her supposed progress, dismissing the existence of the CEO's famous fiancé as a relic of the past. But the atmosphere shifted instantly as Manny arrived, her presence radiating an undeniable aura of elegance as she pushed a cart full of gifts. The office gossip died in their throats as they realized the woman they were mocking was right in front of them, more beautiful and intimidating than any rumor suggested. The bold assistant decided to test her luck, stepping forward with a fake smile to greet the woman she hoped to replace. Manny, ever the picture of grace, handed over a gift with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. When she turned toward the CEO's private sanctum, the assistant dared to block her path, demanding to see an appointment that didn't exist. Bonnie's voice cut through the air like a blade, reminding the girl exactly who Manny was, but the assistant played the fool, claiming she was merely doing her job. She was a temporary replacement, she claimed, a mere shadow filling a void. With a smug tilt of her head, she insisted that no one, Not even a fiancé would be allowed to disturb the tyrant while he worked. Manny found the girl's audacity almost amusing. If the child wanted to play at being a loyal watchdog, she would let her bark a little longer. She offered a sharp, knowing smile, masking the cold fury simmering beneath her skin. Without another word, Manny swept past the girl, her heels clicking against the floor with the rhythm of a heartbeat. While Bonnie held back the sputtering assistant, Manny slipped into the office, finding her man buried in work. He didn't even look up at first, barking orders for reports. But the moment he realized his beloved was standing there, his icy facade shattered. When she playfully asked where she should settle herself, he pulled her close, whispering that her place was only ever in his heart. They pored over the scripts together, his deep voice providing the steady guidance she needed to see past her immediate greed for fame. He warned her that a true queen must first build a foundation of respect before claiming the crown. Time seemed to vanish in his presence, the clock ticking past midnight as they discussed the potential of an unnamed travel show. He was a doting protector, offering her a place to rest her weary head or a ride home in his personal carriage. A soft kiss was her only answer, a silent promise between two souls bound by more than just an engagement. As she prepared to leave, she couldn't help but mention the prickly new assistant who had tried to bar her entry. Mr. Liu's expression darkened. He found her complaint to be quite the mischievous invitation to clean house. One phone call was all it took. He didn't care if the girl was the granddaughter of a powerful shareholder. If Manny was displeased, the girl was as good as gone. Days later, the battlefield moved to the audition hall for Golden Wedding, where the air was thick with the scent of perfume and desperation. Other actresses flocked to Mani, their voices a chorus of shallow flattery and hidden envy as they congratulated her on her high-profile engagement. She accepted their praises with a practiced mask, her mind already focused on the trial ahead. Suddenly, the staff burst into the room, their voices sharp as they announced the start of the selection process. The instructions were baffling. The acting was to begin the very moment their hands touched the door handle. Manny stood before the heavy doors, the golden light from within casting long shadows as she contemplated the true meaning of this test. And Fang Tong's life was a tragedy etched in the dust of 1977 Su Sheng, a scholar's daughter weathering a decade of chaos while nursing a crippled father. Manny steeled her nerves, the weight of the character pressing down on her as she prepared to step into another woman's skin. She clutched her script, her heart a frantic bird against her ribs, wondering how on earth she should introduce herself. When her name finally rang through the hall, a jolt of electricity snapped her to attention. It was time to prove her worth, to show them that she wasn't just another pretty face in the crowd. Every step she took toward that audition room felt like walking a tightrope over an abyss. She wasn't just Jian Manny anymore. She was becoming the elegant, tragic Fang Tong. The transition was seamless, her very gait shifting to match the poise of a woman born to scholars. With every breath, the boundary between actress and role blurred until only the character remained. A sharp knock echoed against the wood, though an icy shiver told her something wasn't quite right. She hesitated for a heartbeat, her fingers hovering over the handle as a suffocating pressure filled the air. Stepping inside, she was met with the cold, calculating gazes of the judges, their eyes scanning her for any sign of weakness. The room was sparsely decorated, a single stool waiting for her like a witness stand. The panel sat behind a long table, their expressions unreadable, shrouded in an intimidating aura. She caught a subtle detail, the way the lead judge addressed her as Miss Fang, testing her even before the first official question. She sat with perfect, spine-chilling elegance, every movement a testament to the education and upbringing of the woman she portrayed. The questions began sharp and prying, demanding she reveal the core of her character's soul. She spoke of her life as a simple teacher, her voice steady despite the storm brewing within. But when they delved into the dark secrets of her father's disability, a flicker of genuine distress crossed her features. She offered nothing but a hollow "I don't know," her stubborn silence acting as a shield. The judges leaned in, their suspicion thick enough to choke on, demanding honesty she refused to give. Her hands trembled atop her knees, but her resolve remained ironclad. She had no secrets to share with these strangers. The head judge's frustration boiled over, a sneer twisting his lips at her perceived lack of cooperation. She stood her ground, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet her lips remained sealed. Dismissed with a cold wave of the hand, she was told she clearly didn't want the part. Exhaling a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, she stumbled back into the hallway, where her friends waited with bated breath. They swarmed her, desperate to know if she had survived the ordeal. She took a long, desperate gulp of water, admitting that she had told them absolutely nothing. Her friends stared in horrified silence, convinced she had just thrown away her entire career. The tension reached a fever pitch as the director emerged with the list of survivors. One by one, names were called and the hall erupted in cheers and tears of joy. Manny watched, her heart sinking, until the formidable Cheng Jiani was announced. The air hummed with whispers of Jiani's talent and her prestigious awards, marking her as the one to beat. Only one spot remained, and the silence was deafening as the director prepared to read the final name. Everyone's shock, it was Jianmani who had clawed her way into the next round. Over a celebratory dinner, the table groaning under the weight of a succulent feast, her friends couldn't fathom how she had passed. How could a simple "I don't know" be the right answer? Mani leaned back, a playful spark in her eyes as she explained that a girl like Fang Tong would never trust strangers with her family's pain. She had been acting from the moment she touched the door handle, weaponizing her discretion to prove her deep understanding of the role. Her friends were floored by her brilliance. She hadn't just read the script, she had lived the history. They cheered her on, urging her to eat more and fuel up for the battle ahead. The next challenge was even more daunting, an improvisational sitcom scene. The stage was set with a grand round table, a feast laid out to test their focus and creativity. Some girls fretted over their diets, but Mani's mind was already racing. The director laid out the scenario as Sculler's daughter testing her brother-in-law's character. They were given free rein to use the props, even to cause destruction if it served the story. With only 10 minutes to prepare, the air was thick with competitive fire. As the director stepped away, the countdown began. Mani watched the door close, the weight of the challenge settling on her shoulders. She suggested others go first, watching as her rivals scrambled for the spotlight, terrified of being left with no original ideas. The first few attempts were a chaotic mess of overacting and cheap drama. One girl resorted to screaming accusations of affairs, only to be shut down by the stoic father figure. Another tried physical comedy, slamming the table and breaking furniture in a desperate bid for attention. The director watched with growing disappointment as the actors failed to grasp the subtle heart of the scene. Cheng Jiani watched the carnage with a disdainful scoff, knowing exactly how to tide. She stepped onto the stage with a graceful poise, her presence immediately commanding the room. She approached the actors with a soft smile, asking for a small favor. Gianni took her seat at the table, her movements fluid and mesmerizing. She presented a bowl of soup, claiming her sister had made it with love for the man. The man took a sip, but his face immediately contorted in disgust at the overwhelming bitterness. The sister panicked, her eyes wide with worry as she saw his reaction. He tried to warn her away, the liquid like poison on his tongue. But Gianni didn't flinch. She explained with a radiant smile that it was Coptis' super reminder that life's greatest sweetness only comes after enduring the bitter. It was a masterclass in character work. Leaving the director nodding in silent approval, Mani watched from the sidelines, her stomach twisting. Gianni hadn't just acted. She had understood the corrective to test the man's devotion, not to humiliate him. When her name was finally called, Mani felt a surge of adrenaline. She walked toward the table, her gaze fixed on the props, her mind searching for a way to top Gianni's perfect performance. Her eyes scanned the dishes, searching for a spark of inspiration amidst the scattered remains of the previous scenes. Suddenly, a light flickered in her blue eyes, an idea so audacious it just might work. With a confident smile and a charming tilt of her head, she approached the brother-in-law, asking if he would be so kind as to do her a favor. The atmosphere at the dinner table was thick with an unspoken tension as the director's sharp eyes scanned the group, wondering exactly what kind of move the young woman would make next. On the table lay the instruments of her potential downfall, slippery sea cucumbers and elegant silver chopsticks that offered no grip. It was a calculated test of grace under pressure, and the poor man beside her felt the weight of it, as he was urged to serve his father-in-law a piece of happiness, a pun that felt more like a trap. His brow furrowed in concentration as the sea cucumber mocked him, sliding away every time he tried to seize it. With a final embarrassing slip, the delicacy tumbled back into the bowl, leaving him paralyzed with shame while Mani watched from the side with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She couldn't help but let out a silent internal giggle at the absurdity of the scene, even as the rest of the table watched the struggle with bated breath. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in the man's head as he realized that a simple spoon could save his dignity. He looked around desperately, only to find the table lacking the very tool he needed, until a kind soul noticed his plight and offered him a way out. With the spoon finally in hand, he accepted it like a lifeline, his face brightening with relief. He successfully navigated the treacherous dish, finally managing to serve the guest of honor with a shaky hand. The director observed it all, noting how her chopsticks had caused a literal fight between the man and his food, yet concluding that such a struggle revealed a good-natured soul. Mani gave a playful wink, confident that her future brother-in-law would be nothing but kind to her elder sister. While the couple shared a tender, sparkling moment, the director remained stoic, his mind already drifting back to the high-stakes world of casting. Spread across the table were the fates of two women, their headshots staring back at the judges who held their careers in their hands. The director was torn, his expression clouded with doubt as he weighed the merits of each candidate. On one hand, Mani's performance with the sea cucumber had been a stroke of genius, showcasing the effortless wealth and charm of her character. On the other hand, Gianni had maintained a consistent, professional pace that spoke of a more refined, cultured lady. The room was divided, with some arguing that Gianni's silence was a mark of wisdom, while others felt Mani's conversational skills were essential for a wealthy protagonist. The air grew heavy as they prepared to cast the decisive vote, the names of the two rivals hanging in the air like a death sentence. It was a deadlock that left everyone frustrated, as if the director simply refused to make a final choice. He lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his weary face as he admitted that they might be heading in the completely wrong direction for the production. Far away from the casting drama, Manny was busy securing her own future, finalizing a major investment deal with a graceful smile. Mr. Lee was practically beaming, thanking her for her vision and promising that her brand would be their top priority. Bonnie stood by her side, impressed by Manny's ability to navigate the R&D centers and workshops with such professional poise. As they discussed the registration of the new brand, Manny remained humble, promising to share any good ideas that came to mind. Walking toward the elevator, Bonnie wondered if Manny was taking on too much, but the young woman was determined to handle the workload without extra help. She was confident that her current team could manage the brand's operations without needing to recruit more outsiders. Suddenly, Bonnie's phone buzzed, and the tone of her voice shifted to far more serious as she listened to the person on the other end. She looked at Manny with a complicated expression, her heart heavy with the news she had to deliver. With a deep breath, she broke the silence, telling Manny that she hadn't gotten the part she wanted so badly. But the emotional roller coaster wasn't over yet, as Bonnie quickly clarified that while she missed the first role, the producers had offered her a different, more significant part instead. They wanted her to play Dong Huilan, a character of immense depth and legacy. Manny's eyes widened in total shock, her breath hitching as the realization of this new opportunity began to sink in. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, a pink-haired girl named Shanshan burst into a luxury office, screaming for help and disrupting a high-level meeting. The silver-haired Danking looked up with cold, aristocratic calm, asking the intruders to give them a moment of privacy. Shanshan was hysterical, claiming that the company was biased and that Manny was stealing all the best opportunities while she was left with third-class magazines. Danking reminded her with a sharp, icy smile that she needed to keep a low profile due to her previous scandals, suggesting that trendy dramas were more her speed. But Shanshan wasn't finished, begging for a spot on a new rehearsal show that featured Manny as a lead. The mention of Yinran joining the cast sent a visible shiver through the room. The thought of Manny and Yinran traveling together abroad clearly unnerving Danking. The idea of them spending every day and night together, isolated from the world, was a nightmare Danking couldn't ignore. She slammed her hands down, shouting for the conversation to end, her composure finally shattering under the pressure. Soon, the meeting for the travel show commenced, with the itinerary spanning across Britain, the Netherlands, France, and Germany. Manny and the handsome male lead sat side by side, reviewing their documents as they prepared for a 4-week journey away from home. The atmosphere was professional, yet charged with an underlying current of competition as the cast members gathered around the table. One of the older actresses, a woman named Ning, raised her hand with a sharp, knowing look in her eyes. She claimed she wouldn't take advantage of her seniority, but her voice held a subtle, suffocating pressure. She began to list an endless array of demands, things she couldn't do, foods she wouldn't eat until she unrolled a scroll that seemed to stretch on forever. Manny stared at the massive list of requirements in pure, unadulterated horror, her jaw dropping at the sheer audacity of the woman. Ning simply smiled a perfect, polished smile, telling Manny to read every single word carefully. As she sat there, sweat beading on her forehead, Manny realized that this trip would be anything but a peaceful vacation. The city lights shimmered like cold diamonds against the velvet night, a silent witness to the corporate schemes unfolding within the glass towers. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of ambition, as a high-stakes contract was finalized, the shadowy figures unconcerned with the lives they were about to disrupt. There was a flicker of hesitation among the staff about inviting a certain man whose reputation was shrouded in scandalous gossip. But for the producers, a clash of high-profile personalities was exactly the spark they needed for their next hit. Yinran sat back with a statuesque grace, a chillingly handsome smirk playing on his lips as he sipped his tea, fully aware that the upcoming show would be an absolute sensation. Meanwhile, the innocent Manny was being swept into the whirlwind of reality television, told she must sacrifice her dignity for the sake of authenticity. The crew insisted she appear disheveled, as if she had just tumbled out of bed, even demanding she swap her elegant clothes for common pajamas to sell the illusion of a raw, unscripted life. It was an absurd theater, and Manny found herself forced to struggle with her own luggage, just to satisfy the camera's hunger for a relatable protagonist. Her manager tried to warn her that this wasn't a free vacation, but a battlefield of editing and ego. As she packed her heart into her suitcase, she couldn't have known how little time she would have for herself. The blonde man's words were a cold splash of reality. Every moment was being meticulously crafted for maximum exposure, even down to the intentional messiness of her hair. With a final okay from the crew, the trap was set with a sharp knock on her door. Manny opened it with a practiced, wary smile, realizing with a sinking heart that her life was no longer her own. She was led out like a lamb to the slaughter, surrounded by a phalanx of cameras and told to take the secondary vehicle. But as she approached the car, her breath hitched. There, sitting inside with an aura of quiet power, was Yanran, his godlike features softened by a rare, genuine smile. He didn't hesitate to step out and take the heavy burden of her luggage, his touch lingering as if to ground her in the chaos. Through the crackle of the walkie-talkie, the crew barked orders, but in the sanctuary of the car, the world felt smaller. Manny lamented that they were already being manipulated by the script, yet Yenran's gaze remained fixed on her, suggesting that this was simply an early honeymoon for them. As they drove, he reached out to clasp her hand, a silent promise of protection that made her heart flutter despite the suffocating pressure of the cameras. They soon arrived at a sprawling complex, a place where the elite gathered to play their dangerous games. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The production was behind schedule, and a storm was brewing in the form of the legendary actress Ning. Ning sat with a frigid elegance, her every movement radiating a murderous aura that made the staff tremble. Seeking to bridge the gap, Manny offered her a drink with sparkling, hopeful eyes, only to be met with a wall of icy indifference. Even when Yenran was offered the same, the tension in the room didn't lift. They sat together on the plush sofas, a group of beautiful people hiding jagged edges. Manny's admiration for Ning's prestigious awards was quickly dampened by a whispered warning. The great actress was notoriously grumpy and not to be crossed. The manager's apologies fell on deaf ears as Ning's fury boiled over, an angry pulsing at her temple as she contemplated the delay. Her gaze was sharp enough to cut glass, a clear sign that she viewed everyone else as mere obstacles in her path. Behind the scenes, the mastermind watched with delight, noting that Yenran's kindness was a perfect foil for drama. He knew Yenran didn't care about the show's destination, he was only there to be by Mani's side. Their temporary home was a magnificent white mansion, a gilded cage for the drama to unfold. The peace was shattered the moment they stepped inside, as Ning declared her refusal to share a bed, suggesting with a cruel smile that Manny should sleep on the floor. She shamelessly claimed the entire closet for her expensive wardrobe, leaving Manny with nothing but a stunned expression. Manny tried to maintain her composure, agreeing to the wretched terms, but Ning wasn't finished. She flung open the windows despite Manny's protests about the biting cold, insisting on ventilation even if it meant her roommate would freeze. Her arrogance was suffocating, a display of power meant to break the younger girl's spirit. When the luggage finally arrived, Ning dismissed Mani like a lowly servant, ordering her to go buy groceries and prepare dinner while she took a nap. Mani escaped the room, her heart heavy as she met men downstairs trying to hide her exhaustion. The mission cards were revealed, and Mani looked on with wide, innocent eyes as the roles were assigned. Yinran was stuck with house cleaning while Manny and the other guests were sent to the market, a division of labor that clearly irritated the protective male lead. He wanted to switch, his expression darkening at the thought of Manny being away from him, but the rules of the game were absolute. At the supermarket, the mundane task of shopping became a search for a piece of home. Manny searched for soy sauce, her brow furrowed in concentration as she navigated the aisles. Ever the thoughtful soul, she called Ning to ask if there were any dietary restrictions she should know about. Ning's voice was smooth as silk as she claimed to eat everything, a lie that would soon become a weapon. With the supplies gathered, they returned to prepare a grand hot pot feast. The table was laden with delicacies, and Yenran looked statuesque even as he worked in the kitchen, his every move precise and captivating. He leaned in close to Mani, whispering about the garden they would visit later, his proximity causing a deep blush to creep up her cheeks while Ning watched them with a calculating stare. Ning commented on how sweet they were, but her eyes remained cold as she joined the table. The hot pot bubbled, sending steam into the air, a deceptive warmth before the coming storm. Ning picked up a beef ball, her expression unreadable as she took a bite. Suddenly, her face contorted in shock. She gasped that there was coriander in the food, something she was allergic to. Manny was horrified, reminding her that she had specifically said she ate everything. But Ning was a master of manipulation, arguing that not eating something was entirely different from being unable to eat it. The air in the room turned frigid, the tension thick enough to choke on as Manny realized she had been set up. Yinran's protective instincts flared, his gaze turning lethal as he looked at the woman trying to humiliate his beloved. Manny was forced to offer a hollow apology, her spirit dampened by the petty cruelty. Ning, playing the victim to perfection, declared she had lost her appetite and swept out of the room. An awkward, heavy silence settled over the remaining guests as they stared at the half-eaten meal. Later, in the quiet of the garden, Yinran found the actress, his aura cold and intimidating as he confronted her. Ning looked up, her mask of victimhood slipping to reveal the cold, ambitious woman beneath as she asked what the powerful Mr. Liu could possibly want with her. The moonlight caught the sharp edge of his jaw as he looked down at her, the real game only just beginning. The twilight air was thick with unspoken accusations as the bowl of lotus root starch sat between them, a humble offering that felt more like a trap. The handsome man across from her didn't even bother to look at the food, his gaze piercing through her facade as he accused her of performing for cameras that weren't even there. Ning didn't flinch, coolly reminding him that she was simply following the mission cards left for them that afternoon. He scoffed, looking at his own card that tasked him with playing the part of a doting family man, a role that seemed to disgust his very soul. The tension only tightened as Ning pointed out the strange discrepancy in the number of cards for the group, leaving the man to simmer in his own frustration. He wasn't finished with his interrogation, leaning in to tell her that while he respected her reason, she had crossed a line during dinner. He knew the truth behind the smiles. He knew about the secret ties between her and Mani, and he wasn't about to let it slide. Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile as she mused about rich men and their actress playthings, but the man's expression turned glacial. He wasn't speaking as a powerful CEO now, but as a man protecting was his. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, declaring himself as Mani's boyfriend and accusing Ning of being far too cruel. Mani was innocent, he claimed, a woman who didn't play games and only wanted to be honest. He stood up, his statuesque figure casting a long, intimidating shadow as he insisted that Mani had even gone so far as to make that starch just for her. His words hung in the air like a death sentence, a reminder of the battle lines drawn in this elegant prison. Ning remained seated, her fingers tracing the edge of her seat as she watched him walk away, her mind already spinning a new web. The next morning, the sun rose over the opulent villa, a place that should have been a paradise but felt more like a stage for an impending disaster. Mani appeared with a bright smile, greeting Yi as if the previous night's venom hadn't existed. But the fatigue was etched into her delicate features, her eyes shadowed by a sleepless night spent under the suffocating pressure of Ning's presence. She lamented how Ning had kept the lights and music blaring for a late-night skincare routine, leaving Mani a shell of herself. The arrival of Shanshan and Danking only added fuel to the fire, the former sweeping in with the arrogance of a queen and critiquing the villa for not meeting her lofty standards. They offered half-hearted excuses for their tardiness, their faces masks of feigned regret as they greeted the exhausted Mani. Shanshan's temper flared instantly, her voice dripping with venom as she ordered Yai to handle their luggage like a common servant. She was drowning in fury, her reputation tarnished by recent scandals, and she was done playing the part of the sweet starlet. If the audience wanted a villainess, she was more than happy to give them one. The drama moved upstairs where Shanshan demanded the room with the east-facing window, her entitlement knowing no bounds. When Mani quietly refused to switch rooms, Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of the girl. The air crackled with hostility as Danking chimed in, accusing Mani of being selfish and trying to corner the best spot for herself. Shanshan's finger pointed accusingly, claiming Mani only wanted the room to look better on camera than her. They tried to use moral coercion to break the girl's spirit, acting as if Mani was the one being unreasonable. That was when Ning stepped out of the shadows, her presence alone enough to silence the bickering. With a sharp, knowing look, she asked what all the pathetic fuss was about. Shanshan immediately pivoted, faking the excitement of a devoted fan, and begging to share a room with the senior actress. Ning's smile didn't reach her eyes as she pulled Shanshan close, suggesting they all three share a room in a display of sisterly affection. Many pointed out the obvious, the bed was far too small for 3 people. Ning's solution was swift and brutal. Many would simply sleep on the floor. Shanshan's triumph was short-lived, her smirk widening as she watched Mani's perceived downfall. Ning paused, a dangerous glint in her eyes as she toyed with a lock of her hair. She then informed Shanshan that since she wasn't used to sharing a bed either, Shanshan would be joining Mani on the floor. The shock on Shanshan's face was priceless, her jaw dropping as she realized she had been played. As night fell, Ning mockingly offered Shanshan a used blanket as a gift, her voice dripping with fake honey. The veteran actress watched with a smirk as Shanshan tried to maintain her composure, her laughter sounding more like a strangled cry. Mani, ever the diplomat, claimed she wanted to try sleeping on the floor anyway, while Shanshan looked toward the closet in desperation. Ning shut that down too, declaring her designer clothes were far too precious, and the others would have to live out of their suitcases. Shanshan was vibrating with rage, her face turning a deep shade of crimson as she realized she was being treated like a second-class citizen. Ning practically dragged the fuming starlet into the room, relishing the way she was driving the younger woman to the brink of insanity. Behind closed doors, Shanshan's screams were muffled by the walls as she ranted about Ning being a washed-up relic. Danking tried to hush her, warning that they needed to stay on Ning's good side or risk losing everything to Mani. They plotted in the shadows, realizing they had to play nice to survive this viper's nest. Downstairs, the rest of the group waited in a heavy, awkward silence for 30 minutes, the air thick with Shanshan's growing irritation. The crew could only ask for patience as the tension reached a breaking point. Upstairs, Ning was taking her sweet time, lounging in bed while Mani dutifully helped her prepare, a deliberate act of petty revenge. Mani teased her about being so vengeful, but Ning only laughed, weaponizing her seniority and claiming her back simply couldn't handle Rush. She reveled in the power she held, her smile radiant and predatory. 20 minutes later, the 2 women finally descended the stairs, Ning looking every bit the regal queen she was. She offered a breezy apology for the wait, her eyes sparkling with hidden amusement. Shanshan and Danking were forced to swallow their pride, greeting her with fake smiles and forced grace. The crew finally signaled the start of the meeting, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. They announced that a team leader had been chosen, someone they would all have to obey in the coming days. Ning asked if she could decline, her legs crossed elegantly as she challenged the system. But the decision was final, and as the staff member pulled the name from the envelope, the room held its breath. The name on the card was none other than Shen Shanshan, a revelation that promised to turn this villa into a true battlefield. Shanshan asserts her dominance as the team leader, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness as she hands out instructions to the group. Danking offers a congratulatory smile, though her eyes betray a hidden, sharp resentment as she rolls them in private. Shanshan promises to shoulder every burden, unaware that her every move is being watched with quiet by those she thinks she controls. Manny catches Yinran's eye, a heavy silence hanging between them as the weight of the trip begins to settle over her heart. Even the smallest among them can feel the suffocating pressure of the impending drama as they prepare to move. As they prepare to depart, the sight of the van and a slender hand brushing against the glass serves as a silent omen of the schemes to come. Shanshan's smile doesn't reach her eyes as she commands Manny to sit in the back, her tone leaving no room for argument or grace. When Manny demands to know why she is being sidelined, Shanshan shamelessly weaponizes Danking's supposition sickness to force her way. It was a masterclass in moral coercion, painting Manny as a girl who wasn't kind if she dared to refuse such a simple request. Shanshan's authority was absolute, her words cutting through the air like a cold blade as she reminded them all that she was the team leader and her word was law. Danking's smirk widened, her eyes gleaming with a wretched delight as she watched Manny being pushed aside like an unwanted doll. The tension was thick enough to choke on until Yinran finally stepped in, offering a small wave of peace from the back of the vehicle to soothe the rising storm. He graciously offered his own seat, hoping to shield Manny from the petty power plays of their companions. But the peace was short-lived as Shanshan began dividing them into groups, her mind clearly plotting a romantic setup that no one asked for. The groups were announced with calculated precision, leaving Yinran visibly shaken and sweating under the weight of the forced pairings. Shanshan's eyes sparkled with a twisted matchmaking glee, insisting that they needed to make Manny and Yi a sailed ship regardless of their feelings. Danking couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all, her lips curling in a sneer while Manny desperately tried to team up with Ning instead to escape the trap. They finally arrived at the grand, statuesque building, the mornings casting long shadows over the classical architecture that felt more like a prison than a museum. Danking's schemes didn't stop at the car ride. She immediately moved to isolate Ning, hers a honeyed trap as she invited her for coffee. She used the weight of the Shen group to ensure her invitation couldn't be ignored, acting like a predator disguised in silk. Inside the gallery, Manny and Yinran found a fleeting moment of respite, standing before a painting that seemed to capture the very essence of their shared struggle. Yinran's gaze was soft as he questioned why she picked this specific work, his voice a low murmur in the quiet hall. He saw through her facade, comparing the quiet passion of the blossoms to Manny's own steadfast and elegant heart. Manny's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart pounding against her ribs as she begged him to stop before someone overheard his poetic confession. But Yinran didn't care for the world. His only focus was protecting Manny no matter what happened, a silent vow etched into his very being. The van waited outside like a silent observer to the unfolding tragedy of their social war. Danking's audacity knew no bounds as she once again demanded the front seat, her smile as sharp as a glass shard. She felt triumphant in her petty victory, her expression radiating a sickening smugness. However, the tables turned when Ning calmly reminded her that since Danking had the front seating, it was only fair that Manny take it now, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief at the sudden shift in power. Shanshan could only watch with wide, sparkling eyes, her carefully laid plans crumbling into dust. The group moved on to a field of vibrant tulips, the scenery a deceptive paradise that hid the thorns beneath. Yinran's sharp eyes immediately noticed the fatigue etched onto Manny's delicate face, his heart aching at the sight of her dark circles. Manny's mind drifted back to the sleepless night, trapped in a cold palace of a room where Shanshan's anger had kept her frozen in place until the break of dawn. While the others posed for a picture-perfect facade, the air between them remained cold and fractured. Yinran tried to make sense of the shifting alliances, his brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at the girl he wanted to protect. They both agreed it was best to stay out of the viper's nest, unaware that the danger was already circling them. Memories of childhood innocence with tulips were a stark contrast to the chilling snapping of a flower stem, a metaphor for the broken trust among them. The director's interference left them stranded without communication, a perfect setup for a disaster in a foreign land. Danking's eyes glittered with a murderous aura as she reached for a phone, her intentions hidden behind a mask of false need. As the van sped away through the fields, Leaving a trail of dust, the trap was finally and cruelly sprung. Yinran realized with a jolt of horror that they were alone, Shanshan's interference having separated them from the rest of the group. Danking's face was veiled in shadow, a chilling smile playing on her lips as she remarked that he only had eyes for Mani. Mani clutched the useless phone, the realization hitting her like a physical blow as she learned they had been abandoned. Panic flared in the air, the silence of the countryside becoming a suffocating pressure as they realized there was no reception to call for help. Mani looked out at the vast, empty landscape, her heart sinking as the gravity of their isolation settled in. Back at the villa, the sound of a door slamming echoed like a gunshot, signaling the end of any pretense of civility. Yinran's fury was a living thing, his eyes burning with a dark, murderous intensity as he confronted Danking. He grabbed her arm with a grip of iron, his voice a low, dangerous growl as he warned her that if anything happened to Mani, he would never forgive her. Danking trembled under his gaze, her excuses falling flat against his righteous and terrifying rage. He shook her off with pure disgust, his only thought to find the girl who held his heart. But then a miracle appeared. Mani walked through the door, looking small but incredibly resilient. Yinran didn't hesitate, pulling her into a desperate, crushing embrace, his face buried in her neck as he breathed in her scent, oblivious to the cameras. Mani's eyes sparkled with a clever light as she revealed her secret weapon, a simple map provided by a true friend. She held it up like a trophy, her laughter a beautiful melody that shattered the darkness of the night. The group eventually gathered for dinner on a yacht, the shimmering water a stark contrast to the secrets still lingering between them. Danking leaned in close to Ning, her whispers full of a new, hidden venom as Mani watched them with a wary gaze. Under the pale glow of the moon, the night was far from over, and the emotional roller coaster was only just beginning to peak. The harbor lay shrouded in the tranquil blue of twilight, a deceptive peace hanging over the water as the grand vessel waited at the docks. On the deck, the air was thick with the forced laughter of a social circle that felt more like a battlefield, where Mani sat at edge of the light, feeling the biting chill of isolation. Ye's attention was a fleeting thing, captured by the others as they spun a web of conversation that deliberately left her stranded in the shadows. She had to endure this. She would lose herself in her work rather than their petty games break her spirit, reaching for her script as a shield against the suffocating pressure. But Shanshan wouldn't allow her even that small sanctuary, approaching with a smile that didn't reach her calculating eyes to demand a look at the papers. Mani's heart hammered against her ribs as she tried to pull back, but the pink-haired socialite was faster, snatching the lifeline from her hands with practiced ease. Shanshan held the script high, her expression a mask of mock curiosity while Mani's desperation flared, her hands reaching out in a futile plea to reclaim her hard work. Then, with a sickeningly casual motion, Shanshan let go, and Mani watched in paralyzed horror as the pages fluttered like dying birds into the dark, hungry waves below. The apology that followed was a poison wrapped in silk, Shanshan claiming it was a mere accident while her lips quirked into a triumphant smirk. Driven by a raw, frantic need to save her future, Mani didn't hesitate, throwing herself over the railing and plunging into the freezing depths of the canal. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the damp grass where a van stood as a silent witness to her ordeal, the silence broken only by Bonnie's violent, shivering sneezes. Inside the cramped space, Bonnie's hands trembled as she wrapped a thick blanket around the girl's soaked, trembling frame, her eyes full of a motherly worry that Manny tried to soothe with a weak, pale smile. There was no time for a hospital. Manny's resolve was a burning ember in the cold, her gaze fixed and determined even as the color drained from her face. In the shadows of the van, a secret inch took place, a small, nondescript item that held the power to shatter Shanshan's carefully constructed lies. Bonnie pressed the evidence into her hand, a silent promise that this suffering would not be in vain. A finger to the lips commanded absolute secrecy. They were behind me lines now, and one wrong move would mean total ruin. Back at the house, the atmosphere was a stark contrast of luxury and malice, where Yanran and Shanshan lounged as if they hadn't just tried to drown a girl's dreams. Yai reached out to Mani, his touch a momentary warmth, though the shadows under his eyes suggested he was playing a much deeper game than anyone realized. Shanshan, fueled by her own arrogance, laughed at Mani's perceived foolishness, gloating over the scandalous materials she believed she had secured through the girl's desperation. The heavy thud of the door announced the arrival of a man whose very presence radiated a murderous aura, his sharp gaze instantly pinning Shanshan to her seat. He moved with a statuesque grace, his indifference Shanshan's charms acting as a cold splash of reality. With a voice like velvet over steel, he suggested that since Shanshan had gained so much, perhaps it was time she did Mani a significant favor. That night, Mani found a bowl of ginger soup waiting for her, its spicy aroma promising to ward off the sickness threatening to take hold. She drank it down, her heart swelling with a fragile hope as she imagined Yi's hands preparing the remedy just for her. By morning, the hallway was a forest of suitcases, as the team prepared for their flight to Paris, the city of lightsing either salvation or a final betrayal. The air crackled with anticipation when the announcement was made that a new team leader would be chosen by vote upon their arrival. Shanshan stood at the center of the room, her professional facade back in place, though her eyes betrayed a hunger for total control. Yai wasted no time, his voice ringing out as he nominated Yinran, a move designed to strip the power from Shanshan's grasp. Yinran's protest was sharp, her face pale with the sudden weight of the spotlight, but she eventually relented, agreeing to lead if it was the will of the group. But as the hands were called to rise, a suffocating silence fell over the room, the lack of support hanging like a noose. Ning's refusal to vote was a calculated strike, her loyalty clearly sold to the highest bidder. She spoke of Shanshan's excellence with a serpent's tongue, her words a deliberate attempt to alienate Mani further. Yi's anger was a visible thing, his face contorting as he accused them of a systematic cruelty that Mani finally found the courage to name as emotional abuse. Mani's gaze was unwavering, her eyes sparkling with a defiant light as she confronted the women who had sought to break her. Shanshan's outrage was loud and performative, a desperate cry of slander to cover her tracks. Yet Ning merely smiled, a predatory glint in her eyes as she offered to share a room with Mani in Paris, a gesture that felt like a spider inviting a fly into its web. The high-speed train roared across the landscape, a streak of silver against the blue sky as they sped toward their destination. Inside the luxury cabin, Ning cornered Danking, her proximity a physical threat as she questioned the girl's loyalty with a chilling intensity. She spoke of deals and career prospects, her voice a low hum of manipulation that left Danking trembling in her seat. Ning's satisfaction was evident in the way she settled back, a dark goddess savoring the fear she sowed. As the train pulled into the station, Shanshan was already busy weaving a new trap, cornering a man and using his gambling debts as a leash to bind him to her will. She promised him protection in the dangerous streets of Paris, her eyes wide with a manic sort of glee as she plotted Mani's downfall. The man's desperation was a tool she wielded with expert precision. With a final, whispered command, the stage was set for a tragedy. On the bustling streets of the city, Shanshan attempted to force Mani into a dilapidated, filthy van, masking her malice with a lie about tight budgets. But Ning intervened, her sharp words cutting through Shanshan's excuses like a razor through silk. She demanded a switch, her motives remaining an enigma as she asserted her dominance over the group's logistics. Shanshan's pride took visible hit, her face twisting in a brief flash of genuine rage before she smoothed it over. The power dynamic had shifted, Ning's protective stance over Mani feeling more like a strategic chess move than true kindness. Yai and Ning climbed into the car, leaving Mani to watch them with a sense of growing unease. As the vehicle pulled away, Mani stood alone for a moment, the weight of the city's secrets pressing down on her. Inside the car, Ning's questions took an ominous turn, her gaze fixed on Yai as she inquired about his ability to fight. The look in her eyes suggested she wasn't just expecting trouble, she was counting on it. They arrived at a sprawling villa under a bright sun, but the beauty of the estate couldn't hide the panic beginning to brew. Shanshan hurried through the doors, her frantic calls for Ning echoing through the marble halls. When Mani finally arrived, she found a scene of total chaos. The news hit like a physical blow. Ning and Yi had disappeared, their location finally traced to a local police station. The shock on Shanshan's face was a rare moment of genuine emotion, her plans crumbling around her as a French voice confirmed the disaster over the phone. The trap had been sprung, but as the dust settled, it was unclear who had truly been the hunter and who had been the prey. Inside the sterile walls of the station, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of cheap coffee and the sound of muffled sobs. Ning put on a performance worthy of an Oscar, her awing with tears as she whimpered about how terrified she had been, much to the exasperation of the officers who just wanted to finish the paperwork. Her friends arrived just in time to see the theatrics, their faces a mixture of relief and disbelief at her sudden fragile persona. As the pens scratched against the official documents, the conversation turned to the wretched criminal who had been found unconscious. Apparently, the man had blacked out before he could even be questioned. The poor fool was a habitual offender, battered and bruised, looking as though he had been hit by a freight train rather than a delicate woman. As they finally stepped out into the crisp air, the group couldn't help but marvel at Ning's hidden talents, questioning when exactly she had become a master of martial arts. They recalled the terrifying precision of her movements, the way her boot had met the criminal's head with a sickening thud, knocking him out cold in a single, fluid motion. It was a side of her they had never seen, a stunt woman's grace fueled by a survivor's instinct. They soon arrived at a grand, sun-drenched estate, but the beautiful architecture couldn't hide the tension simmering beneath the surface. Danking rushed forward, her voice dripping with a sickly sweet, fake concern as she claimed to have been worried sick. But Ning wasn't buying the act for a second, her gaze hardening as she demanded to know why the cars had been switched, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. From the sidelines, the statuesque and intimidating Yinran watched the drama unfold with a predatory curiosity, sipping his drink as he observed the chess pieces moving. He calmly suggested that perhaps it was time for a new team leader, his voice smooth and authoritative. Danking's face contorted with rage and shock, her mask of innocence slipping to reveal the ugly jealousy beneath. Ning didn't let up, cornering her and accusing her of negligence that nearly resulted in a cold-blooded murder. The air grew suffocating as Ning pointed out that a leader's first duty was the safety of the group, a duty Danking had miserably failed. Every word was a strike, highlighting how the rental car was a death trap waiting to happen. With a regal flick of her hand, Ning called for a vote, demanding a change in leadership for the sake of everyone's survival. One by one, hands rose into the air, a silent rebellion that left Danking trembling with humiliated fury. The fallen leader tried to as a threat, but Ningxi caught her arm, her eyes burning with a murderous aura that silenced the room. Ning leaned in close, her whisper a promise of ruin, as she mocked Danking's petty family influence, making it clear that she was no longer a pawn to be played with. She had only accepted this dangerous game to breathe some life into a grip, a revelation that left her friends looking at her with sparkling eyes of pure adoration. Exhausted by the theatrics, Ning announced her departure, leaving a trail of stunned silence in her wake. Yinran didn't hesitate to follow, his long strides effortlessly catching up as he offered to carry her burdens, his eyes never leaving her silhouette. Later, as he looked at his phone, a smirk played on his handsome lips. The message from Ning confirmed his suspicions. She was a brilliant actress, and he was thoroughly impressed by her fire. The journey continued to Paris, where the contrast between their high-stakes drama and the mundane struggle of eating burgers on the first day brought a touch of humor to the group. Amidst the tears over missed French cuisine, secrets began to unravel, like the truth about the ginger soup back in the Netherlands. It hadn't been a simple gesture from a friend, but a carefully prepared remedy from Ning herself, a fact that left the others reeling. Even in the quiet moments, Ning was working, offering the leading role in a prestigious script to her friend as a reward for her loyalty. The following days were a whirlwind of luxury sparkling fashion shows, the rush of skiing down snowy peaks, and the daring taste of exotic delicacies. But all good things must come to an end, and as they stood before the towering majesty of Big Ben, the final day of their escape arrived. Ning prepared to say her goodbyes, her heart light as she teased Yinran about his protective nature. As the van pulled away, she waved until they were out of sight, feeling a strange sense of loss. But Yinran wasn't finished with her yet. He appeared like a ghost, his hand extended as he offered her one last adventure. They sped across the sapphire waters on a sleek boat, the wind whipping through her hair as she playfully shouted that she was the king of the world. When she stumbled, his strong arms were there instantly, pulling her against his chest in a doting embrace that made her heart race. In the intimacy of the sea breeze, he confessed that his every move, even the midnight snacks, had been designed to win her over. Ning looked up at him, realizing that he had been pulling the strings all along, a tyrant of his own making. She whispered that she wanted to be strong like him, to never be a victim again. But Yinran silenced her with a look of intense, suffocating devotion, his handly covering her mouth. He told her that while she should learn to protect herself, she could never deprive him of his greatest right, the right to protect the woman he loved. As the boat disappeared into the horizon, the promise of their dangerous, beautiful future hung in the air. The night air on the yacht was thick with romantic tension as Manny realized she was about to spend the night in such intimate quarters. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest when the door swung open to reveal Yinran, looking every bit the intimidating yet handsome CEO in a loosely tied bathrobe that left his sculpted, godlike physique on full display. She sputtered in surprise, asking why on earth he was dressed like that, only for him to coolly inform her that since this was the only bed on the vessel, they would be sharing it. He leaned into her personal space, his presence creating a suffocating pressure as he told her to relax, teasingly reminding her that they had been far more intimate in the past. Manny tried to play it cool, claiming she was a mature adult who wasn't fazed by his state of rest, but her internal monologue was a frantic mess of embarrassment. Every time his gaze met hers, her cheeks burned with a blush she couldn't hide, her pulse racing at his proximity. He finally pulled her into the bed, his voice low and commanding as he insisted she get some sleep after her exhausting schedule. Manny lay there stiffly, her eyes wide as she realized falling asleep in the arms of such a dangerous man was a feat easier said than done. However, Yenran was truly worn out, and he drifted off almost instantly, his sharp features softening into a peaceful expression. Watching him, she couldn't help but feel a surge of affection, leaning in to gently kiss him and whisper a quiet goodnight to her Mr. Liu. To her shock, his eyes fluttered open. He hadn't been fully asleep at all, and he smirked at her antics, telling his silly girl to close her eyes and actually try to rest. The next morning, the scene shifted to a luxurious estate under a clear blue sky. Inside, a dignified elder was presented with a gift from Paris sent by Miss Jian. It was a golden decoration for his cane, a blatant attempt to win him over with a touch of luxury. He scoffed at her supposed bad taste. Yet, despite his grumpy exterior, he told his assistant to put it on his cane instead of throwing it in the storeroom. Soon, Manny found herself in a high-pressure staff meeting for her next project, Golden Wedding, and She was focused and professional as she read through the script with her colleagues. The atmosphere grew heavy with the rhythmic, anxious ticking of the clock as the director prepared his judgment. When she finished, the director looked at her through his dark sunglasses, his expression unreadable and cold. He delivered a crushing critique, stating that while her acting was technically perfect, it was textbook and utterly lacked a breath of life. He explained that her character, Hulan, was a tenacious woman who had built a life from nothing, a depth of experience Mani simply didn't have as a girl raised in a greenhouse. Determined to prove him wrong and shed her image as a fragile doll, Mani took the words to heart, vowing to become an actress of substance. Later, power cut forced her to move a business meeting to a local coffee shop. The peace was shattered by a wretched customer who began screaming at the staff, accusing them of fraud and overcharging for terrible coffee. He even insulted the barista's appearance, claiming her rough hands were proof of her incompetence. In a disgusting display of temper, he threw his drink at the poor woman, calling them all liars. Mani, hidden under a wide hat and glasses, took a calm sip of her own cup, noting the exquisite fruity fragrance and sweetness. She stood up for the staff, declaring the coffee maker a true professional, and telling the man that while tasting coffee was easy, being a decent person was clearly too hard for him. When he tried to flee the scene without paying, she coldly suggested the staff call the police, knowing the station was right around the corner. Her associate hurried her away before a scene could break out, but the barista she defended managed to chase her down to return a handkerchief. Mani's reputation for grace continued to grow, and during a televised interview, she spoke about her new passion for learning the intricacies of coffee. However, back at the office, two jealous coworkers were busy spreading venomous rumors, claiming Mani didn't know what hardship felt like and could simply marry Mr. Liu if things got tough. They didn't realize Mani was standing right behind them, her calm presence sending a chill of terror through them as they were caught red-handed. Just then, the barista from the shop appeared again, returning the handkerchief and revealing that she knew Mani was a famous actress all along. Mani smiled, seeing a golden opportunity to finally learn the true meaning of hard work and prove her critics wrong and for all. The creak of the old wooden door echoed the desolate room, a sound as weary as the space itself. Dust motes danced in the thin shafts of light, settling over thick cobwebs that claimed every corner as their own. While her companions recoiled in disgust at the filth, Mani's gaze didn't waver. She merely asked for a broom to sweep away the years of neglect. To the others, this place was a nightmare, but Mani knew the sting of hardship all too well from her early days as a struggling actress. If the elegant Bonnie couldn't handle the grit of the countryside, he was more than welcome to find a fancy inn, but she had work to do. With a playful but firm shove, she ousted the grumbling man from her temporary sanctuary, the heavy door slamming shut on his posts. Poor Bonnie was left outside in the dirt, clutching his pride and the luggage while the world seemed to mock his misfortune. Just he began to lament his fate. A familiar name flashed on the screen of his phone. Yanran was calling. Mani took the device, her expression softening into a radiant smile at the sound of the man who held her heart. Across the distance, in his cold, pristine office, Yanran's brow furrowed with a possessive worry when he learned she had truly traveled to the remote D province. He tried to focus on his work, but his mind was consumed by thoughts of her safety in such a wretched place. Mani, however, was determined to prove her worth, wandering through the rustic village to soak in the atmosphere of her next role. She wasn't here for a vacation, she was here to burn away the labels of textbook acting and find the raw, agonizing truth of a character who had lost everything. She remembered the biting words of her critics, their voices a suffocating pressure that drove her to seek this experience. Sensing her resolve, Yunran ended the call with a lingering warning to take care, his hand tightening around his pen as he plotted a secret safeguard. He would let his beloved suffer alone. He immediately ordered his assistant to contact their manager in the province. He gave the command with a sharp, dangerous glint in his eyes, a silent promise that anyone who dared cross her would face his wrath. It was time to deploy the ultimate shield, the protection of the CEO's fiancé. Oblivious to the storm brewing in the city, Mani threw herself into the grueling labor of the fields. The stench of nat fertilizer was enough to make anyone gag, but she bore it with a smile, much to the chagrin of her friend Fang. But the peaceful facade of village life was soon shattered by a murderous aura as a group of wretched thugs descended upon them. A man named Lai sneered at Fang, his voice dripping with malice as he demanded repayment for a debt that never seemed to end. The air grew heavy with a suffocating pressure as he threatened to sell the poor woman to an old bachelor to cover the interest. Mani couldn't stand by and watch such a vile act. She stepped forward, her eyes flashing with a righteous fire as she blocked his path. Lai paused, squinting at her with a repulsive curiosity, sensing something familiar about the girl who dared to defy him. When he reached out to grab her arm, Mani didn't shrink back in fear. Instead, she delivered a swift, agonizing kick that left him gasping on the ground, his dignity shattered in an instant. She leaned in with a wild, terrifying grin. asking if he liked a crazy girl like her presence suddenly as intimidating as a high-ranking villainess. Enraged and humiliated, Light ordered his lackeys to seize her, his face contorted in a mask of pure hatred. Manny reached for the electric baton Bonnie had forced upon her, ready to fight for her life. But before the thugs could lay a finger on her, a blur of movement intercepted them. Bonnie had arrived, his elegant movements a contrast to the brutality of his strikes as he laid waste to the attackers. Even in the heat of battle, his biggest concern was the mud staining his precious haute couture shoes, a detail that left the thugs utterly bewildered. With a mocking smirk, he dared them to continue, his presence radiating the effortless grace of a trained fighter. Realizing they were outmatched, the cowards turned tail and fled, leaving behind a trail of dust and broken promises. Bonnie huffed, more upset about his ruined footwear than the danger they had just escaped. As the adrenaline faded, the quiet struggle of the village returned when an old woman, Mrs. Wang, approached with a honeyed tongue and a poisonous heart. She pressured Fang to sell her late husband's plantation and enter a marriage of convenience, ignoring the woman's desperate plea to keep her dreams alive. It was a different kind of cruelty, one born of greed and the stifling expectations of a small town. Manny stepped in once more, her cutting through the old woman's manipulation like a cold blade. She exposed Mrs. Wang's true motive, a simple payday at the expense of another's soul. But the poison had already spread. The surrounding villagers began to swarm, their faces twisted with a judgmental malice as they demanded Fang submit. Manny felt a wave of nausea wash over her, the suffocating pressure of their collective gaze reminding her of the faceless trolls who haunted her online. They called her a spoiled outsider, their words sharp and intended to draw blood as they tried to crush her spirit. Just as the darkness threatened to overwhelm her, Manny looked up in shock as a new figure appeared. A man stood there, his presence cutting through the tension, with an aura that commanded absolute silence. The warmth of homecoming was a fleeting comfort as Singh stepped back into the world he had worked so tirelessly to support. He stood there, a young man carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens on his shoulders, his simple clothes a testament to his humble life. The dusty village path felt like a stage where every eye was a judge, watching the son of a debtor return to the ruins of his father's dream. His mother's face lit up with a rare, genuine smile as she promised to cook all his favorite dishes tonight. A small spark of joy in their bleak existence. But Singh couldn't simply enjoy the moment. He reached into his pocket and handed over every cent of his hard-earned salary, as he insisted she use it to pay off the debts that were suffocating them. His expression remained a mask of stoic determination, hiding the exhaustion that threatened to pull him under. Manny watched from the shadows, her heart aching as she realized the depth of the sacrifice this boy made every single day, while the villagers whispered behind their hands. In the bustling city, Manny tried to lose herself in the crowd, hiding behind sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat, yet she couldn't shake the image of Singh's desperate eyes. She spotted him again in a small electronics shop, his gaze lingering on a handheld game with the longing of a child who'd been forced to grow up too soon. The clerk offered a kind discount, but Ching's hand tightened over his meager savings. He knew that every penny spent on himself was a penny stolen from his mother's freedom. Suddenly, the air grew heavy with a murderous aura as a group of thugs cornered him, their sneers cutting deeper than any blade. They chased him into a desolate alley, their voices booming as they demanded he pay up or watch his mother be sold off to the highest bidder. They pinned him against the cold pavement, mocking his mother and calling her a wretched beast of burden, their laughter echoing in the narrow space. Singh's breath came in ragged gasps, his pride shattered as he realized he was powerless against their cruelty. But just as the darkness threatened to swallow him, a sharp, authoritative voice cut through the air like a whip. Manny stood tall, her presence radiating a suffocating pressure that made even the most hardened criminals tremble. The thugs scrambled away like rats in the light, leaving Singh to stand alone in the wreckage of his dignity. He brushed off their help with a cold, distant gaze, his heart a fortress that no one was allowed to enter. Back at the village, a white van sat like a predator outside his home, a silent herald of the nightmare awaiting him. A man named Mr. Chen was manhandling his mother, his touch a violation that sent a jolt of pure rage through Singh's veins. He didn't hesitate, launching himself at the intruder with a feral cry, a son's love transformed into a weapon of war. His mother crumbled to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as she watched her son risk everything to protect her. Mr. Chen merely adjusted his collar, his gaze predatory as he looked at the woman he intended to claim as his own property. He tilted her chin up with a sickening familiarity, his voice dripping with the poison of a man who believed money could buy a human soul. In that moment, the ghosts of the past to haunt Singh, the memories of his father's death, and the day their world fell apart. He remembered the school hallways where the other children mocked his mother's struggle, their words a constant, stinging reminder of his poverty. They treated him like a beast of burden, demanding he serve as their ride, while they laughed at his mother's failure to keep them afloat. The cycle of bullying was relentless. a shadow that followed him even into his dreams. Every whisper from the neighbors was a fresh wound, branding his mother as a deadbeat and him as a pariah. He had wanted to flee, to find any job that would let them escape this living hell. Now, standing before Mr. Chen, the same suffocating pressure returned, a reminder that they were still trapped. He stood as a shield before his mother, his voice cracking with emotion as he declared they didn't need any help that came at the cost of her soul. His father's dream for the coffee plantation was the only thing they had left, and he would die before he let a man like Chen take it. When Chen's hand reached out to strike, a golden-haired guardian stepped in, catching the blow with effortless grace. Bonnie's eyes were colder than the winter snow as he stared down the village tyrant, his presence alone enough to silence the crowd. Manny stepped forward next, her voice ringing with the authority of a queen as she revealed that the debts were already settled and their reign of terror was over. She brandished her phone like a holy relic, threatening to call the authorities if they didn't vanish immediately. The village gossips and the predatory suitors alike fled into the night, unable to stand against the sheer force of her will. A heavy silence fell over the small courtyard as the dust settled. Singh presented the gifts he had hidden away, a small offering of peace to the mother who had suffered so much. But the victory felt hollow. When Fang confessed the truth, the coffee beans were rotting on the trees because they had no way to reach the market. Singh had spent his time in the city not in leisure, but in a desperate attempt to learn the secrets of supply and demand. He was a brilliant manager in the making, but without a buyer, his brilliance was just another tragedy. Fang wept for her late husband's dream, a vision of a village saved from poverty that now seemed like a cruel joke. Manny's heart clenched as she watched the family's silent despair. She couldn't let such a noble spirit be broken by mere logistics. She stepped away, her fingers trembling as she dialed a number she had hoped never to use again. The voice on the other end was a ghost from her past, a reminder of the canary she used to be. But she wasn't a bird in a cage anymore. She was a woman with a purpose. "Mr. Lee," she whispered into the phone, her voice steady and full of a new, dangerous resolve. "I need a favor that will change everything." The night air is heavy with the scent of roasted beans and the crushing weight of debt as Mani looks upon her friend's struggling plantation. She refuses to let the shadows of creditors loom over them any longer, offering a life-changing partnership that shines with the promise of a brighter tomorrow. As the film crew gathers under the starlit sky, the excitement of a rewarding trip pulses through her, every nerve ending tingling with the thrill of the upcoming shoot. But the sudden glare of headlights heralds the arrival of a presence that commands the very air Yinran has come for her. Without a word, he sweeps her into a protective, suffocatingly warm embrace, his heart thudding against hers as he confesses how much her silence had terrified him. In the safety of his arms, Mani's eyes sparkle with a mixture of guilt and overwhelming affection, realizing how deeply this statuesque, godlike man treasures her. Their tender bubble is momentarily pricked by the arrival of their friends, reminding them with a sharp cough that the world doesn't stop for their romance. Yet Yinran is determined to steal one more moment of her time, leading her away to a secluded field just as a shooting star streaks across the velvet heavens like a silent wish. Resting on the cool grass, he intertwines his fingers with hers, his touch a grounding force as he reflects on the harsh, wretched whispers that have plagued her journey in the spotlight. He warns her that being concerned with every different voice will only suffocate her spirit, his gaze full of an intense, doting concern that pierces through her defenses. Mani's heart aches with the fear of being as nothing more than a canary kept in a gilded cage, but he silences her doubts with the simple, powerful reminder that she is his fiancée, and that is all that matters to him. As they walk hand in hand, a playful realization dawns on her, and she weaponizes her cuteness to acknowledge her past mistakes. She had been so blinded by her need for independence that she almost pushed away the one person who truly believed in her potential. Fired up and ready to conquer the industry, she vows to focus on her career and ignore the jealous chatter of the world. Under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, they share a kiss that tastes of forever. A promise that through her own efforts, she will one day become the most brilliant star in the sky. When the cameras finally roll the next day, Mani is a woman transformed, her presence on the film set so commanding that the very air seems to vibrate around her. She becomes the character, flashing with a righteous anger as she stands tall against her tutor in a display of raw, unfiltered talent. With a dramatic flourish and a sharp command to stop the pretenses, she delivers a performance so captivating that the director can barely contain his awe when he finally calls for a cut. She has perfectly captured the complex disposition of the character, a feat that leaves the entire crew whispering in genuine admiration. But amidst the praise, a wretched jealousy begins to boil in the heart of Gianni, whose award-winning status feels like a hollow joke in the face of Mani's natural brilliance. Even as the leading men and friends gather to celebrate Mani's success, Gianni watches from the periphery with a murderous aura. Her mind twists Mani's innocential interactions in something scandalous, convinced the girl is a temptress hooking up with others behind her fiancé's back. She stares at Mani with a gaze colder than winter, her heart a blackened coal of resentment. The digital world only fans the flames of her rage, as her assistant shows her that Manny is trending once again for all the right reasons. In the privacy of her room, Gianni's face contorts in a mask of pure fury as she scrolls through the praise being heaped upon her rival. The comments are a suffocating pressure, claiming she didn't earn her accolades and that Manny is doing a far better job. Trembling with a hatred that knows no bounds, she decides that if Manny is going to steal her spotlight, then she will have to pay a devastating price. Her assistants try to offer comfort, but their pity only serves to sharpen her resolve to destroy the girl who dared to her path. A chilling, dark smile touches her lips as she prepares to play her most dangerous role yet, vowing that she will not be nice to those who take what is hers. Returning to the set for a confrontation scene, the tension between the two women is a physical weight. As the script calls for a heated argument, Manny delivers a slap, but Gianni uses the moment to launch herself into a calculated, treacherous fall. The sound of her body hitting the stairs sends a wave of horror through the onlookers, Manny standing in shock as the traps shut. While the panicked crew rushes to Gianni's side to take her to the hospital, the villainess a wicked, triumphant smirk against her savior's shoulder. She has won this round through sheer malice, leaving Manny to stand alone of a staged tragedy, her eyes filled with a grim, determined fire. Ha! Panic erupts on the film set as desperate voices cry out for an ambulance, the air thick with a sudden, suffocating tension. The director tries to soothe Manny's frayed nerves, insisting the accident wasn't her fault. But the weight of the situation feels like a physical blow as the sirens wail in the distance. With a gentle, almost pitying smile, he suggests she take a few days off, completely unaware of the storm brewing behind her calm, porcelain facade. Manny accepts the forced vacation with a graceful nod, her large, gin-like eyes shimmering with a quiet, dangerous light that suggests she is far from defeated. As she walks away with her loyal assistant, the mask of the innocent starlet begins to slip, replaced by a chillingly sharp focus. Behind closed doors, the conversation turns cold. They both know Gianni is a venomous snake, especially now that she's tasted the sweet, intoxicating wine of fame. The comparisons on social media are becoming a suffocating pressure, a ruthless game of popularity where one wrong move means total social annihilation. Manny's gaze hardens as she realizes Gianni won't just let this accident go. She'll strike back with everything she has, but Manny is no longer the naive girl she once was, ready to be stepped on. Rumors spread like wildfire through the crew, whispers of Manny's supposed cruelty and how she maliciously targeted Gianni during the shoot. The assistant plays her part perfectly, weeping for anyone who will listen and claiming Manny's aggression was no mere acting, but a calculated attack. It was a masterful performance of victimhood, painting Manny as a wretched villainess who pushed her rival over the edge out of pure spite. The crowd eats it up, their judgmental glares heavy with the weight of false testimony as they whisper about Manny's dark heart. They mourn for Gianni's rising career, supposedly cut short by Manny's petty jealousy and lack of control. But Manny isn't about to be a silent lamb led to the slaughter. She corners the assistant, her voice colder than winter snow as she points out the glaring, pathetic holes in her story. If the assistant was so worried about Gianni, why was she still here, lurking in the shadows like a predator, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce? The assistant flinches, her face turning a ghostly pale as Manny's grip tightens around her wrist, exposing the desperate trap they had set. "You wanted to record me, didn't you?" Manny hisses, her eyes flashing with a murderous aura as she realizes they were trying to manufacture a scandal to bury her alive. In a swift, statuesque movement, Manny snatches the hidden device away before the woman can react. It's a tiny, despicable camera, disguised as a mere button meant to capture a staged outburst to ruin Manny's reputation forever. The onlookers gasp as the truth begins to unravel, the web of lies disintegrating before their very eyes. Manny looks down at the trembling woman with utter disdain, calling the scheme exactly what it is: despicable and beneath contempt. She tells her to inform Gianni that if she truly wants to win, she should focus on improving her mediocre acting rather than these underhanded, cowardly tricks. With a triumphant smirk, it keeps the evidence, knowing this little toy will eventually be the very thing that destroys Gianni's career. Meanwhile, in the cold sanctuary of a hospital room, Gianni wears a bandage like a crown of martyrdom, her expression void of any real pain. She's far from finished, already plotting with her accomplice to edit the secret footage to make Manny look like the most loathsome bully in the industry. She's arrogant enough to believe her hackers can delete the original files remotely, leaving Manny with no way to defend herself against the coming digital storm. Her smile is wretched, a twisted expression of pure malice as she prepares to launch a social media war that will set the internet ablaze. Soon enough, the internet is flooded with toxic hate, hashtags labeling Manny a two-faced monster trending globally within minutes. The pressure is suffocating, every notification a new arrow aimed directly at Manny's heart by a faceless, angry mob. Her team watches the digital carnage with grim expressions, the expertly edited video painting a damning, inescapable picture of Manny's character. But Manny remains the calm eye of the storm, collected and statuesque even as her allies panic over her crumbling reputation. They want to take the topics down immediately, but Manny knows that would only look like a desperate admission of guilt. No, she wants the world to see, to let the fire of their hatred burn until she's ready to douse it with the freezing cold truth. Mr. Liu's voice is a steady, masculine anchor as he confirms they are already working to recover the deleted footage. Manny looks at him, a soft, genuine blush touching her cheeks as she realizes she doesn't have to fight this treacherous battle alone. She's glad she took his advice, finding a strange, doting comfort in his godlike presence and unwavering support. Even as they share a moment of lighthearted banter about her secret plans, a spark of playful mischief dances in her eyes. Tomorrow, the trap will be sprung. She'll drive that dog into a corner and show the world exactly what happens when you try to ruin a woman who has finally learned how to fight back. The producer gestured with a dismissive of his hand, his gold rings catching the light as he claimed he usually turned a blind eye to the petty competitions between actresses, but Mani had finally crossed a line. Standing tall amidst the suffocating pressure of the office, Mani didn't flinch, her gaze sharp as she demanded he stop wasting time and get straight to the point. With a sneer, Zhang laid out options. She could either release a public apology admitting to faults she never committed, or she could opt out and shoulder the financial losses of the entire crew. It was a blatant attempt to crush her spirit, but she merely offered a cold, beautiful smile, refusing to let him drag her name through the mud for a lie. Zhang's face contorted with rage as he slammed his hands onto the desk, screaming that she had no right to defy him after holding up the entire production. He was determined to break her, but Manny remained a pillar of icy calm, suggesting that perhaps he should actually investigate the truth before jumping to such convenient conclusions. Seeing that the producer was likely being puppeted by someone else, she decided she was done playing his game and agreed to opt out, but only on her terms. With a flourish of confidence that left the room silent, she produced her contract, reminding him that a wrongful dismissal would trigger a penalty 10-term commission. The sight of the document made Zhang's blood run cold. He had underestimated this girl, thinking she was some fragile canary protected by a powerful man, only to find a wolf in sheep's clothing. Gritting his teeth in humiliation, he'd do nothing but wave her away, his authority crumbling under the weight of her preparedness. Manny packed her things without a single regret, leaving the office with her head held high, while the producer in a stunned, silent stupor. Outside, she comforted her worried colleague, assuring him that it wasn't his fault, with relishing the way she had made that wretched man choke on his own arrogance. As she walked away from the set, she felt a sense of liberation, knowing she wouldn't have to watch buffoons perform their antics for a single second longer. She couldn't help but burst into a triumphant laugh, her sparkling eyes reflecting the joy of her small but sweet revenge. Meanwhile, the news of her departure reached the ears of those who truly cared, sparking a protective fire in the hearts of her allies. Her handsome protector, Lu Yinran, watched over her with a doting yet possessive gaze, already planning how to turn this setback into a victory. At the same time, the silver-haired Xiao wasn't about to let her suffer alone. He demanded his social media account, ready to burn his own bridges to stand by her side. When he found her packing her bags at the hotel, his heart ached with worry. But Lu Yinran was already there, his intimidating presence marking his territory, as he promised to find Mani far better opportunities. With a final dismissive glance at the chaos left behind, the couple made their grand exit, leaving Xiao standing in the shadows of his own unspoken feelings. The fallout was immediate and devastating for the production. Xiao Kong to rescind his contract, stating plainly that he had only joined for Mani's sake and had no reason to stay in such a toxic environment. Zhang felt the walls closing in as he realized he was being cornered, but he desperately hoped the remaining stars would save his ratings. His hope was short-lived. As bad news arrived like a thunderclap, Xiao released a public statement and transferred the massive penalty fees directly to the crew. The internet exploded with the news, and the tide of public opinion began to turn as fans realized Mani wasn't the villain they had been led to believe. Panic-stricken, Zhang could only watch as his career began to unravel, his face pale with the realization of his mistake. Inside the luxury of their car, a heavy silence hung between Mani and Lu Yinran, his expression clouded with a hint of jealousy over her other supporters. Sensing his mood, Manny leaned in and planted a sweet, daring kiss on his cheek, her eyes twinkling as she told him to stop pulling such a long face. She playfully asked if he could return the favor to those who helped her, and in her excitement, she accidentally called herself his future wife. The air in the car suddenly turned electric as Lu Yinran's gaze darkened with desire. He pinned her with a look that made her heart race, asking if she already saw herself that way. Without waiting for an answer, he leaned down and captured her lips in a passionate, soul-stirring kiss that sealed their unspoken promise. While they were lost in their own world of romance, the final blenemies was dealt online as the full video of the bullying incident was leaked, exposing the truth and leaving the producer screaming in a fit of powerless rage. Panic surged through the room as Gianni stared at the wreckage of her plans, her voice trembling with desperation as she urged her assistant to call for help before her reputation crumbled entirely. Meanwhile, Mani lay in the quiet of her room, her gaze sharp with a newfound resolve as she realized she could no longer afford to underestimate the treacherous paths of the industry. Her manager couldn't help but smirk at the delicious irony of their enemy's self-destruction, noting how the wretched Mr. Zhang had truly shot himself in the foot this time. The atmosphere in Mani's camp was light for once, the manager's eyes sparkling with triumph as she scrolled through the chaotic fallout unfolding across social media. They watched as Gianni's desperate apology backfired spectacularly, the girl's attempt to play the innocent victim failing to sway the tide of public opinion. The internet was a battlefield, and the comments were ruthless, tearing through Gianni's angelic facade and labeling her a manipulative fraud who was merely passing the buck to her staff. Mani watched the chaos with a calm, almost predatory grace, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as the world finally saw the green tea girl for the trash she truly was. Her manager was curious, wondering just how Mani had managed to persuade Gianni's own assistant to reveal the truth and turn against her mistress. With a playful wink and a heart full of mischief, Mani basked in the warmth of her victory, looking like an absolute darling as she weaponized her cuteness to celebrate their success. But while they celebrated, the industry was under suffocating pressure, with powerful figures like Ning realizing that their current project was a sinking ship thanks to the scandal. Despite the desperate attempts to soothe her with water and kind words, Ning remained cold and unyielding, refusing to let her own prestige be dragged down by such a tainted production. Her gaze was sharp enough to cut through the tension as she declared her departure, leaving the director drown in the mess he had helped create. The man's rage boiled over as she walked away, a glass shattering against the floor in a spray of frustration, while he realized he had lost his most valuable asset. Later, Ning found herself speaking with the statuesque and intimidating Yinran, admitting that his supposed canary was far more intelligent and composed than anyone had imagined. Yinran's lips twitched into a rare, handsome smile as he thanked her for the favor, already looking forward to the next time he could witness Mani's brilliance. 2 days later, a mountain of new opportunities sat before Mani, each script representing a potential path to even greater glory. Her eyes suddenly widened with excitement as she pulled one specific folder from the pile, her heart skipping a beat at the possibilities within. It was a bold move, a villainous role in a grand ancient drama, but Mani was tired of being the innocent girl and craved a challenge that would truly test her limits. She knew her fans needed to see her evolution, and her manager was deeply impressed by her honesty and sharp professional instincts. They sealed the deal with a high five, the air crackling with the promise of a spectacular and unexpected comeback. Mani threw herself into the role with terrifying intensity, her voice booming as she practiced a dramatic death scene, only to accidentally smack Yunran right in the head with her heavy script. Mortified, she rushed to his side, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she checked to see if she had actually injured the godlike man who had been watching her so intently. She felt a bit pathetic, her initial confidence crumbling into a cute puddle of despair as she realized how much harder it was to play a villain than she had first thought. Sensing her struggle, Yunran leaned in close, his presence overwhelming, and doting as he asked her to explain the tragic heart of the girl she was portraying. As Mani described the pathetic empress, a woman consumed by a one-sided love since childhood who only knew how to hurt others to keep her position, Yunran's gaze softened, and he offered to be her rehearsal partner. Mani could only stare in wide-eyed shock, her heart thumping against her ribs as she wondered if this cold, perfect man truly intended to act out such a dramatic romance alongside her. Yinran was genuinely shocked, his eyes searching hers as he questioned if she truly possessed the talent to act. She played it off with a mischievous smile, claiming she didn't have any hidden secrets, even as a playful glint danced in her sparkling eyes. He leaned in, statuesque face casting a shadow over her as he offered to help with the rehearsal. She beamed, her heart fluttering at the thought of practicing together. They decided to do it properly, the air thick with anticipation as she prepared her heart for the performance. However, the serious mood was immediately shattered when she placed a cup noodle container on his head, laughing as she teased him for looking absolutely terrible. He took the absurdity in stride, his gaze softening as she touched his cheek, telling him he looked as cute as always. Then, the atmosphere shifted into something heavy and suffocating. She fell into character instantly, filling with a desperate sorrow as she pleaded with him, calling him Her Majesty and begging for her brother's life. Her voice trembled with a manufactured desperation, arguing that her brother only acted out of love for her. But the man before her was no longer her doting lover. He had become a cold, unyielding tyrant, questioning if the victim was truly fine. The pressure in the room became chilling as he stared her down, his expression void of any human warmth. She fell to her knees on the carpet, clutching her chest as she begged for mercy based on their years of affection. His reply was a jagged dagger to the heart, declaring that her brother had hurt the only woman he ever loved. Tears welled in her eyes, a bitter, tragic smile graced her lips as she asked what would become of her after she had given him everything. He looked at her with a murderous aura of indifference, reminding her that their marriage was a mere transaction of interests. The final came with a voice like the winter snow, stating he never loved her and never would. The silence that followed was heavy until he finally broke the spell, asking if she was still living in the character's skin. She slowly regained her composure, explaining that a heart doesn't need hysterical screams to break. Sometimes a cold look or a light touch is enough. He felt the phantom pain of her words, realizing how a single gaze could shatter a person to their very core. She suddenly burst into a bright, cheerful smile, giving him a thumbs up for his part in the performance. He was more than a fictional emperor to her. He was her everything. He leaned closer, whispering that while he might be colder to other girls than any tyrant, he would never be cold to her. She teased him, asking why he loved her so much, her mind drifting back to the school days when rumors of his hidden crush first surfaced. He gave a simple, almost superficial answer, saying it was because she was beautiful. She pouted at his shallow reasoning, but he pulled her into a firm, intimate embrace, reminding her old vow that she would marry him, whether existed or not. That arrogant, godlike CEO from the past was still there, hidden beneath his doting exterior. She laughed, calling him out on his CEO-like behavior, but her eyes sparkled with genuine, deep affection. He held her tight, the world fading away as he promised to love her now and for all eternity. There was no need for reasons or logic. Their love was a force of nature that didn't require a why. The scene shifted to the bustling audition hall, where a sea of aspiring actresses gathered, each hoping for their big break. Manny walked through the crowd like a queen, her dark gown flowing behind her as she ignored the jealous whispers. She scanned the room, spotting several old friends who were more like wretched vultures waiting for her to fail. Among them was Su Jiayu and the ever-arrogant Shen Shanshan, whose pink hair practically vibrated with malice. Tang Si was there as well, her smile hiding the competitive fire within. Shen Shanshan didn't waste a moment, sneering that Manny only got the audition because her fiancé was a big shot who pulled strings. Manny didn't flinch, her gaze sharp as she reminded the wretched girl that the director wasn't someone who could be bought. She coolly challenged her rival to a fair competition, leaving Shen fuming with a face twisted in rage. Shen's anger boiled over, unable to believe how much the once innocent girl had changed into someone so aggressive. Manny walked away with a satisfied smirk, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders after putting the woman in her place. Shen stood frozen, realizing Manny was no longer the silly girl she could easily manipulate. Manny had used the confrontation to relieve her stress, weaponizing her newfound confidence to kill two birds with one stone. She was ready to take on the world, her heart set on the goal. But the real trap was yet to spring. When the call for the supporting role of Yu Yan echoed through the hall, the crowd was stunned. Manny wasn't even competing for the lead. She had been playing with her rivals the whole time. Shen's blood boiled as she realized she had been made a complete fool. Manny stepped into the audition room, her presence commanding as she faced the director's scrutiny. He noted the scandals and trending topics surrounding her, his gaze searching for the truth behind headlines. With a confident, knowing smile, she acknowledged that there was more to her story than the rumors suggested. She knew the path to the part wouldn't be easy, but she was more than ready to claim her destiny. Manny stood at the center of the room, her presence commanding attention as she navigated the treacherous waters of public opinion. To her, the double-edged sword of trending topics was simply a tool to be mastered, a way to ensure the fickle audience never looked away from her. With a graceful sweep of her hand, she dismissed the risks of negative rumors, viewing the sudden surge in popularity as nothing more than free resources she would be a fool to refuse. Her eyes sparkled with an icy resolve as she explained that in the cutthroat world of showbiz, being forgotten was a far greater sin than being misunderstood. Mr. Yu watched her with a calculating gaze, noting how her poise and sharp wit mirrored the legendary Yu Yan, a comparison that spoke volumes of her hidden potential. He decided to push her, questioning if she truly possessed the thick skin required to withstand the inevitable waves of malice that would follow such a controversial role. Manny didn't flinch. Her gaze remained steady and piercing, her heart steeled against the storm. She was an actress to her very core, and no matter the difficulty, she would pour her entire soul into her performance to silence the doubters. Even if the audience attacked her, she saw it as a twisted form of praise, proof she had inhabited the character so perfectly that they couldn't distinguish her from the role. As she stepped out into the hallway, the tension of the audition began to melt away, and she shared a light moment with her companion, noting that the director wasn't as terrifying as the rumors suggested. However, the peace was short-lived as the air turned sour with the arrival of Shanshan, whose words were laced with venom and jealousy. Shanshan sneered, accusing Manny of shameless flattery. But Manny simply brushed off the petty provocation with the cool indifference of a queen. The pink-haired rival's face contorted in rage, warning Manny that her powerful benefactor would eventually grow bored and discard her like a broken toy. For a fleeting second, Manny felt a pang of uncertainty, wondering if her own standing was still too fragile in this world of giants. But the shadows of doubt were instantly shattered by the arrival of a breathtaking sight, a massive, vibrant bouquet of rose and fresh strawberries that seemed to light up the entire corridor. Behind the flowers stood Yinran, his godlike features and intimidating aura making the surrounding crowd gasp in awe. Shanshan's jaw dropped in disbelief as the man she claimed would abandon Manny appeared more devoted than ever. Yinran's gaze was like ice as he looked at the meddling Shanshan, warning her with a suffocating pressure to keep her hands off what belonged to him. The whispers of the onlookers turned from mockery to envy, realizing that Mani was protected by a man whose doting nature was as fierce as his reputation. When he turned back to Mani, his expression softened instantly, his murderous aura replaced by a warmth reserved only for her. He declared that the day's work was done and it was time for them to go home, a word that sent a small thrill of belonging through Mani's heart. As he led her away, his hand protectively on her back, the defeated Shanshan could only watch in silent fury. Mani looked up at him, her eyes wide with curiosity, wondering why he had chosen such a unique bouquet. He implied that he remembered her casual mention of wanting strawberries the day before, proving that every fleeting wish of hers was a command to him. Back at their sanctuary, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the house was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of a feast prepared entirely by his own hands. Mani was touched by the sight of the statuesque man in an apron, marveling at how he had mastered the culinary arts just to please her palate. He chuckled softly, admitting that while he once almost burned the kitchen down in desperation to learn, he would do anything to see her smile. Later that night, as Mani retreated to the comfort of her bed, a message from her assistant revealed the true depth of Yinran's devotion. She stared at the photo of Yinran meticulously crafting the strawberry bouquet himself, his brow furrowed in concentration, as he spent hours on the secret surprise. The realization that this powerful, dangerous man had spent his precious time on such a delicate task left her breathless. A soft blush crept onto her cheeks as she realized that his love was far deeper and more complicated than she had ever dared to imagine. Yinran emerged from the bath, the steam still clinging to his statuesque frame as he casually dried his damp hair. Mani looked up from her phone, her heart fluttering at the sight of her husband's effortless allure. When he asked what was on her mind, a radiant smile bloomed across her face as she basked in the warmth of the room. She couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sweetness of the day, from the vibrant strawberry bouquet to the delicious meal he had personally prepared just for her. Leaning into him, she confessed just how happy she truly was, her eyes sparkling with a genuine affection that mirrored the gems in a crown. Yinran pulled her into a warm, protective embrace, whispering that this was merely the beginning and she should get used to such doting treatment from now on. As he gazed into her eyes, he revealed that today was far more significant than she realized, marking an anniversary that had changed the very course of his life. His mind drifted back 9 long years to a crowded auditorium where the air was thick with the scent of old wood and nervous energy. On that stage, young Mani stood frozen as the announcer declared her the best performer of the campus art contest. The shock on her face was priceless, her wide eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and pure, unadulterated joy that lit up the entire room. Clutching the microphone, she accepted the award with a grace that far exceeded her years, her beauty already beginning to dazzle every soul in attendance. When asked about her dreams, she didn't speak of fame or fortune like a typical, shallow starlet. With a determined glint in her eyes, she simply stated that her only desire was to become a truly great actress who could move people's hearts. Her passion radiating from her like a brilliant light that commanded the absolute attention of the judges. Even then, her smile possessed a magnetic quality that could capture a man's soul in a single, fleeting instant. Deep in the shadows of the audience, a young Yinran watched her, his gaze intense and unwavering as he became utterly captivated by the girl shimmering under the spotlight. Back in the present, he sat on the edge of the bed, his voice low and thick with emotion as he reminded her of that fateful day they first met. To him, she had always been the most radiant star in his sky, a vision of confidence that he could never force himself to forget no matter how much time passed. The air between them grew heavy with a sudden, suffocating heat as he confessed that she had lived in his heart since that very first moment. Mani teased him, asking if he had really been plotting to make her his even back then, and his smoldering gaze provided all the confirmation she needed. Without another word, he pressed her back against the silken pillows, his presence overwhelming and undeniably masculine. Their lips met in a searing, desperate kiss that spoke of years of hidden longing and a love that had finally found its home in the cold palace of his heart. While they lost themselves in each other's arms, a storm was brewing elsewhere in a cold, modern villa that felt void of any human warmth. Inside, Shanshan was a whirlwind of fury, her face contorted with a wretched envy that poisoned her every action. She screamed about how Mani was only acting so bold because of Yinran's insufferable pampering, feeling utterly humiliated by their public display of affection. Desperate for revenge, she turned to Danking, begging for her help to drag Mani down from her high pedestal and into the dirt. Danking remained silent, her icy blue eyes harboring a murderous aura that suggested Mani's peaceful days were numbered. 2 weeks passed, and the high state of show business continued to turn as Harney met with her manager to discuss her future. The blonde man looked up from his phone with a triumphant smirk, announcing that the casting for the major project Phoenix was finally complete. Manny sipped her tea calmly, listening as he listed the names of her rivals who had secured the leading roles in the upcoming drama. It seemed the industry was buzzing with the news of Ran Jingjing and Gao Xiao taking the top spots, while others were left with mere crumbs of the production. However, the most suspicious news was that Shanshan had accepted a shockingly small, insignificant part in the production that seemed beneath her pride. Manny frowned, wondering what kind of treacherous scheme her enemy was cooking up by taking such a lowly role in the shadows. Her manager didn't care for the losers, instead presenting her with a prestigious new script from the renowned and demanding director Gao. The director had been so impressed by Manny's previous performance that he insisted she be the leading lady in his next historical masterpiece. Manny was stunned, her breath catching at the realization that her hard work was finally being recognized on such a grand, professional scale. Her manager had already cleared her schedule, determined to turn her into a legendary icon known across the globe as the Asian Storm. He looked at her with a predatory confidence, promising that he had grand plans to elevate her to the very pinnacle of stardom. Manny could see the fire in his eyes, knowing that her journey to the top was about to accelerate faster than she ever imagined. A week later, the film set was a hive of activity as the director prepared to capture a scene of intense royal intrigue. The cameras began to roll, and the modern world melted away, replaced by the grandeur and danger of an ancient palace. Manny stepped into character, her aura shifting instantly into that of a powerful and dangerous consort. Dressed in heavy crimson robes, she looked every bit the regal tyrant as she looked down upon her rival with chilling, aristocratic disdain. Her performance was flawless, capturing the suffocating pressure of a woman who held the power of life and death in her hands. The other actress trembled as she spoke of bringing cakes to the emperor, her voice small and weak against Manny's overwhelming dominance. Manny's gaze was sharper than a ceremonial blade, accusing the girl of using the emperor's name just to embarrass her in front of the court. The tension on set was palpable as Manny raised her hand, the air crackling with the impending drama of a palace confrontation. Suddenly, the actor playing the emperor arrived, his presence cold and intimidating as he demanded to know the cause of the commotion. Manny didn't falter for a second, turning her sharp profile toward him with a defiant, breathtaking elegance. She boldly claimed she was simply disciplining a consort who didn't know her place, her ringing with a terrifying and unapologetic honesty. The emperor looked down at her, his expression unreadable, as he questioned if she was actually blaming him for the chaos in his own palace. Even in the face of absolute royal authority, Manny's character stood tall, her eyes flashing with a hidden fire that refused to be extinguished. When the director finally shouted cut, a wave of relief washed over the crew, though the intensity of Manny's acting still lingered like a ghost in the air. The director was ecstatic, praising Manny for her incredible range and the sheer power she brought to the role. As the actors dispatched for a break, Manny allowed herself to relax, unaware of the poisonous glares following her every move from the darkness. Shanshan watched from the sidelines, her heart black with a hatred that no amount of success or fame could ever soothe. Her eyes were fixed on Manny, a silent promise of total destruction, into her features as she remembered her dark mission. Behind the scenes, she and Danking continued their whispered plotting, preparing to strike when Manny was at her most vulnerable point. Shanshan's reflection in Danking's eyes was that of a woman possessed, ready to do whatever it took to reclaim what she felt was hers by right. With a wicked, twisted smile that didn't reach her eyes, she vowed that there would be no peace until she had finally gotten rid of Manny once and for all. The set was bathed in a soft, ethereal glow as Manny stood in her ornate robes, the very image of a tragic noblewoman from a bygone era. Her co-star, Xiao, approached her with a gentle smile, his eyes lingering on her a moment too long as he praised her impeccable performance. He had been worried that the icy coldness he projected during their scene might have made her uncomfortable, but she simply offered a polite, professional smile. She knew the boundaries between fiction and reality, yet the air shifted the moment a far more intimidating presence entered the room. Lu Yinhuan stood there, his statuesque figure cutting a sharp silhouette in his modern attire, his gaze interlocking onto Manny with a possessive intensity that made the surrounding air feel thick. As he stepped closer, resting a firm hand on her shoulder, the message was clear to everyone present: she belonged to him. Xiao could only watch in silence, the unspoken tension between the two men crackling like a live wire as Manny assured them both that she was more than capable of separating her work from her heart. With a playful glint in her eyes, he suggested she go change while the men spoke. But Yinran wasn't at her go without a display of his doting affection. He leaned down and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, a gesture sweet yet so dominant it left no room for doubt. He reminded Xiao that while she might be a character on set, in the real world, she was the woman who loved only him. Later that evening, the heavy drama of the studio was replaced by the cozy, steam-filled atmosphere of a hot pot restaurant. As they sat together, the flickering light of the stove dancing in Mani's eyes, she curiously asked what he and Xiao had discussed in private. Yinran merely dismissed it as nothing of importance, his expression unreadable as his phone sat silently on the table between them. He urged her to focus on her meal, his voice dropping to a low, soothing cadence that made her heart flutter. She teased him, her laughter ringing out like bells, unaware that they were being watched from the shadows of a nearby booth. Two young fans couldn't believe their luck, whispering in hushed, excited tones about how unassuming and down-to-earth the famous couple seemed, eating in such a common place instead of a high-end establishment. They watched as Yinran handled his chopsticks with it felt almost godlike, his every movement radiating an aura of refined power. But the mood shifted when his sharp eyes suddenly darted toward them, catching them in the act of taking secret photos. The girls froze, their hearts hammering against their ribs in sheer terror as the handsome CEO rose from his seat and began walking directly toward them. They were certain they were doomed, expecting a cold reprimand or a demand to delete the evidence of their intrusion. They trembled as he reached their table, shaking as they offered to delete the photos immediately to avoid his wrath. But to their absolute shock, Yinran took the phone and peered at the screen, a small, satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he commented on what a nice photo they had captured. Returning to Mani's side, he looked like a man who had just won a grand prize, informing her that these two girls were her devoted fans. He shamelessly weaponized the situation, telling the stunned girls they didn't have to delete a thing and could do whatever they wished with the images. Mani, slightly flustered, worried aloud about gaining weight from the feast. But Yinran silenced her insecurities with a look of pure adoration, promising that he would love her even if she did. The fans couldn't contain their joy, realizing they'd been given the green light to share this intimate moment with the world. Within hours, the digital world exploded. The sweet date became a wildfire on social media, with the hashtag for Mani's relationship climbing the trending charts at a terrifying speed. But not everyone was celebrating. In a luxurious apartment, the retching stared at her phone with eyes full of venomous spite. She saw the doting comments and the beautiful photos, her blood boiling at the thought that Manny was using this hype to steal the spotlight. Her associate urged her to speed up their own plans, but Danking's expression remained cold and calculated, her heart a block of ice as she told the woman to just do her job. She wouldn't be a pawn in anyone's game, her gaze narrowing as she stared at the glowing screen with a murderous intensity. Far away, in a quiet study, an older man watched the news unfold while sipping red wine, his expression unreadable as he saw his grandson's public display of affection. The grand mansion stood silent under the night sky, hiding the brewing storm within its walls. Back at their home, surrounded by the quiet luxury of their private life, Yinran presented Mani with a bowl of fresh strawberries. He looked at her, his piercing through her innocent facade, and asked if this entire viral sensation had been part of her plan all along. Mani didn't even try to hide her cleverness, triumphant laugh as she admitted that she knew exactly how the public would react. She had orchestrated the perfect show of affection, cunningly ensuring that the world saw them exactly as she wanted. Yinran couldn't help but admire her wit, his hand reaching out to stroke her hair in a gesture of proud intimacy. Their moment of victory was interrupted by the sharp ringing of a phone, a call from his grandfather. The old man's voice was stern and uncompromising, demanding that Yinran come to his estate immediately, casting a long, dark shadow over their short-lived celebration. The night air hung heavy over the Liu estate as a storm brewed within its walls. The patriarch of the family, a man whose word was law, slammed his cane against the floor in a fit of righteous fury, demanding to know if the scandalous headlines were his grandson's doing. Yinran didn't even flinch, his eyes as sharp as glass as he calmly admitted to the deed. The old man's gaze turned predatory as he laid out the terms of their cruel wager. If the girl proved herself worthless within 3 years, he would personally tear their lives apart, regardless of the love they shared. He couldn't hide his disdain, sneering that a mere entertainer could never match the social standing of their elite bloodline. The door swung open, and Mani entered with the grace of a queen, her smile radiant enough to blind. She didn't cower before the family tyrant. Instead, she boldly declared that social status was a hollow metric of worth. With a sparkle in her eyes, she challenged the old man, asking if every honest job didn't deserve respect. He tried to remind her that her success was built on Yinran's influence, but she simply leaned into her lover, admitting her gratitude with a sweetness that disarmed the cold atmosphere. Yinran's protective aura flared as he stood by her side, firmly stating that love was a business transaction, and that his heart was set on marrying her. Seeing their unbreakable bond, the old man finally sighed, the weight of his years finally catching up to him as he realized his authority was slipping. Mani, ever the clever fox, weaponized her cuteness to bridge the gap, promising to be the most doting granddaughter-in-law he could imagine. Exhausted by the emotional tug-of-war, the patriarch retreated to his chambers. As they prepared to leave, Yinran leaned in close, his voice a low, dangerous purr as he suggested they go home and finish what they started, leaving Mani blushing a deep, delicious crimson. Watching them from the window, the old man finally smiled, admitting to the empty room they were perhaps a match made in heaven. He had grown soft in his old age, unable to bear the thought of separating two souls who looked so right together. Under the shimmering moonlight, Manny wondered what could have possibly changed the tyrant's mind. But for now, she was simply grateful to have his blessing as they walked hand in hand into their future. Soon, she was back on the set, transforming from a sweet lover into a terrifyingly beautiful villainess. Her performance was bone-chilling as she gripped her co-star's chin, her eyes burning with a murderous aura while she accused the other of destroying her family. Even when the leading lady tried to intervene, Mani stayed in character, her voice dripping with venom as she justified her cold-blooded discipline. The set was paralyzed by her intensity, her gaze piercing through the air with suffocating pressure. But the moment the director yelled cut, the monster vanished, replaced by a frantic and apologetic Manny who rushed comfort her trembling co-star. Despite the director's harsh rebukes toward the other actress, Manny shamelessly took the blame, trying to shield the girl from his wrath. She was a pillar of kindness, urging her friend to take a deep breath and find her rhythm again. Yet in the shadows, a jealous rival watched with eyes full of spite, disgusted by Manny's sudden saintly act. Her bitterness was interrupted by a handsome actor who saw right through her petty schemes, mocking her for lurking in the bushes like a common thief. Furious at being caught, the rival stormed off, leaving the man to watch her with a look of pure intrigue. Back in the quiet of her dressing room, Manny's manager brought news that the public was falling in love with her villainous persona. The internet was ablaze with praise for her cool, dark charisma. Suddenly, a familiar presence filled the room as Einran arrived, his statuesque figure casting a long shadow. Sensing the sudden spark of romantic tension, the manager quickly made her escape, leaving them alone with a playful wink and a wish for them to enjoy their private time. Meanwhile, the seeds of a new drama were being sown at a quiet cafe. The jealous rival approached the lead actress, her voice like a snake's hiss, as she pointed out that the supporting actress was stealing all the spotlight. She leaned in close, her expression twisting into a wicked grin as she asked if the leading lady enjoyed being eclipsed by someone so beneath her. Intend. Shanshan looks at Manny with a predatory, calculated smile, thinking how easily young girls can be swayed by a few sweet words and the promise of fame. Manny, however, remains steadfast in her resolve, her eyes flashing with a spark of defiance as she admits her failure to respond immediately to the pressure. Shanshan presses on, her expression darkening with a manipulative edge that the path to stardom is paved with shadows and that Manny must resort to darker, more desperate methods to survive in this wretched industry. But Manny is a beacon of innocence, clasping her hands and declaring her faith in honest hard work and the belief that her sincerity will eventually pay off. Shanshan watches her with a mixture of pity and cold calculation, realizing she needs this naive girl to be a perfect pawn. Little do they know, a statuesque man watches from a distance, his sharp gaze piercing Shanshan's facade as he notes her obvious ulterior motives with a sense of growing disdain. The scene shifts to the velvet silence of a luxury hotel, where the night stretches endlessly beyond the glass and the city lights twinkle like distant, cold gems. Inside, a man with a gaze like a predator looks at his beloved, claiming he simply couldn't bear to be away from his wife for another moment. She scoffs, a blush creeping up her neck as she reminds him they haven't even signed a marriage certificate yet, and he has no right to call her that. He doesn't miss a beat, pulling her into his orbit with a suffocating pressure that makes her heart race, whispering that he clearly needs to speed up the process before other men try to steal her away. Their proximity is electric, his breath ghosting over her skin as he warns her of the vultures, waiting for a chance to strike at his treasure. Cupping her face with a tenderness that belies his overwhelming power, he declares that the whole world already knows they are made for each other. He won't rest until she is officially Mrs. Liu. She finds herself suddenly perched on his lap, her mind reeling at how quickly he closed the distance, even as she suspects he has a much more serious reason for his sudden, late-night visit. 2 weeks pass in a blur of costume changes and heavy makeup, and Mani finally feels the sweet relief of a nearing deadline on the film set. Clad in the ornate robes of a royal, she basks in the thought of a long-overdue vacation until a fellow actress approaches, her eyes wide with a humble request for help with her lines. Mani, ever the doting and kind-hearted senior, agrees with a gentle smile, telling her own assistant to wait in her room while she handles this small favor. She walks away, unaware of the sinister eyes watching her every step from the shadows of the set. Nearby, a man in glasses speaks into his phone with a chilling calmness, confirming to an unknown caller that everything is under his control. Manny had once taught the girl that true acting requires one to bleed for the role, to imagine the soul-crushing despair of losing a lover forever and not being able to say goodbye. She spoke of empathy, of living the character's pain until the tears become real and the heart truly aches. The girl listened intently, hanging on Manny's every word as they sat together in the quiet of the studio. Their session was was interrupted by the arrival of longan tea, a sweet-smelling brew brought in by a silent assistant. Manny accepted the cup with a grateful nod, the warmth of the tea a small comfort in her busy schedule. She thanked the woman, explaining to her companion that she had been suffering from a bout of insomnia lately, and this specific tea was her only salvation for a peaceful night. She drank it deeply, praising its ability to bring her a sound, dreamless sleep. An hour later, the lesson was a success, leaving the young actress in genuine tears as she finally grasped the weight of the scene. Exhaustion quickly followed, and Mani, noticing the girl's drooping eyelids and sleepy demeanor, kindly sent her off to bed. As the clock struck 9, Mani decided it was time to head home, the silence of the building feeling suddenly heavy and oppressive. A dark car waited in the shadows outside, its headlights cutting through the night like a beast's eyes. A man stepped out, informing Mani that her regular assistant had been called away by an emergency, and he was there to take her home instead. Checking her phone, found a message confirming the story, her suspicions momentarily eased by the familiar name on the screen. She stepped into the car, the plush leather seats offering a false sense of security as the door clicked shut. Overcome by a sudden, heavy lethargy that clouded her mind, she told the driver she would take a nap and to wake her when they arrived. As she drifted into a forced, unnatural slumber, the driver's face remained a mask of cold indifference. He spoke into his phone, a murderous aura surrounding him as he told his conspirator to stick to the plan for their promised reward. Mani lay unconscious in the back, a lamb led to the slaughter as the trap finally snapped shut around her. The cold, damp air of the basement clung to the shadows as the men stood over their prize, confirming they had finally captured the girl. Manny lay sprawled on the grimy floor, her consciousness stolen by the heavy dose of sleeping pills they had slipped into her tea, leaving her completely at the mercy of these wretched souls. One of the thugs couldn't help but leer at her delicate beauty, his mind ring to dark places. But the leader quickly silenced him with the sharp crash of a bottle, reminding them all that they were merely tools waiting for the lady's command. As Manny slept soundly, unaware of the suffocating pressure of the trap closing in around her, the true architects of this nightmare were already spinning their web of lies. In a luxurious apartment far from the filth of the warehouse, Danking watched with a cold, detached gaze as her accomplice, Gianni, spiraled into a panic over the risks they were taking. Gianni trembled, her heart pounding with the fear that if their involvement was ever discovered, her glittering career and her very life would be extinguished in an instant. But Danking remained unfazed, her voice a poisonous silk as she explained how they would pass the blame to an innocent girl named Jingjing, making it look like a petty grudge had led to Mani's disappearance. They would paint a picture of a desperate actress who had stolen the spotlight, ensuring that Manny was erased while they remained untouched. Danking's eyes sparkled with a murderous intent, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she relished the thought of Mani's total ruin. Back in the darkness, the lady in the gray suit arrived to inspect the captive, her presence bringing a chilling silence to the room. When the men asked with greedy eyes when they could have their way with the girl, she merely offered a cold promise that their turn would come soon enough. Little did they know, this entire scene had been anticipated 2 weeks prior during a quiet moment between Manny and her handsome, protective fiancé. Mr. Liu had warned her of the strange, lingering gazes on the film set, his in screaming that Shan Shan and her mysterious allies were plotting something far more sinister than mere professional rivalry. He held her close, his voice thick with worry as he explained that they weren't just looking to ruin her reputation, they wanted her to vanish forever. Manny's heart skipped a beat, the realization of the danger hitting her like a physical blow. She refused to be a passive victim in their game. With a determined glint in her eyes, she had proposed a risky plan. She would act as the bait to draw the mastermind out of the shadows. Despite his desperate pleas for her safety, she had insisted that with him protecting her from afar, she would be fine, choosing to gamble her life for the chance to finally end this cycle of malice. Now in the present, a sudden shock of freezing water jolted Mani awake, her gasping breath echoing in the hollow space as she struggled to understand where she was. Her vision blurred as she looked up, only to find the face of her tormentor staring back with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. Gianni stood over her, mocking Mani's success and her perfect life with a man who was as rich as he was devoted. She grabbed Mani by the chin, her fingers digging into her skin as she spat out her jealousy, calling Mani a winner while she herself had been cast into the dirt. Mani, despite the ropes binding her, tried to reason with the woman, offering anything if she would just let her go. But Gianni was beyond reason, her mind consumed by the memory of the hate comments that had flooded her screen and the moment her career had shattered into pieces. She remembered the humiliation of being kicked out of her home and abandoned by everyone she thought cared for her, all while blaming Mani for her own descent into darkness. The air was thick with Gianni's screams of rage, her face contorted as she wished Mani were dead, convinced that her own ruin was Mani's fault rather than a consequence of her own actions. She had lost everything everything, her apartment, her status, her dignity. And now she wanted Mani to feel that same soul-crushing despair. When Mani dared to point out that the public had simply seen Gianni for who she truly was, the woman exploded in a fit of violence, shoving Mani to the floor with a deafening crash. Gianni loomed over her, a frantic mess of hair and fury, screaming for her to shut up as she lamented the loss of her reputation. But Mani remained strangely calm, her eyes sharp and observant even as she lay in the dust. She watched as Gianni paced like a caged animal, mocking Mani for the confidence from her engagement to the powerful Mr. Liu. Mani didn't deny it. She simply looked Gianni in the eye and told her that true confidence comes from within, not from the status of one's partner. Hidden from view, Mani's fingers brushed against a sharp shard of green glass from the bottle smashed earlier, her mind working at lightning speed. She lectured Gianni on the importance of hard work and fair competition, her voice steady even as her heart raced. For a fleeting second, Gianni stunned the girl's audacity, the weight of the words hanging in the air. But the moment passed, and Gianni began to clap with a hollow, mocking sound, stating that Mani had simply offended too many people to ever be forgiven. She leaned in close, her gaze murderous, as she promised to ruin Mani as a favor to those who wanted her gone. Thinking she had the upper hand, Gianni fell right into Mani's trap when the girl asked for her feet to be untied, claiming she couldn't possibly escape with 4 men watching her. Smirking at Mani's perceived weakness, Gianni knelt down to loosen the ropes, confident in her total control of the situation. The instant the bonds fell away, the atmosphere shifted from desperation to a deadly game of survival. In a blur of movement that caught everyone off guard, Mani lunged forward, grabbing Gianni and pulling her into a suffocating embrace. The men froze in shock as Mani pressed the jagged glass shard against Gianni's throat, her expression turning from a victim's fear to the cold resolve of a survivor. Gianni gasped, her eyes widening, internalized the girl she had mocked was now the one holding her life in her hands. Mani whispered into her ear, her voice dripping with a dangerous calm as she revealed that she had wanted to give Gianni one last chance to choose a different path. But since Gianni was determined to ruin her, Mani had been left with no choice but to strike back with everything she had. The hunter had become the prey, and as the thugs hesitated, Mani tightened her grip, her gaze as sharp and unforgiving as the glass at Gianni's neck. The suffocating pressure of the dark alleyway was thick enough to choke as Mani gripped a sharp shard of glass against Gianni's throat, her eyes wild with a desperate, manic energy while her thugs stood by like vultures. Just as the situation reached a breaking point, the heavy doors burst open, and Yenran stepped through the threshold with a murderous aura so intense it seemed to freeze the very air in the room. He stood there statuesque and intimidating, his gaze piercing through the chaos as he demanded that this wretched woman account for her sins. His eyes were like chips of ice as he repeated his demand for a sincere apology, his patience for these trashy games wearing dangerously thin. With a sudden, swift motion, he forced the woman to her knees, his voice booming with the absolute authority of a man who would not be trifled with. She hit the ground with a heavy thud, her previous arrogance shattering as the reality of her situation finally set in. Trembling like a leaf, she finally choked out a plea for forgiveness, her face pale with terror as she realized she had no cards left to play. But Gianni wasn't the naive girl she once was. She looked down at the pathetic creature and coldly stated that her kindness was not unconditional, refusing to accept such a hollow gesture. It was far too late for regrets, and Mani's desperate apologies fell on deaf ears as Gianni stood her ground with newfound steel in her gaze, her heart hardened against her tormentor. Yenran declared with finality that since she felt no true remorse for her actions, she would have plenty of time to reform herself behind iron bars. As the authorities dragged the screaming, vengeful woman away, the shadow of the kidnapping finally began to lift. Later that night, in the safety of her plush bedroom, Gianni assured her frantic friends over the phone that she had returned home safely, though the adrenaline still hummed in her veins. Yenran appeared at her side like a guardian deity, his expression softening into one of pure, doting devotion as he handed her a warm cup of tea to soothe her soul. He pulled her into a protective embrace, his chest a solid wall of comfort against her, whispering his deep regret for ever allowing her to take such a dangerous risk. She settled onto his lap, looking up at him with sparkling eyes and confessing that she felt braver than ever before whenever he was around to catch her. They spoke of the girl who had fallen so far, Gianni feeling a flicker of pity for a bright future wasted on such petty, misleading remarks. Yenran leaned in, his handsome face inches from hers, reminding her with a serious gaze that her safety was far more important than any revenge plot. In a moment of rare vulnerability, he admitted that his own heart had been racing with terror for her safety throughout the entire ordeal. When she playfully offered him a massage to help him relax, his eyes darkened with a sudden, flirtatious intensity, suggesting that a simple massage wouldn't be nearly enough to make up for his worry. In a heartbeat, he pinned her gently to the soft bed, his gaze burning with a passionate fire that made her heart hammer against her ribs. Her bright laughter filled the room as he teased her, the terrifying memories of the alleyway fully replaced by the warmth of his touch. The world outside ceased to exist as they shared a deep, soul-stirring kiss, their silhouette blending together in the soft light of the room. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa across town, Danking paced with a sense of impending doom, her gut telling her that her carefully constructed web of lies was finally unraveling. She tried to maintain her composure, sipping tea with a deceptive calm, while convinced that no trail could possibly lead back to her. A sudden, sharp chime at the door shattered the silence, causing her to freeze in sudden, cold apprehension. When she opened the door, she was met not with a friend, but with the stern, unyielding faces of the police waiting in the night. The officers held up their identification, their voices like lead as they informed her that she was suspected of involvement in the kidnapping of Gianni. Her face drained of all color and her eyes widened in sheer shock as the realization hit her. Her reign of manipulation was coming to a crashing, ignominious end. The storm of scandal broke over the city like a sudden deluge as reporters swarmed the residence, their voices a cacophony of accusation regarding the kidnapping involving the Shen sisters. Amidst the flashing bulbs and the suffocating pressure of the crowd, the news of their crimes was broadcast to every corner of the world. Shan and Dang emerged from the building, their faces pale masks of fear as they were hounded for a statement by the relentless media. The reporters were merciless, demanding to know if they had anything to say for themselves, while the sirs could only recoil in a desperate attempt to shield themselves from the public's growing wrath. As they were pushed back by a sea of microphones, Shanshan's eyes flared with a frantic, cornered energy, screaming for everyone to back off as her internal panic reached a fever pitch. Far away from the chaos, the news was already catching fire online, with netizens turning on their former idols with a vengeance that was as swift as it was brutal. Manny lay sprawled on her bed, her eyes fixed on the glowing screen of her phone as she watched the dramatic downfall of her enemies in real time. It was almost surreal how efficiently it had been sprung, leaving the wretched villains with nowhere to run. Suddenly, a towering figure loomed over her, his presence radiating a sense of absolute control that made her heart skip a beat. Yinran looked down at her with a gaze that softened only for her, admitting with a smirk that he had ensured the Shen sisters would never have a second chance to hurt her. Their quiet moment was interrupted by the shrill ring of a phone, carrying the frantic, booming voice of a grandfather who was ready to wage war on anyone who dared lay a finger on his precious girl. Yinran assured the old man that Manny was safe under his protection, his eyes lingering on her with a possessive warmth as she lay resting against the pillows. However, the conversation took a turn that made the stoic man's cheeks flush with a rare hint of embarrassment as the elder demanded he hurry up and produce a great-grandson. Manny watched him with a curious tilt of her head, noting how strangely he was acting as he hung up the phone with a flustered expression. The atmosphere in the room shifted, turning heavy with a sudden, electrifying tension as Yinran leaned over her, his voice a low rumble as he relayed his grandfather's impatient wish. Her heart hammered against her ribs as he moved closer, his intentions clear in the way he looked at her with such raw, undisguised desire. The sight of him holding a small, unmistakable packet sent a jolt of heat through her, and she could only stammer out a protest while her face turned a deep, lovely shade of crimson. Despite her playful cries for help, she was trapped in the orbit of his overwhelming affection, the world outside forgotten of their shared proximity. Days later, the dust began to settle as sat with her manager, Bonnie, reviewing the glittering future that now lay ahead of her. With the filming of her latest project concluded, the industry was at her feet, and her schedule was rapidly filling with high-profile interviews and variety shows. Bonnie flipped through the pages of her notebook, listing one opportunity after another, while Manny tried to keep up with the whirlwind of her own success. Though the pace was grueling, she couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph when she was finally getting the recognition she deserved. The downfall of her rivals had opened every door, with companies lining up to sign the woman who had left such a deep impression on the audience. Just as they were discussing her next move, a sharp knock at the door heralded the arrival of an unexpected guest. A woman with an aura of cold elegance stepped into the room, her eyes scanning the space with a piercing intensity that immediately set Bonnie on edge. The newcomer's presence was a direct challenge, and the air in the office grew thick with an unspoken rivalry as she looked at Bonnie with a gaze that suggested they had a long, complicated history. She boldly asked to borrow Bonnie for a moment, her smile not quite reaching her eyes as she ignored Bonnie entirely. But Bonnie wasn't interested in her games, coldly stating they had work to do and showing the intruder the door without a second thought. As they walked away, the woman left staring at Bonnie's back, her mind racing with bitter questions about what made this girl so worthy of Bonnie's loyalty. Safely inside their van, Manny worried if they had been too harsh, but Bonnie simply crossed her arms, reminding her that some people were only interested in taking what wasn't theirs. Manny beamed at her manager, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she declared that no one could ever take Bonnie away from her. Meanwhile, in the sterile, chilling silence of an interrogation room. The once glamorous villainess sat in shadows, her blue hair disheveled, and her eyes filled with a murderous light. The heavy door creaked open, and her breath hitched as Yinran stepped inside, his statuesque form casting a long, intimidating shadow across the floor. She looked up at him with a mix of shock and lingering hope, wondering why he had come to see her in such a wretched place. Yinran sat across from her, his expression a mask of cold indifference, as he delivered the crushing news that her lawyer would not coming to save her today, or anytime soon. The realization hit her like a physical blow. He had orchestrated her isolation, cutting off every escape route until she was truly alone. He leaned forward, his voice a lethal whisper as he accused her of using others as pawns in her pathetic attempt to destroy the woman he loved. She trembled under the suffocating pressure of his gaze, her heart failing her as she realized he had uncovered every single one of her dirty secrets. Desperate and cornered, she lashed out, demanding to know why he was doing this to her when she was clearly the superior choice. Yinran's eyes rimmed like shards of ice as he told her she had left him no choice but to ensure she spent her life behind bars to reflect on her sins. She broke down, her voice cracking as she wailed that she had met him first and begged to know why he had chosen Mani over her. With a sneer of pure disgust, he stood to leave, his parting words cutting deeper than any blade as he told her she was nothing compared to Mani. He didn't need a reason to love her. He would have fallen for Mani even if she did nothing but stand there, because his heart belonged to her and her alone. Left in the silence of her cell, the villainess could only stare into the void, her mind fracturing under the weight of her absolute defeat. In the quiet comfort of her home, Mani sat lost in the pages of a new script, her long lashes casting shadows against her cheeks as she prepared for the battle ahead. When her manager burst in of a new guest joining the upcoming show, Mani didn't flinch, her gaze remaining steady despite the mention of the formidable Yanlonghua. She could see the flicker of concern in her friend's eyes, the silent fear that she might be swallowed whole by the veteran actress's shadow. But Mani was no longer the fragile, innocent girl who'd be easily broken. She was a woman who had learned to dance in the rain and was ready to adapt to whatever storm was coming her way. As they discussed the playwright of the script titled The Long Road, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over her, the scenes of school life feeling hauntingly familiar. It was as if she were reading the diary of her own soul, a narrative of a girl and a boy whose paths crossed in the hallways of high school. The story spoke of a silent crush, a girl too terrified to breathe a word of her heart's desire to the boy who seemed as cold and distant as a winter moon. She had kept her feelings locked away in a secret chamber of her heart, only to discover later that the boy had been harboring the same unspoken longing for her all along. Mani couldn't help but feel the girl in the story was a bit silly, missing out on years of happiness simply because she lacked the courage to speak. When she shared these thoughts with the man sitting across from her, his handsome features softened with a knowing smile. She argued that the boy should have been the one to step forward, his icy demeanor being the very wall that kept the girl at a distance. Their conversation drifted to their own past, to a necklace given at graduation that Mani had cherished in secret for years, never daring to wear it. With a doting look, he asked when she would finally let the world see it. And with a spark of determination in her eyes, she promised to wear it on the show as her silent armor. The night of the broadcast arrived, the studio lights of Jia's gossip channel shining with a clinical brightness that had no place to hide. On the sofa sat Yanlonghua, the legendary Asian storm, exuding a murderous aura of cold arrogance that seemed to chill the very air. Beside her, Mani was a vision of grace, her blue dress a sharp contrast to the senior actress's dark, intimidating presence. Yin wasted no time in sharpening her claws, declaring with a sneer that a woman only needs a career and that love is a trap for the foolish. Mani didn't back down, her voice steady as she countered that a successful career simply allows one to stand as an equal beside their ideal partner. The air turned suffocating as Yin took a direct shot, implying that meteoric rise was nothing more than a gift from the powerful Mr. Liu. She looked at Mani with a gaze full of loathing, questioning if she would still be so confident without his vast resources at her disposal. Mani merely offered a serene smile, a picture of calm in the face of the senior's blatant hostility. She admitted with refreshing honesty that she was deeply grateful for Liu Yanran's support, refusing to play the game of false modesty. But she made it clear that even the most powerful man wouldn't waste his time on someone without the potential to shine on their own. The audience was electrified, the tension between the two women creating a spectacle more dramatic than any scripted movie. Live comments flooded the screen, a chaotic mix of those disappointed in the senior's narrow-mindedness and those who lived for the sparks flying between the rising star and the legend. Sensing the shift, this pivoted to the topic everyone was dying to hear about Mani's legendary love story. A beautiful blush crept up Mani's neck, her eyes sparkling with a genuine warmth that no acting could ever replicate. She revealed that despite being classmates, they had been strangers in high school, their fate only intertwining 7 years later by a stroke of luck. Behind the scenes, the atmosphere was far less romantic as Yin's manager fumed, her face contorted with rage at how Mani had stolen the spotlight. She spat out venomous accusations, calling Mani a wretched girl who had slept her way to the top. Yin's expression darkened, her patience snapping as she told her assistant to shut her mouth. The senior actress was a volcano on the verge of erupting, her pride wounded by the audacity of a junior who refused to be intimidated. She knew exactly what she had to do to reclaim her throne, her mind already spinning a web to catch the girl who dared to outshine her. As Yin walked away, her steps heavy with silent threats, her manager could only watch in terror, realizing she had poked a sleeping dragon. Outside the studio, the cool night air was a welcome relief as Mani approached a sleek black car waiting in the shadows. She knocked on the window, teasing the mysterious gentleman inside about who he was waiting for. Lu lowered his sunglasses, his statuesque features illuminated by the streetlights as he claimed he was waiting for his fiancée. He teased her back, calling her out for the little lies she told on television about their lack of contact in high school. Mani huffed, her face turning a delicious shade of pink as she accused him of exposing her secret habit of watching him from afar. His gaze was intense and full of a doting affection that made her heart pound against her ribs. She leaned in, her playful anger melting into the comfort of his presence, a world away from the toxic glitz of the studio. From a distance, the clicking of heels on the pavement signaled Yin's departure, her eyes narrowing as she watched the display of affection. It was clear now that Mani wasn't just a rising star. She was a woman backed by a titan, and the war for the top was only just beginning. But, though the bright lights of the film set for the long road bathed the arena in an artificial glow, yet the atmosphere between the two girls remained heavy with unspoken apologies. Mani's heart ached with guilt as she looked at her friend, lamenting that such a wretched situation had occurred all because of her. But Jingjing simply offered a warm, doting smile and told her not to carry that burden. Everything was perfectly fine now, especially since Xiao had been clever enough to provide the video evidence of Shanshan tainting the tea, a move that had finally cleared Mani's precious name. Xiao had anticipated Shanshan's sneaky nature at the film set and took every precaution to ensure justice would be served. The thought of that villainess facing the cold reality of jail brought a sense of grim satisfaction to them, both, as she clearly deserved to be cast out of the industry for her crimes. Suddenly, the sharp call for the start of filming shattered the moment, and the air filled with the high-pitched excitement of girls swooning over the handsome athletes on the court. Jingjing was practically drooling over the statuesque men, but Mani teased her, reminding her that no matter how cute they were, they didn't belong to them. She jokingly suggested that instead of wasting an hour staring at boys, she should spend that time reading to gain knowledge that would actually stay with her. However, even Mani couldn't help but freeze when a player with striking brown hair scored a spectacular point. As the mysterious man stood there, glowing under the stadium lights, Mani felt a strange jolt of recognition, his presence carrying a suffocating yet magnetic pressure. He was undeniably godlike, his intense gaze and sweat-slicked skin making her heart race with a thrill she couldn't quite name. There was something so familiar about him, as he casually dried his hair with a towel, and Jingjing was already desperate to chase after him for his number. The director's voice boomed through the set, calling for a cut and praising the girls for their incredible performance. Mr. Gao beamed with pride, noting that the look of falling in love in Mani's eyes was so authentic it would surely captivate the audience. After bowing respectfully and receiving a short break, Mani approached the director with a hidden agenda, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked for the playwright's contact information. Gao chuckled, explaining that the elusive writer was currently swamped with work, but would surely grace them with her presence once the filming reached its conclusion. Later that evening, Mani sought refuge in the quiet of her home, her manager Bonnie reminding her of an upcoming magazine cover shoot that required her full attention. Her peaceful dinner was interrupted by a glowing screen message from the handsome Xiao, inviting her to a private dinner in the neighborhood. Her heart fluttered as she agreed to meet, realizing she still needed to properly thank him for his help in taking down Shanshan. As night fell over the city, Mani stepped out to meet him by his sleek, expensive car, unaware that a pair of predatory eyes was watching from the shadows. A hidden camera clicked, capturing her every move as a sinister stalker reported to his master that the trap had been set. But the expected scandal took a sharp turn when Mani entered the restaurant only to find the silver-haired Mr. Go waiting alongside Xiao. It seemed Xiao had been thoughtful enough to invite him, so they could all return home together after a friendly meal. Outside, the paparazzi was already salivating at the thought of the trending scandal they were about to ignite, completely unaware that their plan was crumbling. Inside the warm sanctuary of the restaurant, the conversation turned to the downfall of Shanshan and Danking, who had finally been brought to justice thanks to the key evidence provided. They toasted to their success, though Guo couldn't help but mention that the magazine shoot Mani had landed was actually a recommendation from the famous actress, Yin Longhua. It was a suspicious move from a woman known for her cold and calculating nature, and Guo warned Mani to be extremely cautious. cautious of her. When the group finally stepped out into the cool night air, the waiting horde of reporters was stunned to see a friendly gathering instead of a scandalous affair. Their dreams of a juicy love triangle were crushed in an instant as they realized Mani was in the company of both powerful men. The failed plot immediately backfired on social media, with the public turning their fury toward Yin Longhua's assistant for attempting to manufacture a fake scandal. In a lavish, dimly lit room, the true tyrant Yin Longhua stared at the news with a murderous aura radiating from her every pore. Her assistant trembled like a leaf, pathetically claiming she only did it to protect Longhua's glory from being stolen by Mani. Longhua's response was a swift, brutal slap that sent the girling across the floor. She looked down at the wretched creature with utter disgust, hers dripping with venom as she reminded her that she only kept obedient dogs in her service. With a terrifyingly calm expression, she ordered her guards to drag the disobedient girl away to be taught a lesson she would never forget. The assistant's desperate screams for mercy echoed through the halls as she was hauled off into darkness, leaving the cold-headed actress alone with her dark thoughts. The camera flash died down as the final shot of the day was captured, leaving an oppressive silence in the studio. Though they had just posed as sisters, the moment the director called cut, the air turned frigid as the staff approached to ask permission to post the behind-the-scenes footage. Manny could feel the weight of the situation. Her assistant helped but wonder what Miss Yin was truly planning by giving Manny the cold shoulder after recommending her for the brand. It was a calculated move, a psychological game played by a veteran of the industry who wasn't afraid of a little negative press, if it meant keeping a newcomer in her shadow. Manny watched the senior actress, realizing that the woman's straightforward persona was merely a mask to hide a much more wretched intent. Every interaction was a lesson meant to put Manny in her place, a silent decree that she would never outshine the queen as long as they worked together. As Manny walked away, the realization stung that the industry was less about talent and more about these petty, suffocating tricks used to maintain one's position. She had thought Miss Yin was a genuine mentor, but the reality was a bitter pill to swallow. In this cutthroat world of showbiz, attention was the only currency that mattered, and Yin was determined to hoard it all for herself. Meanwhile, in a luxurious lounge, the results of Yin's scheme were laid bare as the crew posted the photos online. The comments were a battlefield, with the public ruthlessly comparing the two, often favoring Mani's youthful, innocent charm over the senior's full but aging elegance. Yin's eyes narrowed as she scrolled through the praise for her rival, her heart boiling with a murderous aura because she believed Mani didn't deserve a shred of this spotlight. Days later, as another grueling shoot concluded, Manny prepared to head out, blissfully unaware of the scandal lurking in the shadows. She dismissed her assistant, wanting a moment of peace before heading to the parking garage to meet her ride. The dim lights of the basement felt eerie as she stepped out into the cold air. Suddenly, she froze, her breath hitching in her throat as she spotted a familiar figure through the rows of luxury cars. It was Wang Hongwei, the powerful CEO of Sky Entertainment, and he wasn't alone. He was locked in a shameful embrace with Miss Yin, a sight that shattered the image of the devoted family man he projected to the world. Manny watched in stunned silence as the two shared a clandestine, affectionate moment, promising his baby that he had to leave for work. As his car roared to life and sped away, Manny tried to shrink into the shadows, hoping to remain unseen. But the silence was broken by Yin's chilling voice, asking if Manny was finally done watching. The senior actress approached with a predatory grace, her expression void of any warmth as she cornered the girl. Yin sneered, mocking Manny for her pathetic attempts to act innocent, claiming that she had seen many seniors, but never one as audacious as Manny. The pressure was suffocating as Yin leaned in, her gaze piercing through Manny like a shard of ice. Well, that the girl was not good enough to be a real star. But instead of breaking, Manny found her resolve, her eyes sparkling with a newfound fire as she asked if Yin was simply worried about being replaced. The veteran actress faltered, her mask slipping for a fraction of a second as Manny predicted that everything Yin had gained through her schemes would eventually be taken away by someone else. Manny stood tall, declaring she had no interest in the title of the Asian Storm. She only wanted to be her own unique self. She looked at her rival with pity, realizing the woman was trapped by her own insecurities. With a confident smile, she challenged Yin to a fair game for the upcoming Best Actress award, refusing to be intimidated any longer. 8 weeks passed in a blur of hard work until the night of the wrap party for their big project arrived. The atmosphere was electric, but Manny was about to receive the shock of her life as the building loomed ahead. Amidst the celebration, the statuesque and godlike Lu Yinhan appeared, his presence commanding the room as he noted he wouldn't miss such an important occasion for Manny. It was then revealed that Yinran wasn't just the lead actor, but the secret playwright who had been pulling the strings from the start. Manny stood paralyzed, her mind reeling as she realized that Yinran was the mysterious figure behind the script of The Long Road. He merely smiled, his expression soft as he explained that the investment and the post-production were all handled by him to ensure her success. Everything had been for her, a grand gesture of love hidden behind the scenes that made her feel like a fool for not noticing sooner. Manny felt like crying, overwhelmed by the depth of his devotion even though he had kept it all from her. In a moment of pure, romantic bliss, he teased her about her tears, though she stubbornly tried to deny her emotional state. He pulled her into his arms, the scent of cherry blossoms seemingly filling the air as he whispered that the series was about the good times they spent together. Even as their colleagues looked on, with one assistant shamelessly watching from the bushes and grumbling about their mutual affection, the two remained lost in their own world. As they prepared for a final group photo, Yinran took her hand, his touch grounding her as he urged her to come join the rest of the crew. Standing together before the camera, Manny realized that every trial and every shadow of the industry, he had been and still was there for her. They were no longer the uncertain students of their past, but Grump ready to face the world hand in hand, knowing that he had been there all the time. The prestigious Orchid Awards ceremony loomed, its architecture blooming like a grand lotus under the twilight sky. Inside, Jianmani stood before the mirror, the fabric of her elegant blue gown shimmering with every breath she took. A year had passed since her last time here, and the weight of her journey felt heavier yet more rewarding than ever. Suddenly, a voice dripping with poison sliced through the air, and Mani turned to find her rival Yinlonghua stalking toward her in a gown of deep, predatory purple. The woman's gaze was sharp, her lips curling into a condescending smirk as she declared that the true winner would be revealed tonight. Leaning in close, her breath cold against Mani's ear, she whispered for Manny not to be too heartbroken when she inevitably lost. As the wretched woman sashayed away with a mocking wave, Mani's eyes flared with a quiet, burning resolve. She wouldn't let those words shake her. Instead, she steeled her heart, ready to let the world see her worth. The grand hall was a sea of lights and expectant faces as the 23rd Orchid Award ceremony finally commenced. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the announcer prepared to reveal the most coveted title of the night, Best Actress. Every eye turned toward the stage as the legendary Go Xiao stepped into the spotlight, his presence commanding and statuesque. He clutched the envelope like it held the fate of the stars, his voice echoing through the silent room. On the massive screens, the faces of the nominees appeared: Mani, the rising star, and Longhua, the veteran seeking a comeback. The silence was deafening until Go Xiao finally spoke the name that changed everything. Jianmani. Shock rippled through Mani's soul, her hand flying to her mouth as tears welled in her sparkling eyes, realization dawning that her efforts had finally been recognized. Nearby, Yinlonghua's face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, a silent curse escaping her lips as her world crumbled. In the audience, Lu Yinhan clapped with a pride so fierce it could melt the coldest palace, his gaze fixed solely on the woman who had captured his heart. Even the elder Lu couldn't contain his joy, cheering from the sidelines because he had known all along that Manny was destined for greatness. As Mani's trembling fingers finally grasped the golden trophy, its weight felt the ultimate victory over every trial she had endured. Standing center stage, bathed in a celestial glow, she looked like a goddess who had conquered her own destiny. Her voice was steady as she offered her gratitude to her agency and the mentors who had paved her way. She looked out at the faces of her fans and friends, their support acting as the wind beneath her wings. But then, her softened, focusing on the one person who mattered most: Lu Yinran, the man she loved with every fiber of her being. She spoke of their shared history, their unwavering trust, and the strength he had given her since their days in high school. A week later, the magic continued as Yanran led a curious Mani up the steps of a mysterious stage. As the heavy curtains parted, a breathtaking garden of white flowers was revealed, a sanctuary of beauty just for her. Their friends watched from the shadows, their eyes wide with excitement as the air grew thick with romance. Manny could hardly breathe, her heart pounding as she asked when he had even found the time for such a grand gesture. Yinran took the microphone, his voice velvety and sincere as he counted the 3682 days they had known each other. He confessed his deepest desire to have her by his side forever as his wife, and opened a heart-shaped locket to reveal a diamond ring that sparkled like a fallen star. He had waited so long for this moment, striving to become a man worthy of her love since the day they graduated. Dropping to one knee with a grace that was almost godlike, he looked up at her and asked the question that would seal their fates forever. With tears of pure joy streaming down her face, Manny whispered her yes, promising her heart to him for all eternity. As their lips met in a passionate kiss, the world around them faded, leaving only two souls finally home in each other's arms.